What if the fate of humanity hung on the fragile thread of a single, whispered incantation lost to time? A riddle of life and death, woven through the bloodlines of gods and mortals alike. In the shadowy vale of ancient Greece, where the sun-kissed hills knew the footsteps of deities and the scent of herbs mingled with the scent of blood, a truth pulsed beneath the surface, a volatile truth that could heal or destroy. Who was Asclepios, really? A mere healer or an architect of fate, dancing along the grievous edge of mortality? His father, Apollo, the radiant god of light and prophecy, bore a secret darker than the abyss itself. A secret that could turn the very fabric of existence inside out. Picture the elegance of a god wielding a lyre, serenading the world, while behind him, death crouched, cloaked in shadows, waiting for its chance to strike. Apollo's laughter echoed through the ages, masking the screams of the dying, the desperate pleas for salvation that hung thick in the air like smoke from a sacrificial pyre. In the flickering lantern light of a forgotten temple, a prophecy was etched in stone, one that forewarned of a catastrophic clash between the celestial and the mortal. A raucous laughter erupts from the banquet halls of Olympus as gods wager on human lives. Why? Because pain and suffering are the ultimate punchlines in their grim comedy. Yet, as the stakes rise, so does the desperation of those left behind, those who clutch at straws, praying for a healing touch that only Asclepios can provide. But what if the god of medicine wasn't just a healer? What if he were a puppet master, pulling the strings of fate with his serpentine staff, leading humanity down a path of twisted intentions? Every cure hides a curse, every healing chant conceals an ominous whisper. The blood of the wounded stains the very ground he walks upon. Is he a savior or a villain, wrapped in skin and sanctity, smiling with the charm of a charismatic snake oil salesman? The god's laughter reverberates, but beneath it lies a current of dread. What if Apollo's divine power was a double-edged sword, a gift and a curse, binding his son to a fate far darker than mere healing? The questions spiral, twisting like smoke in the evening air. Can the hands that heal also wield destruction? When does salvation transform into tyranny? As you piece together this grotesque tapestry woven with divine ambition, remember this: every medicine carries a price. The ancient texts, hidden in crumbling scrolls, pulse with the energy of those who sought refuge in Asclepios' embrace, only to find themselves entangled in a web of divine irony. The gods watch, amused, as mortals become mere chess pieces in their cosmic game. And just as you think you glimpse the truth, another darkness emerges, a shadow lurking behind the light. What if everything you thought you knew about healing was a lie? What if the very essence of life and death was nothing more than a twisted joke played by the gods themselves? Welcome to the enigma of Apollo and Asclepios, where every revelation cuts like a scalpel, every heartbeat echoes the urgency of a world teetering on the brink. Thunder cracked like the world itself was splitting open, a furious roar that echoed across Olympus, shaking the ancient stones that had stood witness to divine births and deaths for eons. In the heart of the storm, a goddess screamed, a primal, desperate wail that clawed its way through the tempest, heavy with fear and longing. Leto, cradled by shadows, writhed in agony, the ground beneath her trembling as if the earth itself mourned her fate. I remember the night, the unyielding pressure of air thick with foreboding, the whispers of gods and mortals clawing at the veil of silence. She was alone, yet not alone, surrounded by the echoes of 1,000 forgotten prayers, the shadows of those who had come before, and the gnashing teeth of fate. Her heart raced, each pulse a reminder of the life swelling within her, 2 lives, one destined to light the world, the other cursed to darkness. The moon hung high, a ghostly witness to her pain, illuminating the anguished contours of her face. Her skin glistened with sweat, but even in her suffering, there was a beauty that made the very night hold its breath. She was a warrior, battling against the chains of destiny forged by jealous gods. Hera watched from afar, her bitterness like frost creeping through the heavens, a pregnant silence laden with malice. "Let her suffer," the goddess murmured, a venomous whisper that curled through the clouds, "for no child of mine will be born in peace." I remember how Leto, clinging to life, envisioned her children, a radiant son, a beacon of hope, and a daughter who could weave the very fabric of fate. Even in the throes of labor, her thoughts danced around them, vibrant, alive. But fear curled at the edges of her mind. Would Apollo rise like the sun, or would his light be snuffed out before it ever touched the earth? The weight of her love and trepidation wrapped around her like a shroud, an eternal battle against despair. And then, as if the universe itself took a breath, a figure emerged from the storm, a silhouette against the chaos, ethereal and fierce. It was Eileithyia, the goddess of childbirth, her presence crackling with divine energy, a harbinger of hope in the midst of despair. Yet her face bore a conflicted expression, a hint of reluctance. "Why do you hesitate?" Leto gasped, her voice raw, edged with desperation. "Do you not see the life that cries to be born?" Eileithyia stepped closer, caught between the threads of destiny and desire, embodying the conflict that had plagued the gods since time immemorial. "Your son bears the weight of prophecy," she whispered, the words heavy with consequence. "A son born from pain, destined to bring light and darkness in equal measure. Can you bear that burden?" Leto's heart thundered in her chest, a drum echoing through the storm. "What choice do I have?" she spat, fury igniting her spirit. "To let him die before he lives? I would rather drown in this tempest than give up my child." In that moment, the world shifted. The wind stilled, holding their breath, and the fabric of the cosmos seemed to shudder. Shadows danced around Leto, weaving in and out like memories half remembered, pulling at the strings of her soul. She could feel the weight of all those who had come before her, all those who had fought the same battle, mothers who had given everything only to watch their hopes crumble into dust. And somewhere, in the depths of the night, a clock began to tick, a reminder that time, relentless and unforgiving, moved forward, even as the heavens themselves held their breath. As the first cries of a newborn shattered the silence, anguish and ecstasy collided in a symphony of emotions. Apollo emerged, radiant and furious, a blazing sun born from the ashes of despair, his tiny fists raised as if to challenge the very gods themselves. Eileithyia gasped, a sound both astonished and terrified, as if she had witnessed a miracle and a curse all at once. But before celebration could bloom, a chill swept through the shadows, a harbinger of what was to come. For every sun casts a shadow, and in that moment, Leto's heart sank as she remembered another child, another destiny entwined with the stars. Artemis, born in the wake of her brother, a daughter of the light, yet bound by the same chains of divine fate. "Will you love them equally?" the wind seemed to whisper, a question echoing in her mind, shadowed by doubt. "Can you protect them from the wrath of the heavens?" With a fierce determination coursing through her veins, Leto summoned her strength. "I will love them fiercely," she vowed, her voice a heartbeat against the storm. "Let the gods come. I will not allow them to tear my children apart." But even as she spoke, a cold wind rustled through the trees, a foreboding reminder of the trials that lay ahead. Time ticked on, each second a thread pulled taut, ready to snap at any moment. And there was still Hera, lurking in the darkness, a storm of vengeance brewing within her heart. The goddess of marriage, scorned and bitter, whose jealousy could tear apart the very fabric of Olympus. With Apollo's first breath, the balance of power shifted, and an undercurrent of tension wove its way through the threads of destiny, a haunting melody that promised both glory and destruction. The birth of a god was never a simple affair, it was a cataclysmic event, a collision of ideas, desires, and ancient grudges. Leto cradled her son, his skin warm against hers, a promise of light in the darkness. "You will shine," she whispered, a plea to the cosmos, to the very stars that had conspired to bring him forth. "You will break the chains of fate." But as the first rays of dawn pierced through the storm, painting the world in hues of gold and crimson, the shadows grew darker. The whispers of destiny curled around her, a reminder that even in joy, pain lurked just beyond the horizon. And thus, in the heart of chaos, the stage was set for the birth of an epic legend, one that would reverberate through time, echoing in the hearts of mortals and gods alike. As Leto held her children, she felt the weight of the cosmos on her shoulders, a heartbeat that echoed with both love and foreboding. Beneath the surface of joy, uncertainty simmered, waiting for the moment to erupt, a reminder that every birth is a beginning, but also an ending, tangled in the fabric of fate, where light and darkness are forever entwined. In those fleeting moments, as Apollo drew his first breath, the heavens aligned, and the world held its breath, caught in the throes of creation and destruction, poised on the brink of something magnificent, yet hauntingly inevitable. The room was suffocatingly quiet, a void filled with the weight of unspoken dreams and lingering regrets. Outside, the wind howled like a restless spirit, rattling the shutters of the old wooden house that stood defiantly against the tempest. Inside, Apollo sat at a rickety desk, fingers trembling over a blank parchment, ink pooling like dark thoughts in the corner of his mind. I remember the boys from the village, their laughter echoing outside, footfalls like wild hares, feet pounding the earth with a freedom I craved but couldn't grasp. I remember the way sunlight streamed through the cracks, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air like lost souls. And yet, even within that golden warmth, I felt the shadows clawing at my heart. My father, a figure carved from stone, sat across the room, his gaze piercing through my very being, as if he could read the chaos swirling inside me. "Focus, Apollo. The world is unforgiving," he barked. His voice cut through the silence, a reminder that reality was a harsh mistress. I glanced at the faded maps that adorned the walls, each one a portal to distant lands, places I could only dream of. But those dreams were shackled by the weight of expectation, each line on my father's face a reminder that I was not allowed to falter. Education, he said, was the key. Knowledge was power. I remember the way he would often quote ancient philosophers, their words slithering into my mind like serpents, leaving behind a trail of unease. "Know thyself," he'd say, but how could I know myself when my very essence was bound by his ambitions? My mother was a ghost, flitting in and out of my memories, her laughter like the fleeting notes of a lost melody. She had once told me stories of the stars, of vast galaxies where dreams danced freely. But as I grew older, her stories faded like whispers in the wind, drowned out by the thundering demands of my father. And still, I longed for her ghostly embrace, that warmth beneath the cool, unyielding weight of reality. "School is where you'll find your footing," my father insisted, thrusting me into the chaotic world of learning. The academy was a labyrinth of corridors, each one echoing with the cries of young minds being molded, crushed, and sometimes ignited. I remember standing before the towering teacher, his eyes like piercing daggers, his voice booming with authority. "You will learn," he would decree, and we would shake in our seats, the fear of failure hanging thick in the air. Among my classmates, I felt like a puzzle piece that didn't quite fit. There was Marcus, whose laughter rang out like a bell, bright and untroubled, while Elara possessed a fierce intelligence that lit up the room. I remember the way she'd shove her thick curls behind her ears, her eyes blazing with a hunger for knowledge that made me feel insignificant. "You're not like them," she once said, her voice a soft whisper that clung to my skin like a warm cloak. Yet, my heart raced with the knowledge that I had to be something, someone, anything but the shadow I felt I was. Time twisted like a serpent, wrapping around me, squeezing tight until I could scarcely breathe. I remember the night spent hunched over my desk, ink-stained fingers scratching at the parchment, trying to capture the essence of the world around me. But all I felt was the weight of failure, a suffocating cloak that pressed against my chest, muting the bright colors of my dreams. Then came the storm, an unexpected confrontation that shattered the brittle glass of my existence. It was a day like any other, the sun hung low in the sky, a golden orb promising warmth. I remember Marcus' laughter drifting through the halls, a carefree sound that made my heart ache. But I was trapped in a cage of expectations, each breath a reminder that I was not free. The incident happened in the classroom, an explosion of emotions that shattered the fragile facade. Words were thrown like daggers, my voice barely a whisper against the storm of accusations. "You think you're better than us, Apollo?" Marcus yelled, his face twisted in anger. I remember the heat flooding my cheeks, the way I wanted to scream, to defend myself, but the words caught in my throat, choking me like a noose. In that moment, Elara stepped forward, her eyes blazing with defiance. "Stop it!" "He's trying," she shouted, and those words hung in the air, a lifeline thrown into the turbulent sea of conflict. I remember the gratitude flooding through me, even as my heart raced with confusion. "Why do you care?" I whispered, holding on to that moment as if it were the last thread of hope in a world of despair. As the confrontation faded into whispers and stares, I realized the truth. I was caught in a battle much larger than myself. My father's expectations loomed like an ominous specter, haunting my every decision, and now the school felt like a prison cell, its walls closing in with every heartbeat. I remember the way the shadows shifted, the way they seemed to whisper secrets of despair that clawed at my mind. Even as the days turned into weeks, the tension lingered, a thick fog wrapping around my heart. I sought solace in books, lost in tales of adventure, of heroes who broke free from their chains. I remember the way the words felt like a balm on my soul, even as the clock ticked, each second a reminder that time was slipping away. And then came the night when the stars shone brighter than I had ever seen, a cosmic tapestry that seemed to hold the secrets of the universe. I found myself outside, staring up at the sky, breathing in the cool night air. I remember the way my heart raced with hope, that perhaps, just perhaps, I could find a way to break free. I was Apollo, the sun god trapped in mortal skin, yearning to rise above the shadows. In that moment, the world felt infinite, and I knew then that my education was not just about books and knowledge, it was about discovering who I truly was. I remember the pulse of the universe thrumming in my veins, a wild rhythm that promised freedom, that whispered of possibilities yet to come. But as the dawn broke, the shadows crept back in, reminding me that the battle was far from over. I clenched my fists, the ink on the parchment smudged and blurred, a reflection of the chaos within. I remembered my father's stern eyes, the weight of his expectations pressing down like a heavy cloak. I was not just Apollo, I was the boy who dared to dream in a world that demanded conformity. And as I prepared to step back into the fray, I could feel the weight of destiny pressing against me, a tangible force that would shape the course of my life. I remember the whispers of the past clinging to my heart, a reminder that every heartbeat, every breath, would lead me forward into a confrontation I could not yet fathom. The storm was brewing, and I was ready to face it head-on. The air is thick with a tension that hangs like the final note of a symphony, suspended in time, waiting to break. A city lies sprawled beneath the fading light, shadows stretching across cobblestones, each one whispering secrets of lost hopes and broken dreams. Juno stands at the edge of a crumbling balcony, her heart a drumbeat in her chest, a war cry against the encroaching silence. Beneath her, the streets thrum with the urgency of life, a cacophony of laughter and sorrow, music that swells with each pulse of the night. She remembers how the melodies once swirled around her, intoxicating, a balm for wounds she didn't yet know she bore. But now? Now the music has gone sour, clashing against the sharp edges of reality. She glances at the moon, a silver coin tossed carelessly into the dark. It's a reminder of Apollo, the god of music, poetry, and healing, and the weight of expectation bears down on her like a heavy fog. The city has lost its song, and in that loss, she feels the sharp pang of betrayal. "Where are you, Apollo?" she whispers into the night, her voice trembling like a fragile string, plucked and wavering. "Why have you abandoned us?" Suddenly, a figure stirs below, a man engulfed by shadows yet illuminated by an inner fire. Leo, the poet, his hands stained with ink and dreams, stands resolute, staring up at her as if she were the sun itself. His chest rises and falls, a tempest of emotions locked behind his dark eyes. There was a time when his words flowed like water, but now his quill lies still, and his heart beats a fragmented sonnet. "Juno," he calls, desperation etching lines into his brow. "We need to find him before it's too late." "Find him?" She laughs, a bitter sound that cuts through the tension like glass. "Find Apollo? He's a ghost now, a figment of our imagination. How can you chase something that has slipped through our fingers?" But deep down, the truth claws at her, raw and relentless. She remembers the way his lyre sang under the stars, how it made the world feel alive, how it healed wounds she thought would never close. For Leo, it's something more, an obsession. He believes that words can weave miracles, that poetry can draw forth the divine. But tonight, even the poems are silent, whispering only echoes of their former glory, haunting him like lost lovers. "Let's go," he urges, eyes ablaze, as if he can reignite the spark that flickers within her. I can still hear him, deep in the cracks of the city. The music hasn't vanished, it's buried beneath the rubble of despair. She stands frozen, caught between fear and hope, and her heart races, pounding like a war drum. What if we fail? The words slip past her lips, and she feels the weight of countless failures stacked against her, a fortress of doubt. What if we find nothing? "We will find something," Leo insists, stepping closer, his presence a magnet pulling her toward an unknown destiny. even if it's just the remnants of what once was. As they descend from the balcony, shoes scraping against stone, the shadows seem to pulse with life, watching, whispering. The city feels alive, breathing in sync with their urgency, each corner cloaked in secrets. Juno can feel the ghosts of the past tugging at her, memories spinning like autumn leaves caught in a tempest. Time bends. She remembers the festival, the celebration of Apollo, when the streets erupted in color and sound, laughter mingling with the sweet notes of flutes and the plucking of lyres. She remembers Leto, wild-eyed and full of dreams, reciting verses that danced in the air like fireflies, illuminating the darkness. And now? Now, that joy feels like a distant star, flickering and fading, barely within reach. Do you think he's lost? She asks, voice barely a whisper, as if fearing the answer. Do you think he's watching us, laughing at our folly? Leo's face hardens. Apollo isn't lost. He's waiting. Perhaps he's testing us, pushing us to find the rhythm we forgot. With each step they take, the city transforms. The alleyways shift, shadows lengthen, and the air thickens with expectation. A sense of urgency crackles between them, a fragile thread that seems to bind their fates together, yet it's also a fragile connection, fraying at the edges, like an old love song now out of tune. Then, just as despair threatens to swallow them whole, the sound hits, a faint, echoing melody that rises like a phoenix from the ashes, shimmering and haunting. It wraps around them, featherlight yet heavy with meaning, pulling them forward. Juno's heart races, almost leaping from her chest. Do you hear that? Leo nods, eyes wide, capturing the moment like a painter sees the world for the first time. It's him. The music swells, rising like an ancient tide, and they rush toward it, feet pounding, breathless with anticipation. Each note is a drop of hope, a moment of clarity in a world that has crumbled. The moon watches, a silent witness to their journey, casting a silver glow over the cobblestones, illuminating the path ahead. But as they turn a corner, the music falters, stuttering into silence, and the world tilts. What lies ahead is both familiar and terrifying. Shadows twist in the darkness, forming figures that dangle like marionettes, their strings cut. Juno's heart sinks. The city is an echo of despair, and the music, once a siren's call, now feels like the mournful wail of spirits trapped between worlds. Leo, she breathes, panic rising like bile in her throat. What if we're too late? But Leo stands firm, chin raised defiantly toward the night sky, eyes searching the darkness for a flicker of light, a sign that all is not lost. Then we will make our own music, he declares, voice steady and fierce. Even if it's just us, we'll create a symphony out of the chaos. And in that moment, Juno knows that they are not merely searching for Apollo, they are searching for themselves. Each note, each word, is a piece of a haunting puzzle that binds their fates, that weaves the very fabric of their existence into something more profound, more powerful. As the darkness closes in, a tremor of hope ignites in her chest, a fragile spark that dares to flicker against the void. Let's find him, she whispers, and together they step into the shadows, hearts beating in tandem, ready to face whatever lies ahead. The night wrapped around the city like a velvet shroud, its weight pressing down on every soul, every heartbeat echoing in the stillness. An eerie silence hung thick in the air, a prelude to the chaos that bubbled beneath the surface. In the heart of the city, a lone figure moved through the shadows, urgency in every step. Meris felt the cool stone of the temple beneath her fingers, the pulse of the ancient god thrumming through the walls, calling her, beckoning her closer. Her heart raced, each beat a reminder of her fractured spirit. The moon hung high, a watcher, illuminating the path to the altar of Apollo, where worshippers would gather to pay homage, and where she would confront the truth she had been avoiding. The masks of joy and sorrow danced in her mind, swirling like the shadows around her, reminding her of the sacrifices made in the name of the sun god. "This is for you, Apollo," she whispered, a mix of desperation and hope threading through the air. But it was not just the god she was chasing, it was the echo of her brother's laughter, long silenced by the very rituals meant to honor their deity. I remember the way he'd tease me, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he dared me to join him on foolish quests through the darkened streets. I remember the last festival we shared, the lanterns flickering like fireflies against the oppressive darkness. That night, he had vanished. Vanished in the chaos of the fervent chants and the intoxicating rhythm of the drums. And in that moment, I realized, this worship could tear us apart. The air was thick with incense as she approached the temple's entrance, the scent both sweet and suffocating, wrapping around her throat. Inside, the crowd moved like a living organism, pulsing and swaying to the beat of the festival drums. Their faces were painted with colors that masked the truth, bright smiles gleaming in the torchlight, but behind each mask lay a story of longing, of loss. The people danced, but Meris felt the weight of their joy, a cruel contrast to her grief. Among them was Lysander, a childhood friend with a heart as tumultuous as the storms that raged on the sea. His dark eyes flared with intensity, locked onto Meris as though he could see the turmoil within her. "You shouldn't be here," he hissed, the words a mix of caution and concern. "What if they see you?" "I have to know, Lysander," she replied, her voice a mere whisper lost in the cacophony. "I have to know if he's really gone." The desperation clawed at her, sharp and unforgiving. She could see the doubt in his gaze, a flicker of fear mixed with something deeper, an understanding that resonated between them, solid and unbreakable. The rhythm intensified, the drums beating like a war cry, and Meris felt the air thrum with energy. The festival was a tempest, an explosion of life and death, joy and sorrow intertwined. It was easy to lose oneself in it, to forget the mourning, the pain. But she was not here to celebrate, she was here to confront the shadows lurking in the corners of her heart. As the night deepened, the cultists began their sacred chant and the haunting melody that rose and fell, weaving through the air like an ancient spell. They wore masks of gilded gold, their eyes glimmering with fervor, but beneath the surface, Meris sensed the cracks in their devotion. The fervency felt wrong, an echo of zeal that hinted at something darker. She remembered the whispers of the elders, the tales spun in hushed tones. "They make sacrifices," they said, "to appease the god who demands purity." The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Her brother had been one of them, the chosen, they said. She remembered the way the crowd had cheered for him, their voices a chorus that drowned out her own cries. "He's special," they had said, "a gift from Apollo." But what kind of gift demanded blood? Meris. Lysander's voice shattered her thoughts, pulling her back to the present. "Look out!" Her breath caught in her throat as figures cloaked in shadows emerged from the crowd, their intentions cloaked in secrecy. They moved with purpose, drawing nearer to the altar, their hands clutching daggers that glimmered like stars, sharp and unforgiving. The realization crashed over her. Tonight was not a mere festival, it was a reckoning. "Stay back!" Lysander shouted, pushing her behind him, his body a shield against the encroaching darkness. But Meris couldn't stand idly by. She had to confront her fears, had to face the specters of her past. She stepped forward, heart hammering, each beat a challenge to the encroaching dread. "Stop!" Her voice rang out, fierce and unwavering, cutting through the chanting like a knife. The crowd froze, the rhythm faltering as all eyes turned towards her. The masks of joy now appeared twisted, grotesque, as if the god himself had turned his gaze upon her, demanding answers. In that moment, time slowed, and she felt the weight of every choice she had ever made. The laughter of her brother echoed in her ears, the joy now tainted with loss. "You can't take anyone else," she cried, a plea that resonated with every soul present. "Apollo demands truth, not sacrifice." As the words hung in the air, an electric tension crackled. The figures hesitated, their resolve wavering in the presence of her anguish. Lysander's hand found hers, squeezing tight, a lifeline in the storm. Meris felt the warmth of his presence, the bond they shared flickering like a flame against the darkness. "Together," he murmured, grounding her in the chaos. The crowd shifted, murmurs weaving through the air like smoke, uncertainty blossoming as the moon shone brighter, illuminating the faces twisted in conflict. They were caught in the throes of devotion, yet the truth pulsed beneath the surface, waiting for release. And in that moment, she understood the true cost of worship, the delicate balance between faith and fear, the haunting specter of sacrifice hanging over them all. "I remember," she whispered, "the light we once had. We can bring it back." As her voice pierced the night, the tension reached a fever pitch, a clash of hope and despair. The shadows danced around them, swirling in a cosmic embrace, as the burden of their choices hung heavy in the air, an ominous promise of what was to come. The festival of Apollo had transformed, the lines drawn not just between reverence and rebellion, but between life and death, joy and sorrow. And as the crowd held its breath, as if the universe itself awaited their next move, Meris felt the world tilt on its axis, an unyielding moment that could shatter or ignite everything they believed. The echoes of the past and future collided, a tempest of emotion spiraling into the night. In the heart of the chaos, the confrontation began, not just with the cult, but within themselves, the fight for their very souls illuminated by the unforgiving light of the moon. The air crackled, a thin veil of tension draping the sunlit meadow. It was the moment before a storm, that brief pause where time holds its breath, and the world seems to shiver with anticipation. I remember it all, the way the clouds gathered, dark and heavy like a shroud, the bristling energy that prickled my skin, the distant rumble of thunder whispering secrets only the earth could hear. I stood there, heart racing, witnessing the chaos that stirred both outside and within. Apollo's chariot, a fiery symbol of hope, now appeared distorted, an iron beast wrestling against the very forces of nature. His steeds, radiant and wild, thrashed against the yoke, each powerful movement echoing through the silence of the meadow, a primal reminder of their connection to the sun. I felt their energy, the untamed fury that coursed through the air, a mirror to my own spiraling thoughts. I could almost taste the sunlight on my tongue as I watched, helplessly entranced by the spectacle unfolding before me. Then there was Calliope, her voice a soothing melody, yet a tether to the chaos around us. She stood beside me, her eyes turned skyward, longing for the warmth of Apollo's rays to pierce the thickening gloom. I could feel the weight of her despair, heavy and palpable, as she whispered, "Do you remember the stories? The ones our mothers told us about the sun and its gifts?" Her voice cracked, and I felt the tremor in her heart, a clash between hope and despair. "I remember," I replied, though my voice felt foreign, as if I were merely echoing the words of a ghost. "I remember the warmth, the laughter that danced in the air like fireflies at dusk. But now it feels like we're trapped in the dark." The thunder rolled again, a growl of nature's wrath, and the first drops of rain splattered against the earth, each one a reminder of the impending chaos. The meadow was alive, a battleground where dreams clashed against nightmares, and I was caught in the crossfire, longing for the safety of the past. Shadows crept closer, and I clutched Calliope's hand as if it were my lifeline, the fragile bridge between despair and the flickering light of hope. And then, amidst the storm, a figure emerged, a silhouette against the darkening sky. It was Orion, a warrior forged from stardust and ambition, his heart beating in rhythm with the wild chaos around him. He was fierce and flawed, driven by a need to conquer, to stand tall against the encroaching shadows. "This is not the end," he shouted, voice booming like the thunder, and for an instant, I could almost believe him. "We will reclaim the light." But every word felt like a dagger, piercing through the fear and doubt that had settled in my chest. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to believe in the strength of the sun, the promise of dawn, but what if his fire was merely a flicker against the overwhelming void? I was drawn to his intensity, yet his bravado felt like a fragile mask, hiding the gnawing fear that threatened to consume him. "Orion," Calliope interjected, her voice trembling, "what if the chariot cannot rise? What if Apollo's light is extinguished?" Her words hung in the air, as heavy as the storm clouds unfurling above us. The silence that followed was deafening. I felt time stretch, each heartbeat echoing in my ears, a reminder that we were alive, yet caught in the web of uncertainty. My eyes darted from Orion to Calliope, their emotions swirling like a tempest, a chaotic dance of longing and dread. They were mirrors reflecting my own turmoil, and I found myself torn between the urge to fight alongside Orion and the need to cling to Calliope, to shelter her from the storm. The raindrops intensified, pounding against the earth like the drums of war, and I knelt in the mud, the cold seeped into my bones. "What if we fail?" My voice was a whisper lost in the storm, a vulnerable admission that echoed between us. Orion knelt beside me, the fierce warrior now softened by the weight of my question. The fire in his eyes dimmed, and for a fleeting moment, vulnerability flickered across his face. "Sometimes, it's not about winning, it's about fighting for those we love," he breathed, his words resonating like a distant siren call. But even as he spoke, the winds howled, carrying the chilling echoes of despair. The shadows lengthened, creeping closer, and I felt the weight of hopelessness settle on my shoulders. I wanted Apollo's light, the warmth of the sun to banish the darkness, but the storm raged on, fierce and unrelenting. And then, as if answering the storm's defiance, I saw it, a fleeting glimpse of golden light breaking through the darkened clouds, a tangible promise of dawn. My heart leaped, hope igniting within me, pushing against the despair that had threatened to consume us. "Look!" I shouted, pointing skyward, breathless. "The sun!" But Calliope shook her head, tears mingling with the rain on her cheeks. "It can't be. It's too late." The agony in her voice hung between us, a spectre of our fears that refused to be banished. And in that moment, as the storm roared and the shadows danced, I felt the weight of our choices, the heart-wrenching truth that captured us all. The battle wasn't just against the storm, but within our very souls, a fight against the darkness that threatened to engulf us. Each heartbeat echoed in the silence, a reminder of our shared humanity, our vulnerabilities. With a defiant roar, Orion rose to his feet, fists clenched, determination radiating from him like the sun itself. "We will not surrender," he declared, his voice cutting through the chaos, igniting the flickering flame of resolve within us. "Together!" I shouted, the word bursting forth like a spell, igniting a flicker of unity. And as we stood, the wind howling, the rain falling, shadows looming, our hearts beat as one, caught between the fading light and the impending darkness. The battle was only just beginning, and I knew that whatever lay ahead, we would face it together, fueled by our flaws, our desires, and the raw intensity of our shared humanity. Because in that moment, amidst the swirling storm, we were not just fighting against the fury of the heavens, we were grasping for the fragile threads of hope, reaching for the chariot of the sun, and daring to believe that dawn would come again. The air hung thick with the scent of burnt offerings and desperation. A flickering flame cast long shadows across the stone walls of Delphi, where echoes of madness danced in the flickering light. I stood at the threshold, heart racing, pulse throbbing like the war drums of some forgotten battle. The Pythia, the oracle, her eyes clouded with visions, sat hunched over her sacred laurel, an instrument of chaos and clarity. I could feel it, the energy crackling in the atmosphere, electric and dangerous, as if the very fabric of fate was about to rip apart. "Speak to me, Apollo," she whispered, voice trembling, a prayer caught between hope and despair. Her fingers quivered, each twitch a silent plea for guidance, for light. But what light could Apollo provide when the world outside was shrouded in darkness? The prophecy lay heavy on her tongue, a serpent coiled and ready to strike. I could see it in her eyes, fear mingled with the thrill of knowing. She was more than a woman, she was a vessel, a conduit for the divine, and it terrified her. "Please," I murmured, my throat dry with anticipation. I was a mere seeker, a lost soul wandering the treacherous paths of fate, brimming with questions that had no answers. The shadows shifted, and in that moment, everything felt impossibly fractured. Time blurred, and past and present collided like waves crashing against the shore. I could almost hear the ghostly whispers of those who had come before me, each seeking clarity amidst the chaos. Then, in a flash, the air thickened like honey. I turned to the figure beside me, Lysander, my friend and fellow seeker. His face was a mask of anguish, eyes wide, haunted by the shadows of his own fate. "What if she cannot see?" he gasped, each word laced with panic. "What if our futures are lost to the void?" I felt his fear seep into my bones, a cold draft that threatened to tear apart the fragile threads of resolve I had woven. "We need to know," I replied, barely above a whisper. "We cannot turn back now." But doubt gnawed at my heart, a ravenous beast eager to consume my spirit. The spectre of failure loomed, a dark cloud threatening to swallow us whole. As we stood there, enveloped by the weight of destiny, I recalled the stories, the ones my mother told me as a child, tales of Apollo's divine insight. The god of prophecy, they said, could pierce through the veils of time, revealing truths that lay hidden in the cosmic tapestry. But what truth awaited us here? Would it be redemption or ruin? A chance for salvation or the bitter taste of despair? The Pythia's voice trembled again, a shiver running through the air. He comes, she intoned, as if she were calling forth a tempest. the wolf among the sheep. Beware, beware! Her voice cracked, and in that instant, I felt the chill of 1,000 graves descend upon us. A warning? An omen? I wanted to scream, to shake her out of this trance, to demand clarity from the depths of her visions, but we were the foolish ones, after all. We had come seeking answers when the universe thrummed with questions we could hardly bear. Lysander stepped closer, the tension between us palpable, like the moment before a storm. She speaks of a wolf, but what if it is one of us? His voice was raw, fear bleeding through the cracks of his bravado. What if the danger doesn't come from outside, but from within? I remembered the darkness that clawed at my own soul, the secrets I buried deep, the shadows lurking just beyond the light of day. It was easy to hide from the truth, to shun the ghosts that whispered of past mistakes. But Apollo's light was unforgiving. It penetrated the veil, exposing the raw, ugly truths we fought so hard to ignore. Look at her, I said, desperation dripping from my words. We must trust in the oracle. Only she can guide us. But the uncertainty gnawed at my resolve. I could feel it, a gnawing realization that we had walked into a web spun from our own fears. We were the prisoners of our own making. The air crackled again, thick with tension. The Pythia's eyes rolled back, and in that moment, she became something otherworldly, a prophet entangled with the divine. The fates twist and tangle, she gasped. A choice must be made. The hourglass drains, the sands of time are almost spent. My breath caught in my throat. A choice? But what did she mean? A vision flashed before me, the silhouette of a wolf, sharp teeth glistening under the pale moonlight. Was it a warning of betrayal? A harbinger of doom? My heart sank as dread tightened around my chest like a vice. Lysander was trembling beside me, the weight of his own fears manifesting like a dark cloud. I can't, he stammered, eyes wide. What if it's me? What if I am the wolf? No! I shouted, the sound echoing in the chamber, a desperate plea against the encroaching darkness. You're not. We are in this together. But even as I spoke, doubt wormed its way into my mind, a creeping spectre that refused to be silenced. The closer we drew to the truth, the more elusive it became. The Pythia's voice cut through the air again, sharp as a knife. Beware, beware, she warned, her words weaving a tapestry of chaos and clarity. The answer lies in the shadows. The light reveals nothing without the dark. What did it mean? Every word felt like a riddle wrapped in a curse, a cosmic joke whispered through the ages. I wanted to scream, to shake my fists at the heavens, to demand the simplicity of truth. But Apollo's gifts were never meant to be easy. They were wild, unruly, a tempest that could break a man if he wasn't careful. As the shadows loomed larger, I grasped Lysander's arm, both terrified and resolute. Whatever comes, we face it together. I felt the pulse of the universe around us, a rhythm that matched the beat of our hearts. We were dancing on the edge of fate, teetering between the promise of dawn and the terrors of the night. The Pythia's eyes glazed over, and she spoke again, her voice a haunting melody echoing in the void. The wolf is here. And suddenly, the world dissolved into darkness. The air thickened, suffocating, as if the universe held its breath, waiting for the final act to unfold. We stood on the precipice of the unknown, and the only thing that tethered us to sanity was the bond we shared, the fragile connection that pulsed through the shadows, binding us even as we drifted apart. I closed my eyes, and for a fleeting moment, I could feel the warmth of the sun on my skin, the scent of wildflowers filling my lungs. But the darkness encroached, a relentless tide that swallowed the light, and I knew we had only begun to scratch the surface of our own despair. Beware, the oracle whispered, and with those words, the curtain fell. In the throes of chaos, the air crackled with tension, thick as the fog that enveloped the ancient Greek city of Epidaurus. Shadows danced beneath the flickering glow of oil lamps, casting silhouettes of desperation against crumbling stone walls. I can still hear the wails echoing through the narrow alleyways, a haunting symphony of anguish. The night was alive with fear, a reminder that life and death were never far apart, and within this turmoil, a miracle was spiraling toward birth. I remember the scene vividly, an unholy blend of dread and anticipation. Through the haze of panic, I saw her, Coronis, radiant and pale as the moon, her breath shallow but fierce, clutching her belly as though it were the very essence of life itself. But life was snatched away in a heartbeat, replaced by the cold grip of death that loomed like a ravenous beast. Her lover, Apollo, a god of light and music, was now just a shadow in the dark, a whisper of forgotten promises. Heartbreak carved into his features as he rushed through the night, the urgency of a man who danced on the brink of despair. "Coronis," he cried, his voice raw and broken, a blade of sound slicing through the fog. "Hold on!" And I could see it, love woven into desperation, a desperation that could only be born from the knowledge that time was slipping through their fingers like sand, the clock ticking mercilessly toward an end. But there was no way to stop the clock. The moment Coronis collapsed, a fragile flower crushed beneath the weight of the world, Apollo's heart shattered. In her eyes, he saw the flickering flame of hope, the one spark left to ignite a life that was meant to be. With trembling hands, he touched her brow, his fingers brushing against her skin, and in that touch lay a promise that this child, this extraordinary child, would rise from the ashes of despair. Asclepios, he breathed, as though the name could conjure the very essence of healing itself. But the shadows were long, and the night was cruel, a tapestry of pain woven tightly together. I remember how the wind howled, a mournful dirge that carried Coronis's final breaths before the inevitable came. In that moment, Apollo knew he was not just a god, but a father, wrestling with the agony of loss, and the sickening knowledge that even gods were powerless against fate. As she slipped away, the heart-wrenching silence that followed was deafening. It was a void filled with the echoes of unfulfilled dreams and whispered hopes, a chasm that threatened to swallow everything whole. I stood there, a ghost among the living, feeling the weight of history pressing down like a shroud. The ground felt alive beneath my feet, pulsing with a rhythm of sorrow as if to remind us that life would continue, even when we were paralyzed by grief. And then it happened. From the depths of despair, something miraculous stirred. Asclepios was born, a child of light amid the darkness. The moment his tiny lungs filled with air, a rush of warmth cascaded through the room, a balm to the aching heart surrounding him. But even in that moment of joy, there was a heavy shadow that hung over the newborn. His very presence held the weight of two worlds, life and death, the eternal struggle that binds us all. As Apollo held his son, he traced the contours of the boy's perfect face, a reflection of all that had been lost. "You are destined for greatness," he whispered, a promise laden with the weight of expectation. In Asclepios' eyes, there was a flicker of understanding, the ghost of memories not yet lived, and in that flicker, the seeds of healing began to take root. Yet, I could not shake the heavy feeling that destiny is a double-edged sword, a fickle mistress who dances between joy and sorrow. Days turned into weeks, and with each sunrise, the city breathed a little easier, lulled by the innocence of the child. But for Apollo, every laugh, every coo from Asclepios was a reminder of the void Coronis had left. The god of medicine and healing, they called him, but deep inside, he grappled with his own wounds. He was a father, yes, but also a man consumed by grief, caught in the tempest of memories that haunted him like restless spirits. And then, it happened again. A tragedy struck, a blight that swept through Epidaurus like a vengeful ghost. The sick lay everywhere, their moans piercing the air, a cacophony of despair that echoed through the city streets. Desperate, Apollo sought counsel from the oracles, seeking answers, but found only riddles wrapped in layers of ominous clouds. I remember how the sun dimmed, casting long shadows that danced mockingly around him, and I felt the weight of his frustration. How could a father bear witness to this suffering and remain unscathed? Asclepios, now growing and imbued with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, watched his father with wide, innocent eyes. "Father, I can help them," he said, voice trembling with fervor. "Let me try." The desperation in his tone echoed the very essence of childhood, unfiltered hope, a belief that one could conquer the impossible with sheer will. But within those words lay a truth, one that danced dangerously close to hubris. Apollo, torn between pride and fear, hesitated. Could he allow his son to tread the perilous path he himself walked? The weight of a father's love clashed against the terror of watching Asclepios venture into a world where even gods feared to tread. As the moon hung heavy in the sky, a chilling silence enveloped the city, as if the cosmos held its breath. The tension crackled, an invisible line drawn between love and fear, destiny and choice. "Remember, my son," Apollo said, voice laced with a haunting urgency. "Life is not a game, and healing demands sacrifice." Asclepios nodded, a flame ignited in his heart, yet uncertainty flickered in his eyes. The night stretched on, a vast expanse of dreams and shadows, as father and son stood on the precipice of fate, the air thick with unspoken words. In that moment, I felt it, the pulse of the universe, daring, defiant, a promise that life would always seek to rise, even from the darkest depths. And so, the stage was set. The child destined to heal, the father burdened by loss, and a city teetering on the edge of despair. Every heartbeat echoed with anticipation, every breath a prayer whispered into the void, as they stood together in the shadows, waiting for the dawn. The moon hung like a silver coin in a velvet sky, its light spilling across the training ground of Chiron, where shadows danced and whispered secrets of old. I stood there, hearts pounding, surrounded by the scent of earth and the distant echoes of faint crickets, a symphony of nature, but also a chorus of dread. It was an eerie silence that prickled the back of my neck, as if the very trees knew I was unworthy. But there I was, Asclepios, the aspiring healer, the one who would bring forth life from the jaws of death, yet felt like a tiny flame flickering in a tempest. "Are you ready, boy?" Chiron's voice was gravelly, an ancient wellspring of wisdom and challenge. He loomed before me, half man, half horse, a figure both majestic and terrifying. His muscles rippled like the waves of the sea, and his eyes, those eyes, held galaxies in their depths, filled with the weight of all he had seen and known. And here I was, trembling, my hands cold and slick with sweat, my heart racing as if attempting to escape my chest. I remember my mother's words, I stammered, the phrase spilling from my lips as if it could shield me from the storm that churned within. She said healing is a gift, not a right. But what did I know? I was just a boy with dreams too big for my fragile frame. The air felt thick, almost suffocating, as if the cosmos itself held its breath, waiting for what would come next. Chiron's gaze pierced through me, a laser of scrutiny. Healing requires strength, Asclepios, but also humility. To mend the broken is to court the shadows of death. A shiver ran down my spine. Shadows! They were always lurking, weren't they? Even now, whispering my failures and fears into the void, echoing back stories of lost souls. I could feel them, ghosts of patients who had slipped through my fingers like grains of sand, lost in time. But what if I fail? My voice quivered, betraying my resolve. The question trembled between us, a fragile thread ready to snap. Chiron stepped closer, his shadow enveloping me, and I felt both shielded and exposed, like a tender bud on the brink of bloom, afraid of the frost. "You will fail," he said bluntly, and my heart plummeted. "But it's in the failing that you will find your truth. Embrace it, Asclepios." And just like that, the ground beneath me shifted. I recalled a time, a dream, perhaps, when I had stood in a bustling city, surrounded by laughter and life, the air thick with spices and the sound of haggling merchants. But now, in the presence of Chiron, that city felt like a distant memory, the fragrance of herbs replaced by the pungent scent of fear. "Let me show you the ways of healing." With a swift motion, Chiron gestured to a nearby clearing, where a wounded deer lay, gasping, its leg caught in a cruel snare. My heart raced, panic twisting inside me like a coiled serpent. The deer's eyes, wide and fearful, reflected my own. I remembered the stories, the healing hands, the touch that could coax life back from the abyss. But how? The anxiety clawed at me, and I could almost hear the whispers of the forest, taunting me with my inexperience. "Help it!" The command rang in the air, an ultimatum wrapped in the urgency of life and death. I approached the shivering creature, each step a battle against the weight of my doubt. The deer's breath was a shallow gasp, its pain palpable. My hands trembled as I reached out, my fingers grazing its fur. The warmth seeped into me, igniting something deep within my core. I remembered my mother's gentle touch, the way she cradled life, even in its most fragile forms. I focused, summoning every ounce of love I had for healing, for life itself. But then, the shadows crept in, whispering doubts that echoed like thunder in my mind. What if it was too late? What if I was not enough? What if I was destined to bring only pain? And suddenly, the world around us transformed. The forest blurred, colors melting into one another, the deer's cries magnifying until they were a symphony of anguish. I stumbled backward, hands trembling, grappling with the enormity of the moment. Chiron watched, his expression inscrutable, the weight of his gaze piercing through the chaos like a beacon. Failure is not your end, Asclepios. It is your beginning. Just then, the deer's gaze caught mine, a flicker of understanding passed between us. In that heartbeat, I realized the truth. Healing was not just about the hands, but the heart. I leaned down, whispering sweet promises of safety, of solace. I reached within myself, the whispers of doubt fading into a muffled hum as I poured my essence into the creature. My fingers glowed, warmth radiating like the sun breaking through a stormy sky. I closed my eyes, drowning in the moment, feeling the pulse of life beneath my touch. Time lost its meaning. I remembered laughter, joy, and the heartbreaking beauty of existence. I breathed. In that communion, the world fell away, replaced by the primal connection to life itself, the ancient dance of healing coursing through me. And then, the world came crashing back. The deer's leg was free. It stood, trembling, but alive. And in that instant, I was reborn. I smiled, tears blurring my vision, joy flooding through me like a raging river. But the joy was laced with a poignant truth: every life saved was a shadow of those lost. I turned to Chiron, my heart racing with newfound purpose, but his expression was a mixture of pride and something darker. You've taken a step, Asclepios, but remember, this path is fraught with shadows. The warning lingered, its weight heavy in the air, as the forest sighed around us. And I knew, deep within, that this was just the beginning. As I looked into the eyes of the deer, I felt the enormity of what was to come. The shadows loomed, and I was both terrified and exhilarated. For in this dance of life and death, I would find my place. I would become the healer, yes, but also the haunted. And thus, our story twisted into the night, echoing into the vast unknown, each heartbeat a promise of what was yet to unfold, the shadows forever whispering behind me. The air was thick with unspoken dread, a silence that swallowed the faintest sounds, leaving only the echo of a heartbeat. In the dimly lit chamber, shadows danced on the cold stone walls, casting ghostly shapes that whispered of long-forgotten tragedies. A young woman, her breath shallow and rapid, knelt beside a figure wrapped in tattered linens, a man whose face was a mask of pain. The flickering flame of a single oil lamp illuminated the raw desperation in her eyes, reflecting the desperate grip of time slipping through her fingers. I remember the first time I saw him, she whispers, barely audible, as if speaking too loudly might summon the specters of her regrets. He was alive then, full of life, of laughter. Her fingers tremble as they trace the outline of his cheek, recalling the warmth that now fled like a spirit into the night. This was not just a man, he was a universe, a collection of dreams and desires, now reduced to a breathless whisper. And now he's a ghost. The healer, Asclepios, stood in the background, a silent titan, burdened by the weight of expectations and the fierce fire of his own emotions. His hands, calloused and steady, held a bundle of herbs that promised relief, even as despair clawed at the corners of his heart. "Every life taken is a life I must learn to save," he murmured, his voice a gravelly storm against the backdrop of sorrow. I remember the flicker of doubt that crossed his mind as he caught her gaze, caught in the crosshairs of hope and despair. What if this time I fail? The thought spiraled in the cavernous silence, echoing between breaths. Despite his vast knowledge, he felt like a child grasping at shadows, haunted by the specters of lives he couldn't save. The girl, named Callista, had been a patient once, a mere footnote in Asclepios' script of healing. Her laughter had filled the air like music, lifting spirits in the dank halls of the temple. Now, as she clutched the man's lifeless hand, she felt the weight of her own heart breaking, piece by piece. "You promised me," she cried, her voice a haunting melody of despair. "You promised me he would live." But promises were like fragile glass, so easily shattered by the brutality of reality. The man she loved lay before her, his breath a memory, and with it, her hope flickered like that meager flame, fragile, flickering, and on the brink of extinction. "I can see the stars in his eyes," she murmured, "but they're fading into the endless void." Asclepios approached, his heart a tumultuous sea of conflicting emotions. He could feel her pain wrapping around him like a vice, tight, suffocating. "I will not let you take him," he said, the words spilling from his lips with an intensity that surprised even him. The urgency in his voice was sharp, slicing through the despair like a knife through flesh. "There is power in the earth, in the roots, in the very essence of life. We will fight this together." He reached into his satchel, pulling out a bundle of herbs, their scent earthy and raw. "These are no ordinary plants, they are the whispers of the earth, the promises of healing," he declared. "We must believe in their strength, in the art of healing." He began to prepare a tincture, each movement deliberate, yet frantic, a dance teetering on the edge of hope and despair. Callista watched, eyes wide, searching for a glimmer of faith amidst the choking shadows. "What if it's not enough?" she whispered, the words hovering in the air like a curse. She could feel the weight of uncertainty, thick like fog wrapping around her heart. "What if this is the moment where all the hope we have left crumbles?" "I remember," Asclepios replied, his voice resolute, "the first time I saw life return to a body, the relief washing over me like a storm. It was then I knew, there is magic in healing." He poured boiling water over the herbs, steam rising like the breath of the gods, filling the chamber with a fragrant mist that felt like a prayer, a desperate plea to the cosmos. But even as the potion brewed, a chill swept through the room, a whisper of something dark lurking just beyond the veil. Shadows deepened, and with them came memories of the past, lost souls, vacant eyes, the scent of decay. The healer could feel their presence, ghosts from his failures, clawing at his mind, reminding him of those he could not save. Callista clutched the man's hand tighter, her skin pale as she peered into the abyss of her grief. "Please," she pleaded, her voice trembling. "Do not let him slip away. Not now. Not when I finally found him." Each word was a stitch in the fabric of her heart, fraying at the edges, unraveling with every tremor of fear. Asclepios poured the tincture into a small chalice, the liquid glimmering like hope caught in the light. "Life is a tapestry of moments," he said, his voice steady, though his hands shook. "Each thread is a story, a chance. We can weave this together. Hold on to that thread, Callista." The weight of the moment pressed around them, thick as the air before a storm, heavy with the taste of anticipation and fear. "I remember," and for a moment, they stood on the precipice of a decision, a life, a choice, a gamble against the fates. Would they dare to pull him back from the edge? Would they risk it all? The candle flickered, shadows lengthening in response, as if the universe held its breath. Each heartbeat sang the song of uncertainty, an echo that would never fade, a reminder that healing was never merely an act, it was a battle, raw, unyielding, and yet, infinitely tender. And as the darkness held its breath, they knew one thing for certain, the art of healing was never just about the body. It was the soul, the raw, unfathomable essence of love, loss, and the eternal hope that threaded through it all, binding them like an unbreakable chain against the night. A shiver coursed through the air, as if the universe had just held its breath. The hospital room was a sterile cage, flickering fluorescent lights dancing like ghosts overhead. Jenna stood at the foot of the bed, her hands trembling, the pulse of anxiety throbbing at her temples. She could feel the weight of her father's illness pressing down like the thickest fog, suffocating and cold. The rod of Asclepius, etched into the walls like a cruel reminder, mocked her from the corner, two entwined serpents, forever seeking, forever coiling, forever hungry for life. "I swear, if you leave me now," she whispered, her voice barely breaking through the silence. But deep down, she knew the truth, knew that life was fickle, a cruel jester playing tricks on the fragile strings of existence. Tears pricked her eyes, blurring the harsh lines of reality. She remembered when laughter bounced off these walls, when her father's booming voice filled every corner, vibrant and alive. Now, he lay still, a shadow of the man who once lifted her high above the ground, who spun her like a ballerina in the golden hues of sunset. The door creaked open. Marissa, her best friend, stepped in, her warmth like a sunbeam piercing through Jenna's fog. But even Marissa's smile faltered. "I brought coffee," she said, holding out a paper cup, the steam curling like a wisp of hope. "Thanks," Jenna murmured, but her mind was elsewhere, caught in a spiral of what ifs. What if this was the last cup of coffee they'd share? What if this was it, the final act in the play of their lives? "I remember," Marissa began, her voice steady, "the night we snuck into the old cemetery. You dared me to touch that ancient oak tree, and we both screamed like banshees when it creaked. It was a ridiculous memory, a moment that danced on the edge of the absurd, yet it anchored Jenna, if only for a heartbeat." Laughter bubbled up, raw and unrefined, breaking the dam that held back her grief. "You were so convinced it was haunted." "Haunted by bad decisions, maybe," Marissa chuckled, but the laughter faded, swallowed by the shadows creeping in. The air turned heavy, weighted with the unspoken fears that lurked just beyond the edges of their conversation. Jenna's eyes flicked to her father, frail and ghost-like, the rod of Asclepius hanging silently above him, a symbol of healing turned into an ominous sentinel. The serpents twisted and turned, forever intertwined, but what did they know of pain? What did they know of the heart, the soul, the desperate need to cling to life when it slipped through fingers like sand? "I remember," she murmured again, almost to herself. The stories he used to tell, how he'd weave reality with magic. The way he believed that every wound had a story, every illness a lesson. Her voice trembled, caught between nostalgia and despair. How could a man so full of stories end up like this? Marissa moved closer, her presence a lifeline. "He's not gone yet, Jenna. He's still here, fighting. You have to believe that." But belief felt like a fragile paper bird in a storm. The memories twisted and turned, each one a reminder of the days when laughter reigned, before the darkness crept in uninvited. "And if he loses?" Jenna's voice cracked, the truth clawing at her insides like a feral beast. "What if the rod of Asclepius can't save him? What if it's all a lie?" Silence. The kind that fills the air with static, heavy enough to suffocate. Marissa's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and Jenna could feel the weight of her own heartbreak, a crushing wave that threatened to drown her whole. "We can't think that way," her friend whispered, but it felt like a mantra meant to ward off the darkness. Outside the window, the city pulsed with life, cars zooming by, people lost in their own worlds, oblivious to the storm raging within. An old woman walked her dog, a little girl twirled while her mother scolded her for running too far. Life outside was vibrant, chaotic. Inside, Jenna felt the world collapsing into a singularity of pain. "I remember his hands," Jenna said, her voice a whisper, "how they would guide me through the chaos of the world. How they would heal every scraped knee and broken heart." She closed her eyes, and the memories rushed in, vivid and raw. But now, they're just still. The moment thickened, like fog rolling in after a long, hot day, until it clung to her skin, suffocating. She could almost hear the clock ticking, each second a reminder of the fragility of time, the one thing they all took for granted. "Jenna," Marissa said softly, "he's still fighting. Remember that time he told us about the rod of Asclepius? How it symbolizes healing. It's not just about the body, but about the spirit." "Spirit," Jenna scoffed, the bitterness spilling from her lips. What spirit is left when the body is a shell? But deep down, beneath the layers of despair, she felt a flicker, a tiny ember of hope whispering through the darkness. She thought of her father's laughter, of his unyielding spirit, a force of nature. "Maybe," she began, voice trembling. "Maybe it's true." Outside, the city continued its relentless pace, while inside, Jenna faced the duality of existence. Life and death, hope and despair, entwined like the serpents on the rod of Asclepius. And in that moment, she felt a connection to something greater, something cosmic. The realization hit her, a potent mix of fear and determination. "I won't let go," she breathed, the words barely escaping her lips. "I won't let you go." And there it was, the haunting echo of life against the backdrop of imminent loss, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, there exists a glimmer, a flicker of light that refuses to be extinguished. Marissa reached for her hand, and the grip was firm, grounding. Together, she said, and in that one word, a world of promises and unshakable bonds unfurled. The rod of Asclepius glimmered in the dim light, a silent witness to their struggles, their hopes, their heartbreak. And while the future remained uncertain, the present pulsed with a raw, unyielding intensity that felt like a heartbeat echoing through the chambers of their souls, a reminder that even amidst shadows, life and healing could still entwine, eternally binding them in the complex tapestry of existence. Lightning cracked across the sky, illuminating the jagged peaks of Mount Parnassus, casting grotesque shadows that danced like phantoms on the ground. I stood in the heart of chaos, where the air was thick with desperation, the cries of the sick and dying echoing through the night. My heart thrummed in my chest, a wild animal seeking escape. I was knee-deep in a world where gods walked among men, where healing and agony intertwined like lovers in a tragic embrace. "Help me, please!" A mother's voice shattered the night, raw and trembling, her eyes wide with terror as she clutched a lifeless bundle to her chest. The child, a mere wisp of life, lay still, an innocent victim of a plague that clawed through the city like a ravenous beast. I felt the weight of her gaze, heavy with expectation, a torrent of emotion crashing over me. In that moment, I was neither a child of Apollo nor a humble healer. I was nothing but a frightened man facing the abyss. Asclepios, my mentor, loomed over the scene like a dark star, a figure wrapped in shadows and wisdom, his hand steady and sure, yet burdened by the knowledge of what he could and could not do. "Gather the herbs," he commanded, his voice calm, but there was a tremor underneath, a whisper of doubt. "We must try." But I could see it in his eyes, he feared the inevitable, the rhythm of life and death that we danced to like marionettes on strings. I had always admired his unwavering resolve, but in this moment, I saw the cracks in his facade, the raw vulnerability of a god who could heal but not resurrect. "Please, don't leave me." The mother's voice cut through the fog of despair, but I felt paralyzed, my hands trembling. I remembered the days spent in Apollo's sanctuary, listening to the music of the lyre, the intoxicating beauty that made my heart swell. But here, in this grim reality, not even the divine melodies could cure what lay before me. I felt like a child lost in a fog of confusion, yearning for the safety of my father's embrace. I could almost hear Apollo's voice, soothing and distant, yet it felt like a mocking echo, reminding me of my failures. "I remember when you brought me flowers," Asclepios said, breaking the silence like glass shattering on the floor. "Your hands were stained with the earth, and you said, healing is not just a gift, it is a burden. Do you remember?" As his words washed over me, I felt a surge of anger at the gods, at fate, at myself. What good are flowers when the roots are rotten? I snapped, my voice a mere whisper, but it carried the weight of my frustration, the bitterness of realizing that we were mere mortals in the hands of capricious gods. Asclepios' eyes narrowed, the flicker of disappointment momentarily overshadowing his calm demeanor. "Every petal, every leaf has its purpose. Healing is not just about the body, but the soul." His words lingered, swirling around us like smoke, but all I could think of was the mother's haunting wails, the child's cold form, and the swarming darkness that threatened to swallow us whole. I turned away, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I couldn't bear it. The specter of death loomed large, a relentless tide that pulled at my heart, and I felt the walls closing in. The stars above blinked like distant, indifferent witnesses, and I wished for nothing more than to escape, to flee from this nightmare where life and death played their cruel games. But there was nowhere to run. The city was a cage, and its inhabitants were trapped in the snare of their own mortality. And then, in the midst of the chaos, I saw her. A woman, draped in shadows, hovering at the edge of our small sanctuary. I could feel her gaze pierce through me, a mixture of curiosity and sorrow. She was a ghost of my past, a reminder of all I had lost. "You think you can save them," she whispered, her voice a haunting melody. "You think you can fight against the will of the gods." My heart clenched, her words echoing in my mind like a relentless drumbeat. The memories flooded back, moments of laughter and love, now tinged with heartache. "I can't lose anyone else," I choked out, the desperation twisting my insides like a knife. The woman's expression softened, and for a fleeting moment, I felt a connection that transcended time, a bond forged in shared grief and longing. "You must understand," she urged, her voice a gentle caress. The struggle is eternal. Healing is not always a cure, sometimes it's the acceptance of loss. But acceptance felt like a betrayal, a surrender to the darkness that had consumed so many. I gritted my teeth, the churning turmoil within me threatening to erupt. I refuse to believe that. I shouted, the words spiraling into the night like smoke from a funeral pyre. I refuse to let them go without a fight. Asclepios stepped forward, his presence grounding, a steady anchor in the tempest of my emotions. Then let us fight, he said, his voice a low rumble, resonating with the weight of countless battles fought and lost. Let us wield the gifts we possess, however flawed, and reach for the light even when shadows threaten to engulf us. I looked at him, the flicker of hope igniting within me like a fragile flame. The night was still dark, but I felt the warmth of possibility, a surge of strength rising from the depths of my despair. The pulse of the cosmos echoed in my ears, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, the stars still shone, distant yet unwavering. We moved together, hands steady, hearts racing, intertwining our destinies as we faced the storm. The mother's cries became our battle cry, the child's stillness spurring us onward. In that heartbeat of eternity, I understood, Apollo had given us the gift of healing, but it was Asclepios who taught us the art of resilience. And so, we fought, a whirlwind of action and emotion, a tapestry woven from the threads of hope and fear, a tapestry that would continue to unravel as the night wore on, as the world spun on its axis, indifferent to our struggles. Because in the end, it was not just about healing the body, it was about mending the soul, clinging to the fragile strands of life, and forging ahead, even when the light seemed impossibly far away. The air crackled with an electric tension, the kind that thrummed in your bones and made your heart race, a foreboding pulse beneath the surface. A figure stood at the edge of the temple, shrouded in shadows, the moonlight catching the sharp angles of his face like a cruel artist's brushstroke. Asclepios, the god of healing, was not alone, yet he felt an unbearable solitude. The moon hung low, a silver eye watching, judging, as he balanced on the precipice of belief and despair. I remember the scent of burning herbs, sharp and bitter, curling around the ancient stones. It lingered like a ghost, wrapping its fingers around my throat as I watched him trembling, hands cupped as if cradling the weight of the world. His brow furrowed, deep lines etched into his skin, as if time itself was grinding him down to dust. Healing was a burden, a gift, a curse. And there, beneath the flickering torches, the truth clung to him like the sweat on his brow. But Apollo's presence was unmistakable, a blinding light threatening to engulf him. I remember the stories, the myths spun like webs in the corners of my mind, where Apollo stood as a radiant figure, bow in hand, all-seeing and all-knowing, his music lingering in the air like an unanswered question. Was it laughter or a lament? The paradox of healing, of hope, danced dangerously between these two extremes, and Asclepios was trapped in the crossfire. Why can't I save them? He whispered to the void, an echo swallowed by the night. His voice trembled, a raw and jagged edge that cut through the silence. It was a sound steeped in anguish, familiar yet foreign, resonating with every heart that had ever felt the weight of the impossible. Beside him, Hygeia watched, her hands trembling at her sides, caught between the desire to soothe and the fear of what that might cost. She was a flame flickering in the wind, uncertain yet resolute. "You can't heal everyone," she urged, her voice a fragile thread weaving through the tension. "Even the gods have their limits." But what did she know of limits? She carried the light of healing, yet felt the shadows gnawing at her edges, as if they would pull her into their dark embrace. I remember her eyes, pools of desperation and determination, as she looked at him, a silent plea echoing in the space between them. "We can try," she insisted, the words tumbling from her lips like leaves caught in a storm. But he was too far gone, lost in the labyrinth of his mind, haunted by the souls he could not save. The cries of the sick and the dying echoed in the distance, a mournful choir that reverberated through the night, clinging to the walls of the temple like the memories of those lost. Each wail struck Asclepios like a dagger, twisting deeper with every moment of inaction. They were souls caught in the throes of despair, shadows reaching out, clawing for salvation. His hands were stained with the blood of his failures, and yet he could not turn away. "Every wound, every heartbeat," he murmured, "is a reminder of what I cannot do." The moon hung, a sentinel above them, casting long shadows that danced like specters on the ground. I am bound to this fate, and it will consume me. Hygeia stepped closer, her voice threading through the darkness like a rope tossed to a drowning man. Then we must call upon Apollo. He is the bridge between life and death, the harbinger of healing. But even as she spoke, the weight of the word settled like a stone in her stomach. Apollo's influence was a double-edged sword, a light that could guide or blind, heal or destroy. In that moment, a familiar figure emerged from the shadows. A tall man, crowned with a laurel wreath, his gaze piercing and cold as the stars scattered above them. Apollo. The air shifted, thickening with expectation and dread, as he stepped forward, a god amidst men, brilliance and ruin wrapped in one ethereal form. You call for me in your despair, he declared, voice booming like thunder. Yet you fail to see the fates woven into the fabric of existence. Asclepios fell to his knees, raw vulnerability spilling forth. But I can save them. I can heal. His voice cracked, a desperate plea ripe with anguish. The moonlight bathed him, illuminating the tears tracing down his cheeks. Do you not grasp the balance? Apollo's voice resonated, prowling around them like a predator. Life and death are but two sides of the same coin. To heal one is to wound another. You are not the master of destiny. Hygeia's heart raced, caught in the whirlwind of their confrontation. What do we do then? She asked, her voice trembling with fear and hope. How can we help those suffering? Apollo's gaze pierced through her, and she felt laid bare. You must learn to accept the fragility of life, he said. Healing is not a victory, it is a dance with the inevitable. The shadows encroached, whispering secrets long since buried, and Asclepios trembled, caught between the unbearable truth and his dreams of salvation. But I want to believe, he choked out, a plea echoing in the silence. I can't let go. Not now. The night stretched on, heavy with tension, a cosmic battle played out in the stillness. I remember that moment, the heartbeat of time frozen, the air vibrating with unspoken confessions, desires clashing against the stark reality of existence. And as the moon watched over them, a witness to their anguish, Apollo turned, fading into the shadows, leaving behind a haunting silence. Find your peace, Asclepios, he whispered, a sound both distant and near, like the final note of a haunting lullaby that lulled the world to sleep. Asclepios remained, wrestling with his demons, caught in the void between despair and hope. The cries of the afflicted echoed louder, a relentless reminder that the battle was far from over. Time ticked away, each second a reminder of the fragility of life and the weight of promises unfulfilled. And as the darkness deepened, the heart of healing continued to beat. The air was thick, almost liquid, swirling with the scent of incense and decay, the kind of smell that wraps around you like a vice. In the dimly lit chamber, shadows flickered against the stone walls, dancing to the rhythm of murmurs, prayers, fears, hopes. They echoed from the lips of those who had come seeking healing in the embrace of Asclepios, the ancient god of medicine. I stood rooted at the threshold, my heart racing, pounding against my ribs like a desperate prisoner seeking escape. I remember the first time I witnessed it, the sacred sleep. It enveloped the room, wrapping everyone in its gossamer threads. It was a ritual steeped in history and whispered secrets, a gateway forged from dreams and desperation. I could see her, a woman lying on a simple stone bed, her features etched with pain, yet her brow unwrinkled, untroubled by the earthly weight of her suffering. Instead, she was drifting, teetering on the edge of consciousness and the infinite abyss of sleep, where the line between reality and reverie blurred. Her name was Callista. I had known her once, laughing under the sun, her laughter spilling like wine. But now? Now, she was hollow, a mere echo of herself. She had come here, to this temple of shadows and whispers, to seek solace from the relentless grip of sorrow, the kind that gnawed at the edges of her being. I could feel my own heart ache for her, a mirrored pain. I had been there too, lost in my own labyrinth of grief. And then there was Thaddeus, a man burdened by his own demons, a soldier who had seen too much and too little all at once. His eyes, once fierce, now glimmered with a haunted light, as if every soldier's nightmare replayed within. He would kneel beside Callista, his fingers brushing against her skin, desperate to reach the woman he loved, the woman he could save, or so he believed. His hands trembled, not just from the chill of the stone chamber, but from fear. Fear of loss, fear of failure, fear of never being enough. I remember their eyes meeting, lost souls in a sea of darkness, and for a moment, time slipped away. The air thrummed with attention, a silent understanding that cracked beneath the weight of unspoken words. Thaddeus breathed her name, a whisper laced with longing, an incantation that summoned memories like ghosts. Callista, the name hung in the air, heavy with an unfulfilled promise. As she lay there, the flickering torches casting deep shadows that twisted and turned, I watched the tendrils of her dreams spiral above her like smoke. They beckoned, those dreams, a siren call to a world untouched by the harshness of waking life. I felt them too, that yearning, that call to step beyond the veil, but fear clawed at me. What if the dreams betrayed us? What if they brought forth nightmares instead? That night, as the moon wove silver threads through the darkness, I stood close, almost daring to step into the dreams myself. The chamber was filled with a surreal hum, a sound that tingled on the edge of perception. I could see them, vision swirled in vibrant colors, memories twisted and turned into something both grotesque and beautiful. I was drawn to it, to those glimpses of another world, where pain was not the master, but merely a shadow passing by. But then, something shifted in the air. The atmosphere crackled, and I felt a cold finger trace down my spine. A shadow, darker than the night, flickered at the corner of my vision. It was as if the very essence of despair seeped into the room, clawing at the edges of Callista's dreams. I could feel it, the darkness that sometimes overtakes the light, the chaos that threatens to unravel even the most delicate of hopes. "Thaddeus," I whispered, trying to pull him back from the brink. "You mustn't," but he was already lost, his spirit entangled with hers, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he surrendered to the unknown. I could see the fear etched on his face as the shadows thickened, consuming them both. In that moment, I understood the fragility of our human existence, how easily we slip into the abyss, how dreams can warp into nightmares, feeding off our fears and regrets. Callista's brow furrowed, a flicker of distress crossing her features. I could see the tumult within her dreams, the chaos that mirrored the storm brewing in Thaddeus's heart. The bond they shared was both a lifeline and a shackle, tethering them to a dark fate. "I remember," she murmured, her voice a mere wisp, "the laughter, the light, where did it go?" And just like that, the weight of the past crashed down upon us, an avalanche of memories too heavy to bear. I felt every heartbeat surge with desperation, every breath punctuated by the oppressive silence that followed. The stillness was deafening, a palpable thing that wrapped us in its cold embrace. I wanted to scream, to shatter that silence, to pull them both back from the edge of their dreams, but I was paralyzed, an unwilling witness to their descent. "Remember," Thaddeus whispered, kneeling, his voice breaking, raw with emotion. "Remember our promise? We would always find each other, even here." The shadows thickened, swirling around them, but in that moment, a flicker of light ignited between them. It was fragile, like a candle flame against a storm, but it was there, a spark of hope, a reminder that healing can bloom even in the darkest of places. And I watched, breath held tight in my throat, as the boundaries of dreams began to blur with reality. The very fabric of their souls intertwined, illuminating the darkness that clung so fiercely. I could almost see the path unfurling before them, a path woven with memories, laughter, and the promise of healing. I wanted to shout, to join them in that sacred space, where dreams held the power to mend what was broken. But the shadows lingered still, reminding me that for every light, darkness could be lurking, waiting for its moment to strike. The air crackled, a tension that promised an emotional crescendo, a confrontation with the essence of their fears. It was a reminder that healing, though powerful, often demands a price. And as I stood there, suspended in a moment of breathless anticipation, I understood this: in the realm of dreams, nothing was ever truly resolved, and every healing came with its own haunting. As the night deepened, the boundaries between us began to dissolve, the sacred sleep pulling us all deeper into its embrace. The echoes of their struggles, their love, and their fears swirled around us, forming an intricate tapestry of existence, binding us together in a dance of shadows. I held my breath, waiting for the moment of truth, waiting for the darkness to either consume us or release us into the light. and in that stillness, the heartbeat of the universe thrummed, a reminder that the journey was far from over. A deafening silence hung in the air, thick and suffocating, as the sun dipped behind the jagged silhouette of the Acropolis. Shadows stretched across the stone courtyard of the temple, dark fingers reaching out, seeking to grasp the secrets that lay unsaid. The distant sound of a single flute echoed, its mournful notes a haunting lullaby for the lost souls yearning for healing. This was no ordinary evening. The air crackled with tension, a storm brewing within the hearts of those who sought solace beneath Asclepio's watchful gaze. I remember the first time I set foot in the sacred grounds, my heart racing like a caged bird. The walls were adorned with intricate mosaics, vibrant colors depicting scenes of miraculous recoveries and tragic failures. Each tile whispered stories of hope and despair, of those who sought the blessing of the god of medicine, all while clinging to the fragile threads of their existence. And there, among the breathless whispers of the temple, I found Elara, her eyes clouded with uncertainty, yet burning with an unyielding resolve. She was a healer, but her gift had become a burden, a curse that left her isolated. In the shadows, I caught a glimpse of Lysander, a soldier whose body bore the scars of battles fought and lost. His face was a mask of anguish, a silent scream echoing in the depths of his soul. He had ventured to the sanctuary seeking the balm of healing, yet all he found was the weight of his memories, each one a dagger plunging deeper into his heart. I could see it, his fear of being forgotten, a ghost haunting his every step. The temple felt alive, its stones alive with the weight of their struggles, as if it too shared in their suffering, aching for release. "Do you hear that?" Elara's voice trembled, breaking the eerie silence. "They say the walls listen and the stones feel. We're not alone here." Her words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. The shadows seemed to lean in, drawn to her vulnerability, waiting to snatch it away. "What if he doesn't answer?" she whispered, a plea to the cosmos that echoed through the temple's sacred space. "Then we scream," Lysander replied, his voice a low growl, full of raw intensity. "We scream until the heavens bleed." His frustration crackled like lightning, igniting a fire within the room. He was a man grappling with his demons, each breath a battle against the tides of despair threatening to drown him. I felt his anguish echoing in my chest, a living thing that clawed at the edges of my sanity. The shadows writhed, twisting into shapes that beckoned and repelled. I could see them, the faces of the fallen, the whispers of those who had come before, their souls entwined with the very fabric of the temple. "They're here," I murmured, my heart racing. "They're watching." It felt like a macabre dance, the living entwined with the dead, a mingling of hopes and heartbreaks, promises and regrets. "Do you think he's forgotten us?" Elara's voice was barely a whisper, the tremor revealing the fragility of her hope. "What if we don't deserve his mercy?" The weight of her words pressed against my chest, a visceral reminder of how fragile human existence truly was. "No," Lysander interjected, a fierceness that startled even me. "We deserve more than this. We deserve to be seen." His declaration hung in the air, heavy and electrifying, a spark that ignited a flicker of hope within the encroaching darkness. It was raw, unfiltered emotion, the kind that swells in the throat and burns in the eyes, an unshed tear of despair demanding to be acknowledged. With every heartbeat, the tension thickened, the air swirling with unspoken fears and untold desires. I could feel the walls trembling, vibrating with the longing of those who had come seeking healing, their dreams woven into the very stones beneath our feet. A shiver ran through me, a visceral connection to the countless souls who had passed through those hallowed gates, each one a thread in the grand tapestry of life and death. Suddenly, the temple erupted with sound. A cacophony of whispers, the very air alive with voices that seemed to rise from the stone itself. I felt the pulse of the sanctuary, each heartbeat echoing with urgency, drawing us closer to the precipice of revelation. The shadows danced, swirling around us, a vortex of emotions that threatened to consume everything in their path. "Can you feel it?" Elara gasped, her eyes wide with a mix of awe and terror. "It's as if he's here, watching, waiting." Her voice trembled, each word laced with a desperation that struck deep, resonating with my own buried fears. "Yes," I breathed, feeling the hairs on my neck stand on end, a primal instinct warning me of the storm brewing inside me. This was more than a sanctuary, it was a crucible of struggle, of sacrifice, of the relentless pursuit of healing against a backdrop of despair. As the whispers swelled into a haunting crescendo, the air crackled with anticipation. I could taste the tension, feel it coursing through my veins, real, electrifying, intoxicating. This was a moment unlike any other, a collision of souls searching for salvation in a world that had cast them aside. The temple itself seemed alive, breathing in sync with our collective fear. In that moment, I felt a surge of emotion, a profound understanding that transcended words. The scars we bore, the pain we carried, the hope we clung to, it was all a part of our shared humanity, an unbreakable bond that connected us to each other and to the ancient stones that surrounded us. And then, just as abruptly as it had begun, the whispers faded into silence, leaving behind a stillness that felt heavy with promise and dread. The shadows withdrew, retreating into the corners, taking with them the echoes of our fears and dreams. But the pulse of the sanctuary remained, a heartbeat echoing in the dark, whispering that the battle was far from over. I stood there with Ilara and Lysander, my heart racing, the weight of the moment pressing down upon us, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The healing sanctuaries were not just places of refuge, they were arenas of confrontation where we wrestled with our pain and our dreams, a relentless dance between despair and hope. I remembered, oh how I remembered, the sacrifices made in the name of healing, how each breath was a defiance against the encroaching shadows. The night would not claim us, not today. The sanctuary had awakened, and we were merely the beginning of a story that was far from over. Time stretched infinitely before us, and as we stood together in that sacred space, the world outside faded away, leaving only the pulsing heart of the sanctuary, the temple of Asclepios, alive with possibility, daring us to take the next step into the unknown. The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of sweat and desperation, as cries echoed through the stone corridors of the Epidavros sanctuary. I remember the moment vividly, the sharp tang of fear biting at the back of my throat, the frantic pulse of a heart caught in a vice. Torches flickered, casting twisted shadows against the ancient walls, and I felt the weight of 1,000 stories pressing down on me, urging me to remember. In the center of that chaos stood Talia, her eyes wild, glistening with unshed tears. She was a healer, yes, trained in the arts of medicine and rooted in the ancient ways, but here, in this sacred space, she was stripped down to her essence, raw, vulnerable, human. She clutched a blood-stained tunic, a remnant of a life she could not save. The fabric felt like a noose, tightening around her spirit. I can't keep losing them," she whispered, her voice cracking like dry earth underfoot. I could feel the weight of her despair, a tangible thing that clawed at my heart, pulling me closer to the edge of her pain. And then there was Callias, a soldier recently returned from war, dragging his shattered soul behind him like a ragged cloak. The echoes of battle still haunted him, the screams, the gore, an unending nightmare woven into the fabric of his existence. He stood in the doorway, torn between duty and the crushing weight of guilt. "They call you a healer," he said to Talia, voice low and thick with bitterness. "But what good is healing when death rides beside us?" A challenge, a dare. I could see it in the way he clenched his fists, bones white against sunburnt skin. His conflict was an open wound, one that infected the very air around us. "Don't you dare speak of death as if it were a choice." Talia shot back, her words sharp as a spear, aimed at the heart of his despair. "We are not gods, we can only do what we can." But those words hung in the air like a curse, and I could feel, the flicker of doubt in her eyes. The sanctuary, once a haven of healing, now felt like a prison, its very walls closing in, echoing with the unrelenting march of time and its inexorable toll. The sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting a blood-red hue across the sky, and as darkness fell, so too did the weight of their unspoken fears. I remember standing there, breath hitching in my throat, as shadows danced and whispered around us. The walls felt alive, breathing with the stories of the sick and the dying, ghosts of lost hopes and shattered dreams. "Do you believe in fate?" Talia asked, her voice trembling as she turned to me, searching for something, anything, to cling to. "Do you think the gods mock us from above, laughing at our struggles?" There was a desperation in her gaze that pierced through me, an invitation into her soul where light flickered like a dying flame. I wanted to tell her that fate was a cruel mistress, that the gods were indifferent to our plight, but instead, I simply nodded, swallowed down my own doubts. Outside, the howling wind carried with it the cries of the sick, the suffering, a cacophony that seeped into our bones. The sanctuary, once a beacon of hope, now felt like a tomb, the weight of expectation suffocating. I could almost hear the whispers of ancient patience, those who had come seeking solace, only to find themselves entangled in the same web of fate. They bathed once a year, you know, I quipped, attempting a laugh that felt brittle against the backdrop of their pain. So yeah, romance was earthy. But the humor fell flat, like a stone dropped into still water, rippling outward but never touching the depths of their turmoil. Callias glared at me, and I could see the ghosts he carried, friends, comrades, all lost to the chaos of war. "What makes you think we can laugh?" he growled, his voice low and dangerous. "What makes you think that we are anything but shadows of who we once were?" His eyes bore into mine, searching, demanding answers that I didn't have to give. In that moment, I saw the layers of their suffering, the pain of being alive amidst the ruins of dreams. I saw Talia's hands tremble as she reached for Callias, a tentative bridge forged amidst the rubble of their grief. "We're alive," she murmured, her voice softening, the sharpness of her earlier anger dulled by shared sorrow. "We can carry their memories. We can honor them." A fragile hope flickered between them, a thread woven from the fabric of their shared anguish. The wind howled again, as if the very universe mourned with them. I felt the weight of time pressing down, an unrelenting tide that would not be held back. The sanctuary was no longer just a building, it became a vessel of grief, a reminder of all that was lost and all that could still be. The air crackled with tension, memories swirling like dust motes in the fading light. "Help me," Talia suddenly cried, her voice rising above the tumult. "Help me save them." The plea was raw, a wound laid bare, and I felt my heart lurch in response. It was an invocation, a summon to rise against the tide of despair. Callias stepped forward, his wall of bitterness crumbling under the weight of her plea. Together, they stood against the darkness, and for a moment, I could almost believe that the sanctuary could still be a place of healing. But even as they reached for each other, the shadows loomed larger, the ghosts of the past whispering warnings, a chilling reminder that every life touched by the sanctuary was a life held in precarious balance. I could feel the ominous pull of fate tightening around us, and I remembered the stories I had heard, the ones that warned of what lay ahead. Pain and healing, life and death, they were bound together in an eternal dance, and in that moment, I understood. There were no easy answers, no simple resolutions. Only the fragility of hope that flickered in the dark. And so, as I stood there with them, breathless and trembling, I felt the profound weight of their struggles intertwine with my own, all of us caught in the web of this sacred, haunted place. I remember how the night deepened, how the shadows stretched and twisted, echoing the turmoil in our hearts. The sanctuary was alive, a heartbeat thrumming with the intensity of unspoken fears and flickering hopes. And as I stood with Talia and Callias, I knew that the battle was far from over, that the sanctuary would continue to bear witness to the dance of healing and heartbreak, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The darkness loomed ahead, but within that, the faintest glimmer of light beckoned, and we all felt it, each breath a whisper of what was yet to come. The air hung thick and heavy, as if it could absorb the screams echoing through the temple. A single flickering torch cast wild shadows against the stone walls, each flicker a heartbeat, an ominous reminder of the life teetering on the edge of sacrifice. In that moment, the world outside faded, the noise of the city, the cries of the desperate, the laughter of children, they all evaporated into the void. Inside, time collapsed into a singularity of dread and hope, where the fates of three souls intertwined. I stood there, paralyzed, sweat trickling down my spine like ice water. Across the room, Ilara clutched a vial of oil, its contents shimmering with a promise of healing or devastation. Her hands trembled, the glass reflecting the torchlight like a wicked smile, tantalizing yet terrifying. She had spent her nights dreaming of this moment, her every prayer woven into her decision to serve Asclepios, the god of healing. But now, as the cries of the sick and dying echoed in her ears, doubt gnawed at her heart. Was she a healer or a harbinger of death? And then there was Lysander, his breath hitching as he watched Ilara, his chest tightening with an emotion that felt too large, too unbearable. He had come seeking solace, a cure for his brother, now lying pale and gasping in the next chamber. Each fanatical prayer to Asclepios had been laced with desperation. He had lost too many already: friends, family, hope. Would Elara be his last chance? He felt the weight of the world on his shoulders, a crushing burden that left him gasping for air. The temple was alive, the very stones whispering secrets of those who had come before us, each footstep echoing with the weight of their prayers, their sacrifices, their shattered dreams. I could almost see their ghostly forms, flickering like the torchlight, their eyes pleading, their voices blending into a symphony of despair. "Help us," they cried. "Heal us." The air crackled with their collective anguish, wrapping around us like a shroud. I remember, Elara whispered, voice trembling, the first time I held a patient's hand. The warmth of their skin laced with fever, their eyes pleading for salvation. I thought I could save them. I thought I could save everyone. Her voice cracked, the weight of her memories spilling out like tears she refused to shed. But what if I can't save him? Don't you dare say that, Lysander shot back, a fire igniting within him. You have to believe you can. You have to. His eyes were wild, a storm of desperation breaking within him. It was as if the walls themselves were closing in, swallowing his words, his hope. But Elara couldn't meet his gaze. She turned, eyes darting to the altar where offerings lay in wait, dried herbs, sacrifices of fruit, a lifeless bird, all mingling in a macabre display of devotion. "Maybe Asclepios doesn't want me," she murmured, her voice trembling like fresh ink on a page. "What if I'm just a vessel for his wrath?" And the shadows trembled as if they, too, felt her fear. I could feel the atmosphere shift, coiling tighter, thicker. I remembered the stories, the countless sacrifices made to appease the gods, the ways in which hope was so often intertwined with despair. Every offering had a price, the blood of the innocent cried out, their spirits lingering, restless, demanding retribution in the form of suffering. "Elara," I whispered, feeling the weight of her pain. "What if you don't have to carry this alone?" My heart raced, my own doubts clawing at my throat. "You're not just a vessel, you are a healer. Even the gods must listen to you." But as I spoke, I could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes. It was a reflection of my own fears, of every moment we had invested in this broken world, where temples were built on the bones of the lost and the forgotten. Where every prayer was a gamble, and the dice were always loaded against us. "Do you feel it?" Lysander's voice trembled, his hands clenched tightly at his sides. "The presence of those who came before us? It's a warning, isn't it? We're standing on the edge of something terrible." He looked to the altar, his expression hardening. "But I can't let my brother die. I can't let him become just another offering." The shadows in the corners seemed to close in tighter, whispering the names of the long gone. My own heart raced with the urgency of the moment, each beat echoing in sync with Lysander's turmoil. What would it cost him? What would it cost Elara? I remember the screams, Elara confessed softly, shattering the silence like glass. I remember the faces of those I couldn't save. They haunt me. What if I fail again? Her voice broke, the raw vulnerability spilling forth like an open wound. The air thickened, charged with the weight of her confession. I could feel the spirit swirling around us, the echoes of the past intertwining with our present. Each heartbeat resonated with the fear of failure, the dread of the unknown. The temple seemed to pulse, alive with our anguish, and in that moment, I understood, we were not just trapped in a ritual, we were entwined in a web of longing and despair that transcended time. "Trust in the healing," I urged, my own voice a fragile thread woven into the darkness. "Trust in the God who lives within you." And then, as if in response to our collective pleas, a tremor rippled through the air. The shadows flickered, the torchlight dimming, the echoes of the past intertwining with the present. A ghostly figure appeared at the altar, a man, shrouded in darkness, his eyes burning with an otherworldly light. The moment froze, a heartbeat caught between breath and silence, anticipation and dread. We stood on the brink, teetering over the chasm of our fears, our hopes, our failures. As the figure stepped forward, the air thickened, choking us with the gravity of what was to come. Would we embrace the healing? Or would we succumb to the whispers of the past? In that instant, time stretched, every second a universe of emotion, every breath a prayer. The sacred rites had begun. The shadows danced, the echoes merged, and the very essence of our souls trembled with the impending confrontation of faith and fear, hope and despair. The moon hung low, a silver coin caught in the web of a starless night, drenching the damp earth in a haunting glow. It's the kind of night that clings to your skin like the dampness of a forgotten grave. A chill whisper rustled through the trees, a premonition of unspeakable events, shadows lurking just beyond the flickering light of the torches. The air trembled with a sense of urgency, a whisper of something vast and eternal, a heartbeat of the cosmos echoing through the dark. Asclepios stood at the edge of the forest, the wild, tangled wood stretching before him like a monstrous mouth ready to swallow him whole. He was no ordinary healer, he was the son of Apollo, the god of light and prophecy. Yet, tonight, he felt more human than divine, more vulnerable than he ever cared to admit. His heart raced, a frantic drumbeat in the silence, as he prepared to enter that darkness where the boundaries between life and death blurred like a fading dream. I remember the way his hands trembled, fingers curling into fists at his sides as he chanted prayers under his breath. Desperation, raw and biting, clawed at him. Each word was a plea, a hope against hope that Apollo, his father, would heed his call. But the silence that answered him was a void, an empty chasm that threatened to swallow him whole. Apollo, he whispered into the night, and the name slipped from his lips like a prayer, a confession, a last resort. Then there was Callista, her figure emerging from the shadows like a ghost, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, bearing the weight of a grief too heavy for her slender frame. She wore her sorrow like a shroud, pulling it tightly around her as if it was the only thing keeping her grounded in a world that felt like it was spiraling into madness. Asclepios, she breathed, a tremor in her voice that sent shivers racing down his spine. We must hurry. And in that moment, time folded in on itself. Memories of laughter shared, dreams spun under starlit skies, and whispered secrets turned to ashes. They stood together, their destinies intertwined, yet marred by the agony of their choices. She was the embodiment of hope and despair, the very breath of life that pushed him forward, yet she also held the shadows of despair that threatened to extinguish his spark. Asclepios took a step closer, feeling the magnetic pull between them, an intensity that made his pulse quicken. I can't lose you too, Callista, he said, and the vulnerability in his voice hung in the air like the fog that curled around their feet. Not again. Then fight. Her voice pierced through the melancholy, the fire in her tone igniting something deep within him. You have the power, Asclepios. Your hands can heal. But self-doubt clawed at him, a relentless beast gnawing at the edges of his mind. Would he fail her again? Would he let Apollo down? The weight of his lineage, the expectations of a god, pressed heavily on his shoulders. He could feel the fear pooling in his stomach, a cold, heavy stone, the kind that drags you down in the depths of despair. The trees seemed to lean in closer, eavesdropping on their exchange, the shadows dancing like specters in the corner of his vision. It was in that silence, a silence so thick it could be sliced with a dagger, that he felt it, the intercession of Apollo, a fleeting whisper grazing his consciousness. An image flickered in his mind, a vision of light breaking through the darkness, of hope reborn in the ashes of despair. But along with the light came the shadows, the specters of those he had lost. He saw their faces, each one a ghost haunting the corridors of his memory. I remember, he murmured, the fear creeping back in like a tide, threatening to drown him. I remember, when I laid my hands on them, his voice broke as the memories flooded back, unrelenting, a river of sorrow crashing through the dam of his heart. Callista stepped forward, urgent, fierce, her hand gripping his arm with an intensity that drew him back to the present. What do you see? Her eyes bore into his, searching for answers that felt just out of reach. A path, he said, his breath hitching in his throat. But it twists and turns like a serpent, and I fear where it leads. There is strength in uncertainty, she urged, her voice softening, wrapping around him like a warm embrace. You are not alone. Apollo is with us. But as he gazed into her eyes, those depths that held both warmth and tempest, he felt the cold fingers of doubt curl around his heart. And what if he isn't? The words felt like knives scraping against his soul. Then came the rustle of leaves, the faintest echo of a distant howl. The night had grown restless, the shadows shifting as though they were alive, writhing with anticipation. Something was coming. And just then, a figure emerged from the darkness, cloaked in night and sorrow. A man, no, a spectre, drifting toward them with a purpose that sent dread slithering down Asclepio's spine. The air grew thick, heavy with foreboding. "Who dares to tread upon sacred ground?" the figure rasped, his voice a low growl that vibrated through the very core of Asclepio's being. He felt Callista stiffen beside him, her breath caught in her throat, and for a moment, the world hung in a delicate balance. "I seek the truth," Asclepios answered, though his voice trembled. "I seek life." "Life?" The spectre laughed, a sound devoid of warmth, echoing in the dark like a death knell. "And what will you sacrifice to reclaim it?" In that moment, time fractured, splintering under the weight of unspoken fears and desires. The spectre's eyes glinted, reflecting the pain and hope that twisted through him like a double-edged sword. Asclepios felt the ground shift beneath him, the cosmos spinning wildly in a dance of fate and choice. Callista's hand tightened in his, and he could feel the warmth of her resolve coursing through him. "Whatever it takes," she declared, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. But the spectre only smiled, a cruel twist of lips that promised nothing but heartache. "Then you shall see." And with that, the shadows surged forward, enveloping them in darkness, pulling them deeper into the unknown. A confrontation awaited, a reckoning with the very fabric of existence, the ties of love, loss, and the undying spirit of hope. In those moments, Asclepios understood that the intercession of Apollo was not merely a call for salvation, it was a battle of souls, a collision of light and darkness, and he was caught in the eye of the storm. With the weight of the cosmos pressing down upon him, he stepped forward, ready to confront whatever fate had in store. The night held its breath, the universe paused, and in that fleeting moment of eternity, everything shifted. The city lay cloaked in a murky haze, the air thick with the scent of decay and despair. A cacophony of distant wails drifted through the cobblestone streets as night fell like a funeral shroud, wrapping the world in darkness, insinuating itself into every crevice of the soul. Shadows danced in the flickering light of torches, casting grotesque shapes, while beneath the streets, an air of panic simmered, waiting to erupt. I stood there, heart racing, pulse pounding, caught between the chaos of the world and the quiet whisper of my own thoughts. Hygeia, daughter of Asclepios, the goddess of health, had always been a flicker of hope in a realm consumed by sickness. Yet, here I was, in the depths of a plague-ridden city, facing an insurmountable dread. I clutched a vial of medicine, a potion of dreams, a promise of salvation, yet it felt like a cold stone in my hand. The weight of it pressed down, heavy with the knowledge of what it could not cure. I remembered my brother, Eros, his laughter once like music, a melody now silenced by a relentless fever. I could still see him, feverish and pale, eyes glazed with an otherworldly sheen. "Sister," he whispered through cracked lips, "if only Hygeia could come and save me." His words haunted me, echoing through the corridors of my mind like a ghost refusing to fade. And yet, as I stood frozen in that moment, something shifted. A presence emerged from the shadows. A figure draped in a cloak of night, eyes glinting like shards of glass in the dim light. Her voice cut through the air, sharp and clear. "Do you seek health? Or do you seek the truth?" It was Hygeia. Her aura crackled with intensity, a palpable force that made my heart stutter. I faltered, the truth slipping through my fingers like sand. "I seek to save my brother." She stepped closer, and I could feel her essence, powerful, bone-chilling, yet undeniably magnetic. "Health is an illusion, dear daughter. To live is to suffer. To suffer is to learn." Each word wrapped around my heart, squeezing tighter, yet I couldn't turn away. The truth was both a weapon and a balm, and I craved it even as it terrified me. In that moment, I thought of Eros, of his skin burning with fever, of the way his laughter had once lit the shadows of our home. "What do I need to do?" The words spilled from my lips, laced with desperation. "Face the darkness. Embrace it. Only then can you hold the light." She lifted her hand, revealing a glowing flower, its petals shimmering with a light that felt both divine and cursed. This will guide you, but it will also reveal your fears. I reached for the flower, and a rush of memories flooded through me, visions of laughter that turned to screams, the taste of joy soured by grief. I felt the darkness creeping in, how it had seeped into my bones, how it had whispered lies in the quiet of the night. I was terrified of what I might find. Eros! The name caught in my throat, a fishbone lodged in my heart. I looked at Hygeia, desperate. Please, help me. But the goddess only smiled, an enigmatic smirk that sent chills racing down my spine. Help comes in many forms. Suddenly, the air felt electric, vibrating with unspoken tension. I could hear the whispers of the night, the cries of the afflicted echoing through the streets. It was like a symphony of sorrow, each note striking at my very core. Show me, I demanded, a sudden fierce resolve igniting within me. Show me what I must do. She gestured toward the shadows, a darkness that felt alive, pulsating with the anguish of the sick and dying. I took a step forward, heart pounding, each beat a reminder that life still clung to me, fragile and fleeting. Fear not the shadows, Hygeia breathed, her voice a soft caress. They are merely reflections of what you are willing to confront. With a deep breath, I stepped into the void. The darkness swallowed me whole, a cold embrace that wrapped around me like a shroud. I could hear Eros's laughter echoing in the distance, warped and twisted, morphing into cries of pain. The shadows shifted, revealing faces, ghosts of the past, lost souls begging for release. Help us, they whispered, voices like rusted chains scraping against my heart. Help us find the light. I stumbled, gripping the flower in my palm, its warmth contrasting the chill surrounding me. I can't! I screamed, the sound lost in the void. But then, I felt a flicker of defiance rise within me. I won't abandon you. It was as if the darkness recoiled, retreating from my fierce declaration. The air shimmered with potential, and I could feel Hygeia's presence guiding me, urging me onward. Face your fears, she echoed in my mind, a mantra pulsing with rhythm. Only then can you break free. And I began to confront them, every fear, every haunting memory. Each ghost that emerged from the shadows revealed a piece of my soul, and as I faced them, the weight of hopelessness began to lift. I could see Eros in my mind's eye, his smile emerging from the shadows like dawn breaking through a storm. Hygeia! I called, voice cracking with emotion. I am ready. But with that declaration came doubt. Would I truly be able to heal him? Could I wrestle the shadows from the grip of despair? And then I saw it, the glimmer of light breaking through the darkness. Hope danced within my chest, a fragile flame that flickered but did not extinguish. I could feel the warmth spreading, pulsing with life. The shadows began to dissolve, the spirits fading, their whispers turning to sighs of relief. I stepped forward with purpose, knowing that health wasn't simply the absence of illness but the presence of courage, the resolve to fight through the darkest nights for the ones we love. I could feel Hygeia's gaze upon me, her approval wrapping around me like a protective cloak. You are not alone, she whispered, and in that moment, I understood. As the darkness receded, I felt a rush of clarity, an overwhelming tide of emotion. I would save Eros, no matter the cost. My heart raced, alive with the knowledge that I was not just fighting for health but for the very essence of life itself. The flower pulsed in my palm, beaconing me forward. Come, it seemed to say. Let the light guide you. And so I ran, through the night, toward the hope that shimmered in the distance, knowing that the battle was just beginning. The shadows would always linger, but I had found the strength within to face them, one heartbeat at a time. A scream pierced the heavy air of the dimly lit temple, reverberating off the ancient stone walls, each echo a desperate plea that clawed at the night. A woman, pale as the moonlight filtering through the cracks, fell to her knees, her hands trembling over the blood-soaked floor. The scent of iron mixed with the incense, a heavy fog that engulfed everything, stinging the eyes and clawing at the throat. I watched, heart pounding, as she gasped for breath, the words of the oracle still clinging to her mind, a haunting refrain. He will come to claim you, but not without a cost. Her name was Callista, a healer caught in the web of fate, a daughter of Asclepius who wielded the power to mend flesh and bone but couldn't tether her own spirit. The shadows danced around her, curling like whispers, and I felt the weight of her sorrow as if it were my own. She had tried to save him, her brother, the boy with laughter like bright summer days. But life had swept him away, and now she stood alone, surrendering to a darkness that threatened to consume her. Then there was Orpheus, the musician who wandered the city with melodies that could charm the very stones of the earth. His heart, once a symphony, now shattered into a dissonant cacophony of grief. He had lost her, Eurydice, slipping through his fingers like smoke. I could almost hear his song, a mournful whisper that echoed through the ruins. "I will bring her back," he swore, his voice a fragile promise that rang hollow against the ancient stones. Yet deep within, a dark seed of doubt took root. What if the gods were not so forgiving? What if he was doomed to lose her forever? In the shadows, I felt the weight of the stories entwined around me, the threads of mythology and medicine woven together in a tapestry that spoke of both salvation and despair. Asclepius stood as a god of healing, but he too bore the scars of loss. He had dared to defy fate, to bring the dead back to life, and in his hubris, he was struck down by Zeus' own lightning. A warning, perhaps, etched into the very fabric of existence: no one escapes the grasp of mortality. Callista and Orpheus, two souls entwined in a cosmic dance of love and loss, found themselves drawn together, a moth to a flame, each seeking solace in the other's pain. I could see it, the way they exchanged glances, how their quiet desperation forged an unspoken bond. But in the back of their minds, the creeping dread whispered, what if this is but a moment before the storm? As the moon hung heavy in the sky, their fates collided. "You can't bring her back," Callista cried, her voice raw, her hands fisted at her sides. Anguish transformed her features, a mask of a woman who bore the weight of 1,000 lifetimes. "You'll only invite ruin." "I don't care," he replied, eyes darkened with a resolve that bordered on madness. "I'll make a deal with Hades if I must. Nothing can keep me from her." The fervor in his voice cracked like thunder, igniting the air between them. Love can be a beautiful thing, sure, but there's an intensity in despair that can ignite the darkest impulses. I could see the shadows swirl, forming a tempest around them, blurring the lines between the living and the dead. The whispers grew louder, the stories of those who had gone before, of lives lived and lost, of love that lingers in the air long after the physical form has been taken. The gods watched, unseen, their laughter echoing like distant thunder. Callista closed her eyes, memories flooding her mind, the laughter of her brother, the way he'd run through the fields chasing butterflies, the brightness he brought to her world. "What will you offer?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, laced with the fragility of hope and the weight of despair. The air crackled, pregnant with tension as if the cosmos itself held its breath. "A piece of my soul," he breathed, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. "I'll give anything to hold her once more." The moment hung heavy, suspended in time, both sacred and profane. A heartbeat away from damnation. I watched them as the temple became a stage for their tragic play, the flickering flames casting their shadows long and distorted. A heartbeat, a breath, that's all it took for the gods to shift the balance, to tip the scales of fate. The ground beneath them trembled as the weight of their choices loomed large, a specter of consequences waiting in the wings. "Don't do this," Callista pleaded, but her voice was swallowed by the shadows, the temple now alive with terrifying potential. "You don't know what lies in the abyss." Yet the call of love was stronger than the voice of reason, and Orpheus was already stepping closer to the edge. In that moment, I felt the tears pooling in my own eyes, the pain of their struggles resonating within me. I remembered my own family, the laughter of my siblings echoing in my mind, the ache of loss, the desperate clinging to hope. What if I too lose everything? I thought, my heart racing as I realized how deeply I was entwined in their fate. Their destinies were laid bare, an intricate tapestry woven from the threads of mythology and medicine, of life and death. A dance on the knife's edge where love could heal or destroy, where the power to mend flesh could not mend the heart. The air thickened, charged with unspoken fears and desires, as they stood at the precipice of their choices, the clock ticking down in a world where the gods played their games, indifferent to the hearts they shattered. "Then let it be so," Orpheus declared, his voice a haunting melody that drowned out all else. The moment shattered like glass, a silence falling over the temple, thick and suffocating. What would become of them? Of us all? I could feel the weight of history pressing in, a tide threatening to pull us under. And as I stood there, breathless, I knew this was just the beginning, a fleeting glimpse into the chaos that awaited. The shadows danced, and the story would weave on, forever entwined in the struggle between love and loss, hope and despair, the sacred and the profane. The air hung thick with desperation, an almost tangible fog wrapping around the stone altar like a shroud. A flickering candle illuminated the face of Asher, her eyes wide, reflecting a world on the brink of collapse. Blood dripped slowly from her fingertips, a stark reminder of the ritual that had spiraled into chaos. The chanting echoed in the damp chamber, a haunting melody that seemed to summon shadows from the very walls. I could feel my heart racing, a drumbeat of dread, a prelude to something unspeakable. "Stop! Stop!" she cried, her voice cracking against the weight of the night. The words clawed at the silence, desperate yet fragile, hanging in the air like a forgotten prayer. Each syllable seemed to pulse, vibrating against the cold stone, a plea that carried the unrelenting fear of what lay ahead. Asher, the priestess, once a beacon of hope, now stood on the edge of despair, her soul torn between duty and the chaos seeping into her veins. Beside her, Malik knelt, his brow slick with sweat, a man caught in a tempest of duty and betrayal. His hands trembled as he clutched an ancient dagger, the weight of history seeping into his bones, the blade a grim reminder of what was demanded of him. "We can't do this anymore," he shouted, desperation dripping from his words like the blood that stained the altar. "We're not gods. We're just human." And there it was, that piercing admission, echoing again and again in the silence that followed, a crack in the facade they had both worn like armor. Human, the word hung, a ghost between them, reminding them of the promises made and the sacrifices demanded. The air grew heavier, thick with the scent of candle wax and fear, a cocktail potent enough to make even the bravest tremble. In that moment, I felt the weight too, a suffocating pressure pushing down on my chest, as if the very world conspired to crush the hopes of those who dared to dream. I saw the scars etched on Asher's arms, reminders of her past, of the night spent in service to something greater. She had burned herself into a symbol, yet the flames had left her hollow. Now, the very fire that had once illuminated her path threatened to consume her whole. "I remember when we thought this was sacred," Asher whispered, her voice barely a breath, her fingers brushing against the altar as if seeking solace from the stone itself. "I remember the joy in the ceremonies, the laughter under the moonlight." But the laughter had faded, replaced by something sinister, something that lurked just beyond their reach. "What are we doing, Malik? What have we become?" The shadows danced around them, weaving a tapestry of despair that tightened like a noose. Malik stared into her eyes, searching for a glimmer of the woman he had once known, the devoted priestess who had stood unwavering in the face of darkness. Yet now, the cracks in her resolve spread like a spider's web, intricate yet fragile. "Asher," he breathed, the word a whisper of longing, of fear that seeped through his fingertips like sand slipping away. The chanting grew louder, more erratic, an ominous hymn thrumming through the chamber as the followers gathered outside, their voices rising in a frenzy. They demanded answers, demanded sacrifice, and it was then that the real terror struck, a realization that sent chills rippling down my spine. The cult had begun to morph, consuming those it claimed to protect, twisting faith into fanaticism. "Leave with me," Malik urged, a fierce intensity in his eyes. "We can escape this. We can be free." But Asher's gaze was drawn to the altar, to the darkness pooling at its base, a reminder of the cost of their freedom. She felt chained to the very essence of what she had sworn to uphold, a commitment that felt like a knife slashing at her heart. "No." She recoiled, the words slicing through the tension. "I can't abandon them. They need me. I've spent so long trying to be something." Her voice cracked, a raw edge that mirrored the splinters of her soul. "What if I'm not enough? What if I walk away and everything falls apart?" "Then let it fall," he shouted, the urgency of his voice a lifeline thrown against the raging tide. "Don't you see? It's already falling apart. We're not gods, Asher. We're just people trying to survive." The truth of his words hung heavy between them, a palpable tension that crackled in the air, a collision of hope and despair. The chanting crescendoed, a cacophony that reverberated through the stone walls, a dark symphony summoning something ancient, something unforgiving. Asha's heart raced, a wild animal caught in a snare, the dread pooling in her stomach. They were at a precipice, a moment where choice met consequence, where the weight of the past threatened to crush them into the dust. "I remember," she murmured, her voice barely audible over the growing storm. "I remember the first time I felt the light. I thought it was guiding me. But what if it was leading me into darkness?" Her eyes flitted to the shadows, to the flickering candlelight that danced like spirits of the damned. "What if the gods we serve are nothing but ghosts?" The darkness pulsed, an answering heartbeat, and in that heartbeat, I felt the rapture of truth, the exhilarating horror of standing on the brink of revelation. The choice lay bare before them, stark and unyielding. The moment stretched, time itself folding into a tapestry of uncertainty, the air electric with the weight of unspoken fears, desires, and the terrifying prospect of freedom. Asha and Malik stood face to face, two souls intertwined in their shared struggle, their breaths mingling in the thick, charged air. Outside, the followers roared, their chant rising like a tide intent on claiming its sacrifice, unaware of the battle raging within the hearts of their leaders. With every heartbeat, the tension throbbed, pulling tighter, binding them in a web of fate that offered no escape. And just like that, the world tilted, a fragile balance shifting, and in that moment, I held my breath, caught in the web of their choice, the weight of their decisions echoing in the silence that followed. The candle flickered, the shadows danced, and somewhere in the distance, the clock struck a haunting reminder of the impending reckoning, a countdown to either salvation or damnation. The twilight hung thick like a shroud, wrapping the world in shadows and whispers. A single candle flickered in the corner of the dimly lit chamber, illuminating Asclepio's face, pale as the moon, etched with the weight of 1,000 tragedies. I remember the chill of that night, the oppressive silence that enveloped us as uncertainty slithered through the air, prickling our skin. He stood there, resolute yet trembling, the air crackling with impending doom. I could feel my heart pounding, a drum echoing a primal rhythm of anxiety. Outside, the city lay restless, its heartbeat frantic with chaos. The cries of the afflicted, those suffering from pestilence, their bodies twisted in pain, resonated like a mournful symphony. I remember the stench of fear thickened by sweat, blood, and decay. It was everywhere, and it clung to us like a second skin. We were trapped in this liminal space, caught between life and death, and the stakes had never been higher. "Do you see them?" Asclepios murmured, his voice a cascade of anguish. He was more than a healer, more than a man. But that night, he felt the weight of his own limitations. All of them, suffering, and I can do nothing. His hands, once steady and sure, trembled as they gripped the edge of the table. I remember the desperation in his eyes, a storm brewing amid the calm. A battle raged within him, this man who had touched the divine and yet stood upon the precipice of despair. I watched him, and I felt the crack in my own heart widen. He was my brother, my anchor, and I feared losing him to this abyss. "Asclepios, you are more than this. You are flesh and blood, yes, but you are also a beacon." My voice quivered, but I pressed on, hoping to pierce through the veil of his torment. "They need you. You need to believe that you can save them." A flicker of anger flashed across his features, raw and unfiltered. "Believe? Belief doesn't mend broken bodies or cure the damned." The shadows danced in his eyes, dark tendrils of doubt wrapping around his spirit. I saw it, the moment he began to question everything he had ever known. The candle sputtered, and the room darkened. I could feel the pull of fate tightening its grip, and with it came a surge of memories, a haunting echo of our childhood days. We were mere boys, racing through the fields, laughter spilling into the air like music, untainted by the harshness of life. I remember, we thought we could conquer the world," I whispered, and for a heartbeat, I thought I saw a flicker of that boy within him. But then it crashed back, the weight of reality, grave, oppressive. "The gods, what do they know of suffering?" His voice cracked, vulnerability pouring forth like a flood. "What do they know of the flesh, the blood, the anguish? I am surrounded by death, and they remain silent." He was right, of course, but the truth felt like a blade, sharp and cutting. In that moment, the walls of the chamber closed in on us, the air thick with desperation. His hands clenched into fists, knuckles white against the encroaching darkness. I remembered the tales, the stories of mortals who dared to reach beyond the stars, only to fall, plummeting into oblivion. Would he be one of them? Would he surrender to the void, forsaking the very essence of his humanity in pursuit of divinity? The candle flickered once more, and for an instant, the shadows retreated, revealing the silhouette of a woman, Irene, the healer, the lover. Her eyes were pools of sorrow, a wellspring of emotion that threatened to drown us all. Asclepios, she breathed, voice like silk yet heavy with despair. You hold the power within you. Do not let fear consume you. But fear had already wrapped its cold fingers around his heart. What if I fail? His voice was barely a whisper, yet it resonated with a thunderous finality. I could feel the walls of the chamber tremble beneath the weight of his question, and for the first time, uncertainty clawed at my own resolve. A silence hung between us, heavy and suffocating. Irene stepped closer, her presence a balm against the turmoil. Then you stand up again. You fight again. You become more. Her words dripped with conviction, a lifeline thrown into the tumultuous sea of despair. And it was then that I saw it, the flicker of something ancient awaken within him. A realization. A reckoning. A transformation. What if the gods are not above us but within us, he murmured, half to himself as if unearthing a long-buried truth. What if I can be a god of healing, a god of mercy? The tension in the air shifted, a tide turning. I could feel the weight of the moment, this fragile thread that connected the mortal and the divine. The candle sputtered again, casting eerie shapes around the room as if the shadows themselves were alive, writhing in anticipation. One life can make a difference, Irene whispered, her voice steady yet reverberating with urgency. You are not just a healer, you are hope incarnate. You must believe that what you feel, what you touch, can create ripples across worlds. I saw him then, the man, the myth with the Asclepios, standing at the crossroads of destiny, the flickering flame of hope igniting in his chest. Then I will not falter. I will rise. I will transform, he declared, his voice rising, echoing like thunder through the dark. But as I watched the spark of determination illuminate his face, I couldn't shake off the chill running down my spine. The shadows whispered, warnings cloaked in the night. What did this transformation mean? What price would he pay to cross that threshold? Asclepios took a step forward, arms outstretched toward the darkness that enveloped him, ready to embrace the divine, ready to become more than a man. And as I stood there, caught in the storm of his awakening, I felt the pulse of the cosmos, a rhythm beating through us, all of us, an echo of eternity. I remember the flickering candle, the shadows, the whispers, the laughter of children long gone. I remember, and in that remembering, the moment stretched infinitely, poised between what was and what could be. The transformation had begun, and as the night deepened, I knew we were teetering on the brink of something extraordinary, a metamorphosis that would ripple through the fabric of existence itself. The world held its breath, waiting for the dawn of a new god. In the dim light of a flickering torch, the air thick with the pungent scent of sweat and despair, I remember the moment the scream pierced the silence. It was a mother's wail, raw and unyielding, her heart fracturing into 1,000 tiny pieces as her child lay motionless on the cold stone floor. The grim reality of mortality wrapped itself around us like a suffocating shroud, and in that moment, all the teachings of Asclepios, the god of medicine, felt like whispers lost in the wind. His children, Hygeia, the embodiment of health, and Panacea, the bringer of healing, stood before the cruel tableau, their faces mirrors of anguish and determination. The shadows danced around them, flickering like memories of hope fading into the abyss. They were warriors of a different kind, armed with knowledge but haunted by the limits of their power. They could not save every life, and that truth twisted like a knife in their chests. Hygeia stepped forward, her heart pounding, an echo of a distant drum signaling the war raging within her. The blood on her hands had become a familiar sight, a constant reminder of her failures and triumphs. I remember the whispers of the ancients, she murmured, her voice trembling like autumn leaves caught in a storm. They say that healing is a gift, but what if it's a curse? What if I cannot heal him? What if I am not enough? Her brother, Panacea, with his wide, stormy eyes that held galaxies of unspoken words, clutched her arm. "Sister," he said, urgency lacing his tone, "we are not gods. We are human. We can only do what lies within our reach." But even as he spoke, doubt gnawed at him. He had witnessed the suffering of the world, the relentless march of disease, each ailment a thief robbing the light from the eyes of the innocent. "Do you hear it?" Hygeia whispered, her gaze a distant stare lost in the echoes of the past. "The clock ticking, each second a heartbeat slipping away? Time is a cruel mistress, taunting us with the promise of healing while leading us deeper into despair." She was a woman weighed down by the expectations of the world, her heart aching with the knowledge that no amount of love could weave the fragile threads of life back together. Panacea, with a heart full of hope and yet a mind burdened by the reality of failure, felt the walls closing in. "We cannot abandon him," he urged, desperation clawing at his throat like a feral beast. "We owe it to him, to each soul we have touched," but the child lay silent, his breath a ghostly memory. Each shallow gasp of air was a reminder of the fragility of existence. The truth hung heavy in the air, even the greatest healers could not conquer the finality of death. It was a bitter truth, one that echoed through the ages, a haunting melody that would follow them long after this night. In the corner of the dimly lit chamber, shadows whispered of the past, of their father, Asclepios, who had once walked among mortals, wielding knowledge like a sword, cutting through the pain of the world. "He believed in us," Panacea said, almost pleading, as if invoking their father's spirit could summon a miracle. "He poured his wisdom into us, and yet here we stand, powerless. What if we fail him too?" Hygeia's breath hitched, a sound caught somewhere between a sob and a laugh. "What if we already have?" The words hung in the air, stark and cruel, like a storm cloud darkening a sunlit day. As the flickering torchlight cast eerie shapes upon the walls, the echoes of their father's teachings became a ghostly chorus, haunting them. "The mind is a labyrinth," he used to say, "and within it lies the key to understanding the body." But what good was understanding when the heart shattered like glass with every life lost? She could feel the weight of despair pressing down on her, suffocating. "I wanted to bring health to the people," Hygeia confessed, her voice breaking, "but instead, I feel like I'm drowning in their suffering. Every face I cannot save is a wound that will never heal. Am I a healer, or am I merely a witness to their pain?" Panacea's brow furrowed, his mind racing with thoughts of all those he had treated, each life a flicker of light in the darkness. "We can't let the darkness win, Hygeia. We must fight. We must believe that every effort counts, that our love reaches beyond the grave." His words, though brave, were laced with a tremor of fear, as if he were trying to convince himself more than her. The child lay still, a chilling reminder of the price of life. Outside, the moon hung heavy in the sky, casting a silver hue over the world, indifferent to the turmoil within. Time and space felt like an endless loop, a cruel repetition of moments where healing was both a triumph and a torment. "I remember the nights I spent studying," Hygeia said softly, her voice barely above a whisper, "the texts, the herbs, the remedies that promise salvation. But now I feel like an architect of dreams turned to dust. I thought knowledge was power, but it feels like a prison. Maybe," Panacea said, his voice breaking, "maybe we find strength in our vulnerability. In our failures." The words trembled on his lips, holding a truth that felt almost too profound to bear. What if their pain, their struggle, was a thread connecting them to the very essence of humanity? And in that realization, as the shadows flickered, a surge of emotion roared to life between them, an undeniable bond forged through suffering and love. They were not just children of a god, they were children of humanity, tasked with the sacred mission of healing, even when the odds felt insurmountable. But as the night deepened, and the child remained still, reality pressed closer, a relentless tide threatening to drown them in despair. And in that moment of vulnerability, they understood that the wounds they carried were not just theirs to bear, they belonged to everyone, the broken, the lost, the desperately seeking hope in a world that often seemed devoid of it. The air grew thick with unspoken words, with promises and regrets, as Hygeia and Panacea clung to each other in the suffocating darkness. The torch flickered one last time, casting shadows that danced, teasing the boundaries between life and death, hope and despair. Outside, the moon continued its watch, indifferent yet present, a reminder that life, in all its fragility, persisted. The walls of the chamber echoed their heartbeats, a syncopated rhythm of fear, love, and the eternal struggle against an uncaring universe. And as the night wore on, they would not abandon their post, nor each other. The battle against despair was a relentless one, but in that shared moment of fear and determination, they felt the flicker of hope ignite between them, a fragile light, but a light nonetheless. In the depths of the night, they would continue to fight, for every heartbeat was a prayer, every breath a promise. The story was far from over. It was a loop of struggle and perseverance, a testament that echoed through time, echoing the core of humanity's relentless spirit, a spirit that refused to fade into the shadows. The night was heavy with a silence that pressed down like a leaden blanket, smothering whispers and prayers alike. Only the damp rustle of leaves disturbed the air, each sigh of the wind a reminder of those who had once sought solace under the sacred trees of Epidaurus. Now, the sanctuary was a graveyard of hopes. I stood at the edge of the temple, the ghost of Asclepios looming larger than life in my mind, a gaunt figure with outstretched arms that seemed to beckon not just the sick, but the hopeless, the desperate, the damned. I remember the first time I felt that pull. It was a night much like this one, the moon a cruel crescent hanging low in the sky, illuminating the cobblestone paths that twisted away from the temple. The air was thick with the stench of burnt herbs and incense, mingling with the coppery tang of blood from the offerings laid at the altar. I was there, not as a believer but as a skeptic, a physician burdened by the weight of my own failures. The unquenchable ache of my mother's illness still haunted me, her frail body now but a wisp of what it once was. I remember reaching for her hand, the warmth fading from her fingers, the way her eyes, usually pools of calm, turned tempestuous as she gasped for breath. Across from me stood Lysander, a man torn between faith and the raw, visceral need for empirical evidence. His hands, calloused from endless practice, trembled as he traced the ancient scrolls that spoke of Asclepios' miracles. "Look here," he cried, his voice a brittle edge against the night, "it says he healed with the power of dreams." Dreams? How can I wield something as ephemeral as that? His desperation was palpable, a living thing that pulsed in the dark, wrapping around my chest like a vice. "Don't you see?" I shot back, my voice rising, brimming with a strange mixture of anger and fear. "We are not gods, Lysander. We are mere mortals, bound by fate and flesh. What can we do against the tide of death?" My heart raced as I spoke, the truth clawing its way from my throat. The ghosts of my past echoed around us, the faces of those I had been unable to save, each one a haunting reminder, each one a silent scream lodged in my throat. But even as I fought against hope, there was Helen, standing at the fringe of our argument like a spectre from the hills, her emerald eyes glistening with tears that mirrored the stars above. She was a woman of contradictions, both fierce and fragile, her spirit unyielding even as her body betrayed her. Cancer had taken residence within her, gnawing at her like a persistent thief in the night. She had come here seeking answers, seeking solace, hoping to find a spark of life among the relics of the past. "Perhaps," she whispered, her voice barely a ripple in the stillness, "perhaps it's not about us being gods. Perhaps it's about believing in something greater." Her gaze pierced through the darkness, reaching out to the ancient stones of the temple. I watched her, my heart twisting at the thought of her faith, the way it flickered like a candle in the wind, so fragile, yet so fiercely illuminating. "I remember," she continued, her voice steadying, "the night my father died. I held his hand, and I felt the warmth leave him. I prayed, I begged Asclepios to take him instead, to spare him the pain. It was a foolish prayer, one born of desperation. But I remember the peace that enveloped me, like a soft embrace from the universe itself." Tears streamed down her cheeks, leaving trails of glistening sorrow in their wake. Lysander's anger flickered. His eyes darted between us, the embers of doubt smoldering. "And what of the ones who suffer? The ones who cry out for help and receive none? What of the children who wither in their cribs, the mothers who mourn?" His voice rose in a crescendo, a storm brewing inside him, an intensity that made the night tremble. "Do dreams heal them? Can faith save the damned?" The words hung heavy in the air, a dark omen that settled into our bones. I felt the weight of the unspoken moments, the shadows creeping closer, a reminder of our limitations, an echo of every life we had failed to save. I wanted to scream, to shake Lysander awake from his delusions, to rip the faith from Helen's heart and replace it with the cold, hard truth. But something in me welled up, a flicker of understanding that felt almost blasphemous. What if faith could be a medicine too, a balm for the broken? In that haunted shrine, surrounded by incense and the weight of 1,000 prayers, we confronted the specters of our past, our failings, our losses, our fears. We stood at the precipice of belief and reason, the shadows of Asclepios looming larger than life, as if he were watching us, urging us to acknowledge the tangled web of science and spirituality, of hope and despair entwined like lovers in a darkened alleyway. I remember the moment the first rays of dawn crept through the trees, casting ethereal light upon the temple ruins. It was a moment thick with promise yet laced with the bitter taste of uncertainty. The shadows began to recede, but they would never fully disappear. They would linger, whispering tales of lives lost and lives saved, echoing the chilling truth that in the legacy of Asclepios, the line between healer and the healed was never quite so clear. And as the sun rose, we remained there, 3 souls tangled in a dark yet brilliant tapestry woven from sorrow and hope. I felt the air crackle with the remnants of our fears, our dreams, and our intertwined destinies. The legacy of Asclepios would haunt us still, a reminder that healing was not simply a matter of science or superstition, but a delicate dance between the two. The temple stood silent, a guardian of secrets yet untold, and the night whispered its promises to the waking world. A silence hung thick in the air, swallowing the city of Epidaurus whole. The sun was just a cruel sliver on the horizon, casting long shadows that twisted and curled like forgotten memories. I could feel my heart pounding, each beat a desperate plea for survival. The sound of distant wailing fractured the stillness, a mother's anguished cry echoing through the narrow streets. Her daughter, nestled in the arms of the gods, lay lifeless beneath the cool marble of the temple of Asclepius. I remember standing there, my breath hitching in my throat as the weight of despair pressed down on my chest. I was no healer, just a lowly scribe, aching to etch my mark upon this world. But even I could feel the suffocating grief that seeped into the stones, an uninvited spectre. The air thickened with the sweet scent of myrrh and bitter herbs, an intoxicating reminder that life and death danced on a knife's edge. Then there was Lysandra, the town's most revered healer. With her wild hair that fell around her face like a tempest, she became a force of nature. She knelt beside the girl, her hands trembling, a storm of emotions raging in those deep-set eyes. I felt the pull of her struggle, the way her heart fought against the iron grip of hopelessness. Lysandra had spent years honing her craft, she'd climbed the heights of knowledge and wrestled with the mysteries of the body. But today, those lessons fell away like autumn leaves, stark against the pale ground. "I can save her," she whispered, but her voice shattered like fragile glass. I didn't know if she was trying to convince herself or the gods. A flicker of desperation danced in her gaze, and I could hear the tick-tock of time, each second an eternity. I remember gripping my quill, poised above my parchment, the ink drying in the air as I watched the scene unfold like a tragic play. And then there was Thales, the father, whose face was a canvas of anguish, painted with strokes of despair. His breath came in ragged gasps as he looked at his daughter, his world, his everything. The very ground beneath him seemed to tremble with his sorrow. "Please," he begged, his voice breaking like a fragile reed in a storm. "Anything. I'll pay anything." Behind his desperation lay a darkness, a truth that gnawed at him. He had once mocked the healers, scoffed at their rituals. Now, those very words echoed back to him shrouded in bitter irony. And so the tension thickened, a palpable force that twisted through the air like a serpent, coiling and tightening around us. I could feel it, a raw energy that pulsed in the silence, screaming for release. Lysandra, her delicate fingers trembling, turned to him, searching for strength in the depths of his pain. "Sometimes, no amount of gold can bring back the dead," she said softly, yet her voice carried a weight that felt like a death knell. In that moment, I felt the universe shift. The gods were watching, indifferent yet omnipresent. What was healing if not a form of power? A power to mend, to save, yet also a power to destroy the very fabric of hope. The stakes were primal, life and death, intertwined like lovers in a forbidden dance. In the shadows, a flicker of doubt passed through Lysandra's heart, an echo of her own childhood when she had watched helplessly as her mother succumbed to illness. The guilt, the grief, these were her constant companions, whispering cruelly in her ear as she battled against the tide of fate. And then, a glimmer of hope pierced through the despair, a fragile light cutting through the dark. Lysandra reached for the herbs, her hands moving with a grace that belied the chaos swirling around her. I watched in awe as she combined their scents, a symphony of healing and history. I could almost hear the whispers of the Ancient Ones, calling to her, urging her to remember the secrets of the cosmos, the knowledge buried deep within her bones. Time slowed, stretched thin like the fabric of a dream. I could see every detail, the way her fingers danced over the crushed leaves, the way her breath hitched as she poured her heart into the potion. I felt as if I were teetering on the edge of reality, suspended in a moment that transcended time itself. The city around us faded, the wails of the grieving drowned out by the pulse of possibility. "Trust," she murmured, and I caught a glimpse of her faith, flickering like a candle in the wind. She was a warrior in a world that demanded surrender, a paradox wrapped in layers of doubt. With one final glance at the girl, she poured the brew into her mouth, a bittersweet elixir laced with the essence of life and death. But what weight did healing carry in a society that revered the gods as the ultimate healers? Would they look upon her with favor, or would they snuff out her flame, leaving her to wander as a ghost among the living? The tension crescendoed, a tightrope stretched over the abyss of despair and hope, and in that moment, I felt my heart beat in time with theirs, a symphony of yearning, a reminder that we are all tethered to one another by the threads of our shared humanity. As the potion coursed through the girl's veins, I sensed a shift, a breath drawn deep, a flicker of life returning. I remember the way her eyelids fluttered, the way Thal's face transformed from despair to disbelief, and I dared to hope. But what does that hope cost? What shadows lurk behind the light? A storm brewed on the horizon, unseen yet palpable. In the distance, the clock of fate ticked louder, mocking us with its inevitability. I could feel the pulse of the city, each heartbeat a reminder that healing was not just an act of compassion, it was a battle against the cosmos, a confrontation with the very essence of existence. We stood at the precipice, teetering between despair and salvation. Time fractured, and I could feel it, the weight of history pressing down, a reminder that every healer carries the scars of their failures. I stood there, frozen, as the tension spiraled into a terrifying climax. The past whispered its secrets, and the present trembled with uncertainty. The city of Epidaurus held its breath, caught in the delicate web of uncertainty, between hope and despair, life and death, healing and haunting. The story was far from over, it was merely the beginning of a new chapter, a loop of life and death, endlessly intertwined, echoing through the ages, a testament to the profound impact of healing, a testament to the heartache and triumph of a society forever chasing salvation. The moon hung heavy in the sky, a silent witness to the chaos below. I stood in a dimly lit room, the scent of ancient oils and dried herbs clinging to the air like the ghosts of the past. Shadows flickered against the stone walls, casting eerie silhouettes that danced like memories refusing to fade. In the corner, a broken statue of Apollo loomed, his gaze both fierce and tender. Oh, how I wished I could reach out, brush my fingers against the cool marble, and feel the pulse of the divine radiating from him. Instead, all I felt was the tightening grip of despair. "Help him!" It was Lydia's voice, raw and desperate, slicing through the stillness like a dagger. Her eyes, pools of wild fear, searched mine as if I held the key to salvation. Her brother, Marcus, lay crumpled on the floor, his breath a ragged whisper, a thin thread tethering him to this world. Blood pooled around him, an offering to the gods that felt as futile as prayers whispered into the void. I felt the weight of her gaze, the burden of her unspoken pleas, and in that moment, I remembered. I remember the night spent beneath the stars, whispering dreams of grandeur, when hope was a flickering flame, illuminating the dark corners of our hearts. "He'll be fine," I had told her once, while we laughed beneath the cosmos, oblivious to the shadows creeping closer. But now, laughter felt like a distant echo, a cruel joke against the backdrop of this suffocating silence. I knelt beside Marcus, his skin cold against my fingertips. His life was slipping away, each moment a cruel reminder of how fragile our mortal coil truly is. "Apollo," I whispered into the stillness. "Hear our cries. The name felt like an incantation, a lifeline thrown into a stormy sea. In the flickering candlelight, I could almost see him, the sun god, strumming his lyre, weaving threads of healing into the very fabric of existence. But where was the light now? Shadows clung to the corners of the room, mocking us with their indifference. Lydia fell to her knees beside me, her hand clutching Marcus's lifeless fingers. Please, her voice trembled, a fragile song of anguish. The intensity of her pain radiated outward, reverberating through the walls, flooding the room with a desperate longing. He deserves more than this. I remember when we first heard the tales of Apollo, the god who walked among men, the bringer of healing and hope. How foolish we were, believing that divine favor was ours for the taking. I looked into Lydia's eyes, and in that moment, I saw the reflection of our shared dreams, now shattered into a million irretrievable pieces. He's fighting, I said, though I could feel the light choke me. He has to be. The air thickened around us, pressing down like an ancient weight. Shadows stretched and twisted, whispering secrets of despair and loss. I could feel the pulse of time, relentless and unforgiving, ticking away the seconds of Marcus's life. Each heartbeat echoed in the silence, a haunting reminder of our impotence against fate. Look at him! Lydia's voice rose, a desperate plea that cracked like glass. He's slipping away, and all you can do is pray. The accusation stung, but I couldn't bear to meet the truth in her eyes. I was supposed to be the one who believed, the one who held the light in the darkness. But what light could I offer when all I felt was the suffocating grip of despair? I remembered the stories, the ancient paintings that depicted Apollo's embrace, healing the sick and broken, his touch a balm for the wounded. I pictured the vibrant colors, each stroke imbued with hope, a promise that transcended time. But this was raw, visceral, a nightmare unfolding before us. I couldn't see the artist's brush in the blood pooling around Marcus, the divine connection fraying at the edges. Lydia, we need to do something. My voice trembled, the urgency clawing at my throat. I could feel the walls closing in, the air thick with desperation. What would Apollo do? I could almost hear him in my mind, strumming that lyre, his melody a siren's call to the wounded. Fight, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the rising tide of anguish. He would fight. The candlelight flickered, casting elongated shadows that danced like phantoms across the walls. In that moment, I felt a surge of determination swell within me. I remembered the stories of old, how Apollo fought for humanity, how he battled the darkness that threatened to consume us all. If he could do it, so could we. Help me! I urged, and together we knelt, hands trembling, hearts pounding. We pressed our palms against Marcus's chest, feeling the frail rhythm of life beneath our fingers. I could feel the warmth of Lydia's skin, a reminder that we were still here, still fighting. I closed my eyes, summoning the memories of healing arts. The herbs, the roots, the whispers of incantations danced at the edges of my consciousness. Hold on, I breathed, the words a prayer. Just hold on. The shadows seemed to swirl around us, a cacophony of despair and hope, the line between light and dark blurring in a symphony of chaos. Apollo, I whispered again, my heart a drumbeat of desperation. Guide us. And as if answering our cries, I felt a pulse of energy, a flicker of warmth igniting within me, igniting the darkness that threatened to engulf us. Lydia's hands were steady, her determination a beacon in the swirling storm. Our breaths intertwined, a rhythm of life against the backdrop of death. I could feel the moment stretching, twisting, each second a lifetime in the making. And then, just as hope began to take root, I caught a glimpse of something, a shadow shifting in the corner, a flicker of movement that sent chills racing down my spine. Lydia, I gasped, feeling the cold creep back into the room as the shadows thickened. But we were warriors now, fighting against the inevitable. The air crackled with tension, the universe holding its breath, waiting to see if we could rewrite the story we thought was already written. In that desperate moment, I understood, Apollo's influence was not just in the art that captured his essence, but in the raw, unfiltered emotion that coursed through us. Healing was messy, beautiful chaos, a dance between shadow and light. And as we fought for Marcus, I felt the boundaries of time and space dissolve. We were not just fighting for his life, We were fighting for our own, wrestling against the specters of doubt that lingered in the air. Please, I whispered into the void, a plea that resonated with the cosmos, a call for salvation. The world narrowed to that singular moment, the fragility of existence, the power of belief, the haunting presence of Apollo watching, waiting. The confrontation was imminent, the emotional climax teetering on the edge of despair and hope, and I held my breath, feeling the tide rise around us, pulling us deeper into the unknown. Night drapes the city of Athens, a cloak of shadows heavy with the scent of herbs and the whispers of the ancients. The moon hangs low, a watchful eye, illuminating the crumbling stones of a forgotten agora. There, in the heart of the silence, a figure hunches over a scroll, fingers trembling as ink bleeds into the fibers, a desperate dance of hope and despair. I remember the weight of that moment, the pulse of fear thrumming through the air, thick as the smoke from 1,000 burnt offerings. The world outside could wait, inside that trembling hand lay the very essence of life and death. Hippocrates. The name echoes through time like a haunting refrain. He stood there, a man caught in the tempest of his own mind, grappling with the ghosts of illness that haunted his patients. Each sickness was a riddle wrapped in skin, a silent scream demanding to be understood. I remember the way his brow furrowed, the way he bit his lip and looked at the earth beneath his feet as if the answers lay buried within. What if I fail? The thought curled around him like smoke, a dark spectre tugging at his sleeves. What if I don't save them? And then there was Galen, a brilliant but flawed soul wandering the streets, his heart a battleground, torn between duty and his own insatiable thirst for knowledge. Every wound is a story, every fever a whisper from the gods, he would say, his voice rising like incense on the wind. But in his mind, dark clouds gathered. What if the gods are silent? The question twisted through him, an unseen knife, slashing at the very core of his belief. He sought answers in dissection, in the sacred rituals of the body, as if by dissecting life itself, he could stitch together the seams of his own shattered faith. Together, they toiled in the shadows, these two titans of thought, wrestling with the mysteries of the human body, their minds a cauldron of conflicting ideas. Each new discovery sent tremors through their beings. Would the world accept their truths? Or would it shun them into the abyss, where ignorance reigned supreme? I remember the cold sweat trickling down their backs as they penned their findings, each word a lifeline tossed into the turbulent sea of unknowing. In the flickering candle's glow, the parchment whispered secrets, alive with the weight of every life it had touched. It's not just ink, Hippocrates murmured one night, staring at the scroll as if it were a holy relic. It's a lifeline. But the path was littered with uncertainties. His heart pounded with the fear of the unknown, a relentless drum that echoed through the dim chamber. Will they listen? Will they heed the call? The city breathed around them, a living entity, restless and wild. The alleys were alive with the cries of the desperate, the echoes of the sick, and the laughter of children untouched by the grip of fever. And yet, there was a darkness creeping in, a plague, a shadow that whispered through the streets, promising despair. I remember the way the air thickened with the scent of decay, the way hope began to fray at the edges, leaving only desperation in its wake. Hippocrates and Galen felt the weight of mortality press down on their shoulders, turning their philosophies into palpable burdens. They clashed and converged, their ideas like thunderclouds, crackling with energy. We must document this. Galen insisted one stormy evening, his voice rising above the howling wind. Every disease, every cure, let us etch it into history, let it survive us. But Hippocrates hesitated, the ghost of doubt whispering in his ear. And if we're wrong? What if the ink is a lie? The shadows in his mind danced, playing tricks on him, twisting his resolve. What if we doom them to suffer because of our arrogance? The clock on the wall ticked mercilessly, a reminder that time would not wait for their fears. Each second was a breath stolen from a patient, a life hanging in the balance. I could feel the tension crackling in the air, a tightrope walk between genius and madness. The parchment lay there, a silent witness to their plight, inviting them to spill their souls onto its surface. A chill ran down my spine as I imagined them huddled together, ink-stained fingers quivering, hearts pounding as they forged ahead into the unknown. They were alchemists of the human experience, seeking to turn suffering into understanding, pain into healing. Each word etched into the scroll was a promise, a silent vow to the sick, the broken, the lost. I will not let you slip away into the void, Hippocrates seemed to whisper to the invisible soul surrounding him. I will fight for you. Even the moon, that silent sentinel, seemed to mourn with them, casting ghostly shadows that danced across the scrolls. Outside, the distant wails of the afflicted were a haunting symphony, a reminder of the stakes, the urgency clawing at their throats. We need to finish this, Galen urged, his voice raw with emotion. The world is waiting, and so are they. The ink flowed, emotions poured into every line, and the scrolls became their confessions, their prayers. Desperation turned into determination as they stitched together the fragmented pieces of their knowledge, creating something beautiful from the chaos, weaving a tapestry of humanity's most profound struggles. As the candle flickered and the shadows danced, I remember feeling the weight of their resolve, the heartache of their fears. It was more than just words on parchment, it was a legacy, a heartbeat echoing through time, a beacon for souls lost in the dark. They were not merely doctors, they were architects of hope, laying the foundation for a future where knowledge could heal. And yet, the storm rolled in, both outside and within. The cries of the dying grew louder, the darkness more palpable. A cacophony of fears and hopes hung thick in the air as the night deepened, wrapping around them like a shroud. I could feel their hearts pounding, their breaths quickening, the world outside teetering on the brink of chaos. The ink was their lifeline, but would it be enough? Would the words they inscribed stand the test of time, or would they fade into oblivion, forgotten like so many before them? The questions hung heavy, each one a ghost that haunted the edges of their minds, whispering promises of both salvation and doom. All at once, I knew this moment would not end, that it would linger like the scent of herbs in the air, a promise of life amid the shadows. The scrolls, the ink, the flickering candlelight, they were not just instruments of knowledge, they were vessels of passion, of pain, of the indomitable spirit of humanity, forever reaching for the stars, even as the night threatened to engulf them whole. The air was thick with incense, curling tendrils wrapping around my throat like a lover's grip. The temple stood before me, its stones worn smooth by centuries of whispered prayers, sighs of the desperate and the hopeful. Women moved like shadows, their voices a haunting melody, every note infused with an urgency that throbbed in my chest. I remember the way Electra's hands trembled as she clutched a small offering, a simple woven talisman, her eyes wide and glistening with unshed tears. "What if he doesn't hear me?" she whispered, and with those words, the very air quaked. I remember the night she first spoke of Asclepios. The moon hung heavy in the sky, illuminating her face, casting flickering shadows that danced like specters. She had lost her child, a fragile creature still cradled in the womb of her hopes, and in that grief, I saw the raw edges of her soul. "I will not let him take another," she vowed, fire igniting in her voice. But that fire came with a price, a litany of fears rolling off her tongue like a dark prayer, a desperate plea to the god of healing. And then there was Callista, fierce and unyielding, her laughter a sharp blade in the night. She had stitched together her own heart from the remnants of loss and betrayal, a tapestry of resilience draped over her shoulders like armor. "You think the gods listen," she would scoff, her voice dripping with disdain, yet every time she ventured into the temple, she wore her heart on her sleeve. I could see her battling the shadows of doubt, wrestling with the invisible chains that held her back. "What if it's all for nothing?" she would cry into the silence, the echo of her own despair returning to her like a mocking ghost. Electra and Callista were bound together by grief and hope, the threads of their lives woven into a tapestry that told stories of survival and surrender. They both sought Asclepios, the god who could mend broken bodies and shattered spirits, yet the darkness of their secrets threatened to tear them apart. "Tonight is the night," Electra whispered, her breath a fragile wisp against the cool stone walls. The moonlight streamed through the cracks, illuminating the altar where offerings lay, glistening with dew and tears. In the stillness, I felt the weight of their pain pressing against my chest. The scent of burnt herbs hung heavy in the air, each whisper of smoke a reminder of the lives lost, the dreams abandoned. I felt it too, that haunting longing for something just beyond reach, the tendrils of desperation wrapping around my own heart. As they knelt, I marveled at their determination. Electra's fingers danced over the altar, tracing the grooves in the stone, as if searching for an answer hidden within its ancient heart. "Please," she breathed, the word a prayer, a plea that hung in the air, pregnant with expectation. I watched, heart racing, as Callista stood guard, her presence a fierce beacon against the encroaching darkness. But even her strength felt fragile, like the delicate balance between life and death. The silence stretched, a taut string of tension, and then it broke. A shiver ran through me as the shadows twisted, coiling and uncoiling, whispering secrets only the night could understand. The women's breath synchronized, a rhythm that spoke of hope and fear, a heartbeat echoing in the stillness. The temple felt alive, a creature burdened with centuries of stories, and I could feel its pulse beneath my skin. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and an old woman shuffled in, her bones creaking like the very stones around us. Her eyes, cloudy but fierce, scanned the room, and she nodded to us as if we were part of an unbroken chain, a lineage of women who had come before, who had worshipped through the agony of loss and the thrill of hope. The air thickened with anticipation, coiling around us like a serpent preparing to strike. "You seek Asclepios," she rasped, her voice a blend of gravel and honey, the truth hanging between us like a sword, sharp and glimmering. Electra's hand shook, but she stepped forward, her resolve a beacon in the dim light. "I need him to hear me," she declared, and the intensity of her words slammed into my chest, a physical force that left me breathless. Callista's eyes flared, and I could see the storm brewing within her, a tempest of fear and anger that threatened to pull us all under. "What if he will not?" she challenged, her voice rising like the tide, crashing against the walls of our sanctuary. The old woman's gaze narrowed, piercing through the darkness. "Then you must show him your truth. Pain, love, sacrifice, it is all that he asks." Her words hung heavy, laden with the weight of their significance. Each woman knew that truth was not a simple thing, it was a labyrinth, twisting and turning, often leading to dead ends. Electra and Callista exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them, the kind that only comes from shared suffering. I could feel the tension rising, thick as fog, choking the air around us. The stakes were impossibly high, and the moment teetered on a knife's edge. Each heartbeat rang like a bell, echoing in the stillness as the shadows whispered secrets we were too afraid to grasp. Electra stepped forward, her heart on her sleeve, and I felt the weight of her sacrifice settle upon me like a shroud. "Then I will speak my truth," she declared, voice trembling yet resolute. The old woman nodded slowly, as if Electra's words were a spark igniting a long-dormant fire. Callista's breath caught in her throat, uncertainty flickering in her eyes, yet the fire within her refused to be extinguished. And in that moment, I understood the gravity of their choice, their willingness to bare their souls before a god, to confront the darkness that threatened to consume them. Every fiber of their being quivered with a mix of vulnerability and strength. The temple, with its whispering stones and watchful shadows, bore witness to their struggle, their pain, a crucible of divine possibility. As they prepared to offer their truths to Asclepios, the air crackled with energy, a palpable force that threatened to shatter the silence. And I felt it too, that intoxicating blend of fear and hope swirling around us, pulling us deeper into the heart of the unknown. Time itself seemed to stretch, the clock ticking slowly, deliberately, as if the universe held its breath, waiting for the moment of reckoning. In that sacred space, bound by grief yet ignited by hope, Electra and Callista stood on the precipice of a choice that could alter their fates forever. It was a moment suspended in time, a collision of fears and dreams that reverberated through the very stones of the temple, echoing into the night, leaving us all teetering on the edge, hearts racing, breaths held, ready to plunge into the unknown. The air crackled with tension, thick as the fog rolling in from the Tiber, and the fading light of day surrendered to a shroud of shadows. I found myself standing in the bustling forum, heart pounding, pulse racing like a war drum. All around me, voices murmured, hushed, urgent whispers as if the very stones knew the harrowing weight of what was to come. I remember the sharp tang of fear that seeped through the cracks in my bravado. Will it be him? I thought, a chill racing down my spine. Will Apollo answer our pleas? In the depths of the crowd, I caught a glimpse of Drusilla, her face a mask of despair. She stood there, eyes glazed with hope and dread, clutching a faded amulet of Asclepius, the symbol of healing, entwined with serpents, yet here she was, cursed in her own torment. Her brother, Marcus, lay deep within a fevered dream, racked with sickness. Each labored breath he took was a reminder that time was slipping away like grains of sand. The night was creeping in, and with it, the echoes of death. I could almost taste the desperation in Drusilla's tears, a bitter wine pouring into the chalice of my own fears. She turned to me, and in her gaze, I saw the remnants of her shattered faith. If only Apollo would come, she whispered, voice trembling like a fragile flame flickering against the night. If only he could reach into the darkness and pull him back. There was a raw intensity in her plea that gripped my soul, a haunting melody that played in the depths of my heart. But Apollo was not a mere figure of light, he was a god, a celestial force whose very essence was as elusive as the wind. I recalled the stories, the ancient tales woven into the fabric of our culture, how he wielded healing as skillfully as he wielded his bow. Yet here we were, on the precipice of despair, and I could feel the chilling fingers of fate wrapping around my throat, squeezing tighter with every passing moment. Where are you, Apollo? I thought, panic knotting itself in my stomach. Drusilla's breath caught, and I saw her shudder, her resolve breaking. I remember, she gasped, the festival of Lupercalia, the rituals, the offerings to Apollo. His light filled the air. It was the last time I felt safe. Her voice cracked, but the weight of her memories bore down on me. The laughter, the dancing, the warmth of life pulsing through the streets, how far we had strayed from that sanctuary, now engulfed by shadows. As the sun slipped away, the forum transformed into a haunting tableau of flickering torches and disquieting shadows. I could feel the suffocating grip of despair beginning to spread, like a fog creeping through an unsuspecting city. I turned to Marcus, his face pale, the sweat slicking his brow like a river of sorrow. Please, hold on, I murmured, my own heart breaking with each feeble pulse. The flickering light cast an eerie glow on his features, and in that moment, I felt the weight of the cosmos pressing down upon me. Drusilla, I said, desperation clawing at my throat, what if we call to him? What if we invoke his name? Her eyes met mine, a mix of disbelief and longing, and for a heartbeat, I saw a flicker of life spark within her. Yes, she whispered. But what if he doesn't come? We turned to the heavens, the vast expanse stretching above us, stars twinkling like 1,000 mocking eyes. Apollo, hear us! I cried into the night, the sound of my voice swallowed by the encroaching darkness. We offer our pleas, our love, our sorrow. Come to us. In the depths of the crowd, a man materialized, his presence an anomaly, almost spectral. Clad in a tattered cloak, his eyes burned with an intensity that both frightened and captivated. He was a healer, or so the whispers claimed. His name was Lucius, and he haunted the streets like a phantom. I can help, he rasped, voice gravelly and deep, as if he had swallowed the very shadows that cloaked him. Drusilla flinched at his approach, but I could sense something in him, a flicker of hope tethered to despair. You're a healer? I asked, reaching for any sliver of salvation. You've seen Apollo, you know his ways. His laughter was a low rumble, dark and resonant. Apollo doesn't descend for those who beg. Healing is for the brave, the deserving. His gaze flickered to Marcus, and I felt the weight of judgment in his eyes. Are you prepared for what it takes? Drusilla stepped forward, fire igniting in her heart. I will do anything. Save him, please. Her voice was fierce, a tempest in the stillness of the night. The desperation in her eyes could have shattered stone. Lucius held her gaze, and for a moment, the world fell away. Then let it be a pact, he uttered, but his voice turned cold. He must confront his demons, the shadows that cling to him, the darkness within. Fear gripped me, a vice tightening around my chest. What does that mean? I asked, but my words echoed back, hollow, as if the universe itself conspired against us. Lucius smiled, but it was a grim, knowing smile. The gods are fickle, and healing is not without cost. Each life saved demands a piece of the soul. I turned back to Marcus, his breath shallow, and I felt the walls closing in, the hours ticking away like a clock counting down to oblivion. The tension thickened, a palpable force wrapping around us, binding us to the uncertainty that loomed above like a storm threatening to break. Suddenly, a wail cut through the silence, a sound raw and primal, echoing off the ancient stones. It was the sound of despair, of grief unfurling its wings in the night. I felt it in my bones, a haunting reminder that we were all but ghosts waiting for the dawn. I remember, I whispered, but the words faltered in my throat, lost to the oppressive weight of uncertainty. I remember the light, the laughter, the warmth of life, but now, as shadows danced and whispers of loss filled the air, I realized the truth: healing is both a blessing and a curse, a twisted tapestry of hope and despair. And as the night loomed heavy above us, I knew we were on the brink of something ancient, something terrifying. And in the depths of that darkness, as Apollo lingered just beyond reach, I could feel the pulse of fate thrumming through the air, waiting to strike. The city shimmers like a mirage under the weight of a sun that drowns the horizon in molten gold. Shadows stretch long, clawing at the edges of sanity as screams fracture the stillness of the afternoon, an echo of panic, a chorus of despair. I stand there, frozen, the air electric with fear, the pungent scent of mortality curling in my nostrils. This is no ordinary day. This is the day Asclepios, the god of healing, will demand sacrifice, and the world will tremble. I remember the sound of the temple doors creaking open, a gaping maw that led into darkness, where hope flickered like a dying flame. I remember the faces, pale, gaunt, desperate for salvation. A woman, her hair a tangle of chaos, clutches her child, their small body trembling like a sparrow caught in a storm. Asclepios, she wails, her voice raw, a knife slicing through the fog of uncertainty. Save him! Her hands are stained, as if she's been clawing at the earth, begging it to yield the secrets of life. And yet, here we are, huddled in the belly of a beast that promises salvation but demands the ultimate price. In the corner of the temple, I see him, Milosh, a healer himself, with eyes that hold the weight of 1,000 broken promises. He's haunted, shadows dancing across his brow, a man torn between duty and desperation, a vessel of guilt because, in his heart, he knows the truth: not all can be saved. You can't just pray for a miracle, he whispers, more to himself than to anyone else, as if the words are a spell meant to ward off the looming tide of death. I can hear the tremor in his voice, feel the pulse of despair thrumming beneath his skin. For Milosh, the line between life and death is a thin, fragile thread, and each day he walks it, he teeters on the brink of ruin. The temple is filled with the sick, the dying, each body a testament to the horrors of reality, the fragility of existence. I inch closer, my heart pounding, feeling the weight of their suffering, the warmth of their hope pressing against my chest. I see a man, gaunt like a wraith, his breath rasping against the silence, drawing in the air like it might be his last. Tell me, he begs, voice cracking like brittle glass, how do you face death? The question hangs, heavy, suffocating, a noose tightening around my throat. Milosh steps forward, his hands trembling. You do not face death, he murmurs, you surrender to it. Each syllable is a dagger in my heart, a confession that echoes through the sacred stone. I watch him, helpless, as he leans closer to the man, their eyes locking in a moment of shared understanding, of fear and trembling hope. But Asclepios, he breathes, invoking the name like a prayer, like a curse. He walks beside us, he knows our pain. The air thickens with dread, whispers swirl, clawing at my sanity. I see a figure, a shadow gliding across the periphery, a reminder that the line between the living and the dead is blurred. It's as if the cosmos holds its breath, suspended in time, waiting for the inevitable. Where is the god? Someone cries, and the question hangs, suffocating us in its weight. Is he listening? I remember my own hands, slick with the remnants of a past I cannot escape, the taste of guilt bitter on my tongue. I have seen too much, too many lives extinguished like candles snuffed out by a mere breath. Each face blurs, each moment a fragment of sorrow pieced together in a tapestry of anguish. The echoes of the past haunt me, memories of laughter turn to cries of anguish, love turned to dust. I know what it is to lose, a mother, a sister, a friend. I understand the darkness that creeps into your soul, whispering that you are not enough. Milosh steps back, the weight of his decision settling heavily on his shoulders. We must make an offering, he declares, voice trembling. A life for a life. The words, an incantation, send shockwaves through the crowd. Gasps ripple like the wind, shivers race down spines, and I can feel the air grow thick with anticipation. Who will be chosen? Who will pay the price for salvation? As the murmurs crescendo into a frenzied chorus, I catch the eye of the woman with the child. Her gaze pierces through the chaos, a pleading whisper, a silent cry for help that gnaws at my heart. I feel my pulse quicken, the steady rhythm of my life pounding in sync with the throbbing agony surrounding us. I know, in that moment, that I am rooted to the spot, not just a witness, but a participant in this cosmic ballet of despair. Milosh moves through the crowd, his steps heavy, as if each footfall drags a piece of his soul with it. I see him, trembling as he approaches the altar, a slab of stone that bears the weight of countless sacrifices. Asclepios, he breathes, as if the name carries the power to summon the divine. Hear our plea. And in that moment, the world narrows, a tunnel of light and shadow, of life and death. Everything hangs in the balance, and I feel a shiver run through me, an electric pulse that reverberates in my bones. The shadows close in, and I know the truth, we are all on the brink, teetering on the edge of a chasm that echoes with despair and longing. The temple trembles, the weight of ancient stories pressing down upon us, and I can't shake the feeling that Asclepios watches, not with benevolence, but with the cold detachment of a god who knows the price of our transgressions. Choose! Milosh yells, desperation clawing at his voice, and I realize, this isn't just about healing, it's about the very essence of humanity, the struggle for survival, the longing for mercy in a world that offers none. I remember standing there, breathing in the scent of fear, tasting the bitter tang of hope. I remember the weight of my own heart pounding, an unrelenting rhythm, echoing through the silence. And as the shadows gather, as the temple stands poised to devour us whole, I know that this moment will never end, it will linger, stretching across time, entwined with the very fabric of existence. The echoes of Asclepios will haunt us, the plea for salvation resonating through the ages, a reminder that in the theater of pain and healing, we are all players upon the stage, forever caught in the throes of our own humanity. The air is heavy with tension, thick as a storm cloud ready to burst. I stand in the shadow of a crumbling marble statue, a remnant of an age that whispered promises from the lips of gods. The moonlight casts eerie shapes, ghostly fingers stretching across cobblestones, where the echoes of history linger like a haunting melody. I shiver, it's not the chill that prickles my skin, but the weight of expectation. They say the gods never truly depart, they linger, watching, waiting. I remember the night of the plague, the streets choked with despair, as if the very fabric of life was unraveling. There was Hippocrates, a man whose heart beat with the fervor of divine purpose, standing on the edge of a desperate crowd. I can feel his pulse, rapid and frantic, a drum urging him to act, to heal, to save. But beneath that resolute exterior, a storm brewed in his soul, a tempest of doubt. His hands trembled as he held the scrolls of wisdom, each word a desperate prayer, every diagnosis a gamble against death. Why? His voice was hoarse, a whisper swept away by the wind. Why does the sun rise for some and set for others? He looked up, seeking answers from Apollo himself, the god of healing and light, yet the heavens remained silent. I can taste the bitterness of his disillusionment, the stinging salt of tears unshed. He was a doctor, a healer, but what could he do when the very essence of life seemed to conspire against him? And then there was Galen, the scholar, whose intellect burned like a wildfire, illuminating the darkest corners of the human experience. He walked among the dying, the stench of sweat and sickness clinging to him like a cursed shroud. I remember how he would fervently debate with himself in the dead of night, wrestling with the weight of knowledge and the fragile thread of existence. If I could just understand, he murmured, pacing beneath that haunting moon. If I could just grasp the divine order that eludes me, but the gods were fickle. Asclepius, the divine healer, once revered, now cast aside like a forgotten dream, left Galen grappling with the shadows that danced at the edge of his vision. Each night, he wandered through the streets, listening to the lament of the dying and the prayers of the desperate. The cries echoed like a dirge, reverberating through his mind, each note piercing him with a haunting clarity. Their hearts beat in sync, a trio of souls intertwined by fate's cruel hands. Hippocrates, the healer burdened by the weight of expectation, Galen, the scholar drowning in his knowledge, and then there was me, a mere observer, caught in the web of their despair. I felt the pulse of history thrumming in my veins, a reminder that every heartbeat is a fragile victory over a relentless foe. Do you think they hear us? I dared to ask, my voice a fragile whisper against the backdrop of despair. The night held its breath, waiting for an answer that would never come. Do you think the gods weep for us? Hippocrates turned, his eyes dark pools of sorrow and fire. They do not weep for the living, he said, his voice a low tremor of rage. They watch with indifference, like spectators at a tragedy. I remember the silence that followed, heavy enough to crush the spirit. It settled around us, thick and suffocating, a shroud of despair that threatened to engulf our very souls. And yet, despite the darkness, a spark flickered within Galen. But we are not mere puppets, he countered, fire igniting in his eyes. We can fight against fate. We can challenge the gods. His words hung in the air, a fragile thread of hope woven through the tapestry of despair. I felt the weight of his conviction, a force that pulled me closer, wrapping around my heart like a vice. But how could we fight against the cosmic dance of life and death? They were both Apollo and Asclepius, light and shadow, dualities that echoed in every breath we drew. And then came the night when the first signs of change flickered through the air, not as a soft dawn but as a fiery explosion. The cries of the sick grew louder, a symphony of anguish that pierced through the veil of night. I remember standing beside Hippocrates as he rushed to the bedside of a child, her frail body trembling like a leaf in a storm. The sight of her, so vulnerable, shattered something deep within him. He leaned close, searching for the light in her hollow gaze, and for a moment, time stretched, hanging by a thread woven through memory and despair. "Look at me," he pleaded, his voice breaking. "You are not alone." And in that moment, the air crackled with the intensity of his emotions, the raw, unfiltered love of a healer who had devoted his life to the fight against despair. It was a heartbeat of defiance, a testament to the spirit that refused to wither under the weight of hopelessness. But as the night wore on, shadows began to creep in, whispering doubts that danced around us. The specter of death loomed over Hippocrates, taunting him with failure, reminding him of every life he could not save. I could feel his anguish, a deep, gnawing fear that threatened to consume him whole. Then Galen stepped forward, his voice steady as he confronted the darkness. "You are Apollo's voice, Hippocrates. You can heal them with words, with kindness. You can remind them they are not defined by their suffering." I felt my heart quicken at his words, a fragile truth, yet potent enough to shatter the chains of despair. Together, they stood against the tide of darkness, Hippocrates with his unwavering belief in life, and Galen, rooted in the power of knowledge and connection. But as dawn broke, I knew the fight was far from over. The shadows still lingered, and the cries of the sick echoed through the city, a haunting reminder that the dance between life and death was a battle we could never truly win. Yet, in the midst of that chaos, there was a spark, an ember that refused to die. I remember that flicker of hope, a promise that even in the darkest nights, the light would find its way back, if only we dared to embrace it. And as the sun rose, washing the world in golden hues, I felt the stirring of something profound within me. The gods may have their whims, but so too do we. And as the shadows retreated, I knew that whatever came next, I would carry the echoes of their struggles, their triumphs, and the eternal dance of Apollo and Asclepius within me, forever intertwined with the pulse of history. The air crackles with silence, thick and choking. In a dimly lit room, the scent of burnt herbs hangs heavy, swirling around like ghosts of the past. A young woman, Lysandra, kneels on the cool stone floor, trembling as she clutches her mother's hand. The pulse beneath her fingers is feeble, a whisper of life fighting against the relentless tide of death. "Please," she gasps, her voice raw with desperation, "not yet." The shadows around her seem to lean closer, eager to witness the final moments. Outside, the moon hangs low, an ominous eye peering down from a velvet sky, casting eerie shadows that dance like phantoms. In the bustling market square, another figure stands alone, the healer Callias, his hand stained with the remnants of desperation. He's a man at odds with himself, a skeptic in the faith of gods and potions, yet bound by the weight of his calling. The laughter of children echoes in the distance, blissfully unaware of his turmoil. A child's smile pierces him like a blade. Healing is a cruel mistress, a game of chance. With a flick of his wrist, he tosses aside an empty vial, the glass shattering like his hopes on the cobblestone floor. "I can save her," he murmurs to himself, but the words feel like a lie wrapped in a shroud of dread. A chill races down his spine, an echo of the countless souls he has failed to retrieve from the grasp of death. He remembers every face, every heartbeat that slipped through his fingers like grains of sand. Why bother, he whispers, the question hanging heavy in the air. Why? When the gods themselves can be so cruel. The night deepens, and with it, his resolve weakens. Lysandra's breath quickens, desperation morphing into a frantic chant, a prayer whispered to the gods who seem to play with lives as if they were mere puppets. She recalls the tales of Asclepius, the divine healer, his staff entwined with serpents, the symbol of life and death. Asclepius, hear me, she begs, her voice cracking. I will do anything. Anything. In that moment, the shadows pulse. Time itself feels distorted, one heartbeat stretches into eternity, each tick of the clock a reminder of her mother's fading warmth. Memories flood her mind, laughter shared over meals, the gentle lullabies sung at night, the stories that wrapped around her like a safekeeping cocoon. And now, it all hangs by a thread, and she feels herself fraying, unraveling with each breath her mother takes. Callias steps into the light, his heart pounding against the cage of his chest. He sees the girl, sees the storm of emotion swirling within her, and for a brief moment, his own heart resonates with hers, a connection forged from despair and hope, fragile yet potent. What if, he whispers, the thought barely forming, what if I could find a way? He knows the risks, the darkness that lurks just beyond the edges of the light. He feels the weight of ancient texts in his hands, the wisdom of sages long gone, but now only shadows cast by their own ambitions. I remember, he starts, the words tumbling from his lips, the stories of those who dared to defy fate. The potions, the rituals, many failed, but some succeeded. What if we find that thin veil between life and death? His eyes lock with Lysandra's, and in that moment, she sees not just a healer but a man haunted, a seeker of truth who walks a tightrope between reverence and recklessness. Lysandra's heart races. Will you try? The question hangs in the air, shimmering like fleeting stars. There's a flicker of hope, a candle's flame against the dark. In the depths of her despair, she finds strength. I will pay any price. Just don't let her go, she pleads, her voice breaking like glass. The moonlight spills into the room, illuminating her face, revealing the raw pain etched into her features. Callias knows the price of meddling with fate. He remembers the tales of the ancients who sought knowledge, only to find madness awaiting them at the end of the path. The faces of the dead swirl in his mind like a tempest, their eyes accusing, their souls restless. But the fire in Lysandra's eyes ignites something within him, a flicker of purpose that pushes against the suffocating weight of doubt. I will try, he whispers, determination flickering to life. The air feels electric, charged with the possibility of miracles and the scent of impending doom. As they prepare for the ritual, the world outside continues obliviously, the sounds of laughter and revelry an unsettling backdrop to their fervent desperation. The herbs crackle in the flame, the ancient words spill from Callias's lips like a prayer, a desperate incantation meant to bridge the chasm between life and shadow. Time stretches, an agonizing dance of seconds that feel like lifetimes. The air thickens, laden with anticipation, as Lysandra clutches her mother's hand tighter, her heart a drum echoing in the night. She remembers the stories of old, the great healers and their triumphs, their tragedies, the thin line they walked between the realms of the living and the dead. And then, in the charged silence, the moment breaks. A gasp escapes her mother's lips, and for a heartbeat, hope ignites, a flame flickering defiantly against the dark. But the shadows stir, the past clawing at the edges of the light. We have to hurry. Lysandra cries, fear slicing through her. Please? Callias's voice trembles as he chants louder, pouring every ounce of his being into the words. The herbs burn, the smoke rising like a prayer, and he feels the connection, the pulse of life thrumming through the air, a bridge being forged. But doubt claws at him, each word tasting of desperation. Will this be enough? In the moment of crisis, the air shifts. A chilling breeze sweeps through the room, carrying with it the weight of countless souls, and for a fleeting second, he glimpses the truth, the fragility of existence, the eternal dance between life and death. A scream lingers on the edge of his thoughts, echoing through the labyrinth of his mind. I remember, he whispers, the ones who've come before. The realization strikes him, a blade of clarity that cuts through the fog of despair. And then, with the weight of the cosmos pressing down, the moment teeters on the brink. The air thickens, anticipation crackling like thunder, filling the space with an electric pulse that vibrates in the very marrow of their bones. They are on the precipice, suspended between what was and what could be, as time holds its breath. In that suspended moment, everything hangs delicately, a fragile web spun from the threads of hope and fear, woven together in a tapestry that binds them across the ages. In this desperate ritual, the flickering flame of life calls to them, and the shadows loom ever closer. What will emerge from this moment of reckoning? The weight of history presses upon them, echoing through the ages, a reminder that healing is but a whispered prayer in the face of fate. Yet, there they stand, resolute. The battle between light and shadow has only just begun. The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of burning sage and the metallic tang of blood. In the center of a temple so ancient, its stones seemed to breathe. A figure knelt, his hands trembling like autumn leaves caught in a ruthless wind. Asclepios, the god of healing, felt the weight of desperation press against his chest, a vice grip that threatened to suffocate him. The cries of a dying man echoed around him, each gasp a dagger in his heart. "Please," the voice rasped, less a plea and more an accusation. "You promise healing, and yet here I am." And there, in the shadows, stood Apollo, his brother, god of prophecy and the sun, eyes blazing like the very heart of a wildfire. "You don't understand," Apollo said, his voice smooth as silk yet laced with a hard edge. "You think healing is merely the flick of a wrist, the whisper of a prayer? It's a dance with fate, a flirtation with death." He stepped closer, and the light cast from his radiant form illuminated the stark lines of Asclepios' face, lines drawn by years of anguish and the burden of expectation. In the corner of the temple, a woman wept, her tears falling like rain on parched earth. She clutched a small child to her chest, frail and pale, almost a wisp of what could have been. Every cough that escaped the child's throat was a haunting reminder of mortality, fragile as glass, poised to shatter at any moment. "You can save him," she begged, a raw desperation in her voice that clung to the air like smoke. "You must." Asclepios' heart ached, the familiar knot twisting tighter. He had devoted his life to healing, yet here he was powerless. The irony was suffocating. "I remember when healing felt simple," he thought, fingers brushing the cool stone altar. "I remember when I believed in my own divinity." But belief was a fickle phantom, slipping through his fingers like sand. In that moment, he felt utterly human. The child's fragile frame convulsed, the mother's anguish a palpable force that wrapped around Asclepios' throat. "Please, I can't lose him," she cried, a sound so visceral it rattled the very foundations of the temple. The walls whispered secrets, memories of countless others who had come seeking solace, seeking deliverance. Yet here, in this moment, the ancient stones bore witness to the crushing weight of despair. "Do you think I am a magician?" Apollo's voice sliced through the air, sharp and unforgiving. "You think I can conjure miracles from thin air?" "Healing is not a spell, it's a gamble with the fates." His gaze settled on Asclepios, a storm brewing behind those brilliant eyes. "You have the power to save him, brother. But it comes with a price." Asclepios' heart raced, a drumbeat echoing in his ears. No, not just a price. A sacrifice. The thought chilled him to the bone. He had always been the one to heal, to mend what was broken, to wrest life from the clutches of death. But to what end? The stakes felt impossibly high, the balance of life and death precarious, teetering on a knife's edge. "What if I can't?" The whisper escaped his lips, trembling with barely contained fear. "Then we both fail," Apollo replied, voice low, a taut string ready to snap. "We cannot allow that." The words dripped with an urgency that set the room ablaze with tension. And then it happened, a moment suspended in time, the air crackling with potential and dread. Asclepios reached for the child, the warmth of the small body grounding him amidst the turmoil. He remembered a time when healing felt like breathing. "I can do this," he thought, determination igniting a flicker within him, overpowering the shadows of doubt. "I must." The child's eyes flicked open, pools of fear and confusion. In that gaze, Asclepios saw his own childhood, an innocent belief in the impossible, the sunlit days of laughter, and the dark nights when shadows stretched and whispered. What if I fail? The question echoed, thrumming through the air like the plucked strings of a lyre. But the mother's eyes were fierce, blazing with a love so raw it pierced through the cacophony of despair. Do not give up. Her voice, a lifeline. You are a healer. He felt the weight of her words, the power imbued in them. With trembling hands, he placed them over the child's heart, closing his eyes to the world around him. He drew on every ounce of strength, every fragment of faith still flickering within him. Breathe, he whispered, the word barely more than a prayer. Just breathe. In that silence, time twisted, warped. Memories crashed like waves against the shore of his consciousness. The moonlit nights when he played with Apollo beneath the stars, the laughter, the fights, the moments of pure joy. The echoes of long-lost souls came rushing back, a chorus of voices urging him on, igniting a fire within him that pushed against the weight of despair. He felt something shift, a surge of warmth that blossomed in his chest, coursing through his veins like molten gold. I can do this, he repeated, louder now, a mantra. The child's heart began to beat beneath his fingers, a fragile rhythm that danced perilously close to silence. And in that moment, the air vibrated with possibility, 1 heartbeat, 2, 3. But the shadows lurked, always lurking. What price? Apollo's voice echoed, reminding him that nothing in this world came free, not even the gift of life. The thought hung like a spectre, a ghost that whispered of sacrifices, of consequences. I will pay whatever it takes, Asclepios declared, his voice steady, igniting a spark of defiance that shot through him like lightning. The child's breath hitched, fragile but determined. A flicker of hope ignited, a thin thread woven through the tapestry of despair. In that chaotic moment, against the backdrop of desperation and the relentless march of time, healing became a battleground where faith and fear collided, where love wrestled with loss, and where 2 brothers stood at the precipice of the unknown. The temple trembled, stone shivering under the weight of what was to come, and the world outside faded into a distant echo, leaving only the heartbeat of possibility in its wake. The air in the temple was thick with incense, a haunting blend of myrrh and desperation. I could taste it on my tongue, a bitter reminder of the prayers that had lingered here, like the ghosts of the sick and the dying who had come in search of hope. I stood in the shadows, heart pounding, as the flickering torchlight danced across the cold stone walls, illuminating the faded murals of Asclepios, his hand raised, a serpent coiling around his staff, a promise of healing. But promises have a way of fading, just like the faith of those who once worshipped him. Myra was kneeling before the altar, her hands clasped tightly, knuckles white with fear. I could see the tremor in her fingers, feel the weight of her sorrow pressing down on my chest like a leaden shroud. She was my sister, and I had watched her spirit wane over the years, each illness that swept through our village, each life lost, chipped away at her resolve. Please, Asclepios, she whispered, voice trembling like a leaf in the wind, bring him back. I can't bear it. The words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. The pain in her voice gnawed at me, a relentless ache that twisted my gut. A sound echoed from the entrance, heavy footsteps, the unmistakable clatter of armor. I turned to see Marcus, the priest, his face pale, sweat glistening on his brow. His eyes darted around the temple as if searching for answers in the shadows. The plague is growing, he gasped, desperation seeping into his voice. People are losing faith. They think the gods have turned against us. I could see it then, the crack in his facade, the fear that clawed at his heart, the knowledge that he was losing them. Myra looked up at him, her face drawing tight with anguish. But what can we do? What can we offer if the god himself is silent? The words echoed off the walls, ricocheting like a broken promise. Marcus took a step back, his shoulders slumping under the weight of her question. Offer? What can we offer but our own fading faith? We are but shadows of what we once were, he replied, voice laced with bitterness. Once, this place thrummed with life, filled with hope. Now, the sick linger in the streets, their cries swallowed by the city. What is left for the likes of us? The walls seemed to close in around us, the air thickening with despair. I felt the despair clawing at my throat, choking out my own thoughts. Outside, the city lay sprawled like a corpse, the echoing sounds of the dying shimmering in the distance, a grim symphony of suffering. I remember the laughter, I murmured, memories washing over me like cold water. I remember when the streets were filled with joy, when the blessings of Asclepios felt real. My own voice felt like a distant whisper, struggling against the overwhelming reality. And then there was the memory, the face of my father, once vibrant, his laughter cascading like a waterfall against the stone of our home. But all that was gone now. I shivered at the thought, a spectre of grief trailing behind me. Do you remember his stories? I asked, searching for something to tether me to the light amidst the darkness. How he spoke of the great healer, how the sick thrived under his gaze. Myra's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Those stories are buried beneath the weight of this plague, this curse that has swept through our lives like a thief in the night. Marcus stepped forward, his voice rising above our despair. But we must keep the faith. If we abandon Asclepios, we abandon hope itself. His words hung in the air, a desperate plea that felt more like a jagged stone than a lifeline. What hope is there? I shot back, anger surging through me. Hope is a cruel jest when the world around us crumbles. We've seen too much. The silence that followed was deafening, punctuated only by the distant wails of the sick. I felt a cold shiver creep down my spine, a sense of foreboding that wrapped itself around me like a noose. Was this the end? Was this the moment when faith withered, a flower crushed beneath the heel of despair? Myra spoke then, her voice a brittle whisper, fragile as gossamer. Asclepios is fading, but we must not. Her determination surged through the air like a spark, igniting something deep within me. We have to remember, we must keep the stories alive. We cannot let the darkness consume us entirely. Her words struck me like lightning, illuminating the corners of my heart that I thought were long buried. Perhaps there was a way to breathe life back into the cult, to reignite the flames that once burned bright. Perhaps we were not just passive witnesses to our fate, we could act. Marcus nodded, his eyes glistening with a flicker of hope. Then we gather the people. We remind them of the glory of Asclepios. We need to stand together against the tide of despair. The air crackled with potential, and for a moment, the shadows receded as if the very walls of the temple breathed with us. But as quickly as that glimmer of hope arrived, it was swallowed by the overwhelming reality of our task. Do you really think it will work? I asked, doubt creeping into my voice. Myra stepped closer, her gaze steady. We have nothing to lose. And in that moment, standing in the heart of a crumbling temple, beneath the watchful gaze of a forgotten god, I realized we were bound together, three souls seeking a spark of light in a world steeped in darkness. It was a fragile hope, a flickering flame against the overwhelming night, but it was ours to hold. In the depths of despair, we would strive against the tide, and even if the gods had turned away, we would not. The echoes of the past called to us, whispering of the power of belief, the untold strength of unity. And as I looked into their eyes, I felt it, the pulse of something greater, a heartbeat drumming against the silence. Time was slipping away, but we were still here, still fighting. And somehow, that made all the difference. The smell of burnt offerings hung thick in the air, a bitter reminder of sacrifices made, of the blood spilled beneath the watchful gaze of 1,000 forgotten gods. Livia gripped the edge of the stone altar, her knuckles white against the cold surface, her heart racing like a caged bird searching for a way out. She could hear the murmurs of the crowd, the rustle of their tunics, the anxious whispers slipping through cracked lips, each word a prayer or a curse. I remember the light, she murmured, the words barely escaping her lips, tinged with longing. I remember how it felt to believe. But belief was a cruel mistress, slipping through her fingers like sand, and now, all that remained was the weight of doubt, pressing down on her chest like a vice. Across the square, Marcus stood, the flickering torchlight casting shadows that twisted like nightmares around him. His hands were shoved deep into his pockets, but his heart, oh, it was a wild thing, pounding fiercely against his ribcage, desperate for freedom. He had watched her, Livia, the embodiment of hope, suffer through the gnawing pain of a broken world. And for what? A fleeting promise whispered from the lips of a man who claimed to heal with mere words? The crowd was restless, their faith swaying like the branches of a wind-torn tree, and Marcus felt the pull of change, a tide he could neither understand nor resist. I remember when the god spoke, he thought, the memories rolling over him like waves. When every fever was a curse, and every wound deserved a healing. But now, the unkempt shadows of new beliefs whispered through the air, and he couldn't shake the cold grip of fear that clutched his throat. The city stood at the precipice, caught between the anchor of long-held traditions and the siren call of a new faith, an unsettling stranglehold on their souls. Livia's gaze darted toward Marcus, her heart lurching. Would he understand? Would he feel the same aching pull towards the unknown? The thought was a tether, binding her to hope as she struggled against despair. I can't stand by while the old ways crumble, she thought, a spark igniting within her, illuminating the dark corners of her heart. Not when there are still lives to save. And then, as if the very heavens conspired to amplify their turmoil, a blood-curdling scream ripped through the air, silencing the murmurs like a clap of thunder. The crowd surged, eyes wide with terror, and Livia's breath caught in her throat. She turned just in time to see a boy, no older than 10, convulsing on the ground, his body racked with pain. A mother, wild-eyed and frantic, rushed to his side, her wails piercing through the suffocating tension. "Help him! Please!" She clawed at the earth as if it might yield some miracle, some balm for her broken heart. Livia's feet moved before she could think, a magnetic pull guiding her through the throng. She knelt beside the child, fingers trembling as she placed them against his feverish skin. The boy's eyes rolled back, his small body twisting in agony, and in that moment, Livia felt the weight of the world collapse upon her. "Please, let me help," she whispered, her voice trembling. But what could she do? The old rituals felt hollow now, remnants of a belief that was slipping through her fingers like ashes. She glanced up at Marcus, desperate for support, for strength. But he stood frozen, torn between the past he knew and the future he feared. "We need a healer," Livia cried, her voice rising above the din, a desperate plea that echoed in the empty space where faith used to reside. "Someone who can save him." But whispers of doubt began to weave through the crowd, like a serpent curling around their hearts. "Where are the gods now?" someone shouted, the words like a dagger in Livia's chest. "Where was their mercy when the plague swept through our homes?" The air thickened with hostility, resentment bubbling to the surface. Eyes that once looked upon her with reverence now glinted with skepticism, and Livia felt the ground slip away beneath her feet. But she couldn't allow despair to drown her. "I remember," she breathed, as if her memories could conjure the strength needed to face this storm. "I remember the stories of healing, of faith that could move mountains." She closed her eyes, summoning every ounce of belief she had left, a fragile thread binding her to an unseen power. Marcus stepped forward, a fire igniting within him. "Enough," he shouted, the raw intensity of his voice cutting through the chaos. He was not the skeptic now, he was a man willing to confront the darkness. "If we cannot turn to the old ways, then let us turn to each other. Let us unite in this moment, in this pain. This boy is not just a casualty of faith, he is our brother, our son. We will not let him go." The crowd fell silent, the tension crackling like static in the air. Livia looked into Marcus's eyes, and in that instant, she felt a connection deeper than the scars of doubt. They were two souls intertwined in a moment of crisis, a recognition of shared humanity that transcended belief. "I remember," she whispered again, her heart racing, "the power of healing isn't just in the hands of the gods. It lies within us, in the love we share, in the hope we refuse to abandon." As they knelt together, hands clasped over the boy's trembling form, they forged a new intention, a fragile pact that would defy the shadows creeping around them. The air shimmered with a promise unspoken, a challenge to the chaos that threatened to engulf their world. Time held its breath, the city around them suspended in the weight of their collective hope. And somewhere in that charged silence, a flicker of light ignited, a whisper of something greater than fear, a possibility of healing that danced like flames in the dark. I remember, the mantra pulsed through their veins, binding them to the moment, to each other, and to an uncertain future where healing might yet arise from the ashes of despair. Outside, the night stretched on, unyielding and vast, but within that little circle, the dawn was breaking. The air hung thick, a tangible hush wrapped around the candlelit chamber where desperation echoed like a beating heart. Shadows danced upon the stone walls, flickering with the erratic pulse of the flame, as if the very spirits of the past were whispering secrets lost to the ages. I stood, breath caught somewhere between fear and hope, clutching the tattered pages of an ancient manuscript, its edges curled like the fingers of a crone reaching from the grave. The scent of herbs lingered, a heady brew of sage and rosemary, mingling with the bitter tang of desperation. Matthias collapsed beside me, his breath shallow, ragged, a ghost of the man he once was. "It's too late," he rasped, pain etching lines deeper than the furrows of his brow. The vibrant energy that once crackled in his gaze had dimmed, swallowed by the relentless maw of illness. A fever gripped him, clawing at his flesh, consuming his spirit. I pressed my palm against his forehead, heat radiating as if his very soul was aflame. "No, no, no, hold on!" I cried, my voice a frantic whisper caught in the throes of a nightmare. His eyes, once so alive, flickered with memories, a tapestry of laughter, joy, and a shared obsession with the ancient texts that now felt like the weight of a tombstone pressing down on my heart. "You have to trust the old ways," I pleaded, desperation twisting my gut. I remembered, oh, how I remembered, the joy of sifting through dusty scrolls in dimly lit corners, piecing together fragments of a forgotten world. The ancients knew, this is what they spoke of. Elena, our fierce, brilliant companion, stood in the doorway, a silhouette against the dim light. She was the embodiment of fire, her passion igniting our dreams, but even she seemed a flickering candle, her spirit dimmed by the encroaching shadows of despair. "Are you mad?" she spat, her fists clenched, nails biting into her palms. "These are just tales, myths woven by the desperate. We're grasping at the threads of a tapestry long unraveled." The tension crackled between us, palpable, electric. I could feel the weight of her gaze, the judgment, the fear. She had seen the world's cruelty, the way hope could twist into a blade, sharp and merciless. "You've seen what the plague does, what the church's remedies can't fix. This is our last chance." My voice rose, urgency spilling out like a flood. What if the past holds answers we refuse to see? With each heartbeat, the room felt smaller, as if the walls themselves were closing in, constricting around our wavering resolve. I looked back at Matthias, his chest rising and falling in a rhythm that grew weaker, fading. The ancients believed in the harmony of body and spirit, I murmured, my heart racing. They didn't rely on mere herbs but on the very essence of life itself. Elena's breath caught, her eyes wide as if she were peering into a void. "You can't mean... the rituals? The blood sacrifices?" The horror laced her words, a tremor of disbelief mingling with the grotesque fascination that had danced in her eyes during our late-night discussions, when we'd dared to dream of the impossible. I nodded, feeling the chill of dread creep into my bones. The moon hung low, a silent witness, its glow spilling through the window like a judgment. "What do we have left to lose?" I pressed, desperation clawing at my throat, daring to tread where rationality had long since fled. "We can revive him. We can bring forth the knowledge that has been buried, forgotten in the sands of time. We can conjure the ancient practices that once healed the sick, that once brought life where only death walks." Matthias stirred, eyes fluttering open, a whisper of consciousness returning to him. I believe." His voice trembled, as fragile as the light that flickered between us. "I believe." But belief was a double-edged sword, and in that moment, a shadow passed, a chill running through the air, a reminder of the cost of our ambition, of the lines we were about to cross. A faint rustling stirred in the corner of the room, the pages of the manuscript quivering as if it too sensed the weight of our resolve. Elena stepped back, her breath hitching in her throat. "You want to dance with ghosts," she whispered, horror etched into her features. "You're willing to summon what should remain buried." "Desperation breeds madness," I countered, my heart pounding, a steady rhythm of defiance. "And we are drowning." With every beat, a decision loomed, the specter of blood and sacrifice looming larger, demanding we confront the darkness that had crept into our lives. I could feel the ancient energy crackling in the air, a force both thrilling and terrifying, a reminder of the ancient healing practices that had once thrived in the heart of the world but had been silenced by the clamor of modernity. "Do we dare?" I whispered, my voice a thread pulled taut. Matthias gripped my hand, a tether in the storm. "Do we dare?" he repeated, a fervor igniting in his weary eyes. Elena remained still, caught between fear and the dark thrill of possibility. "If we do this, we may lose everything, our souls, our sanity." But the truth was, we had already lost much. The world had become an echoing abyss, and now it stretched before us, vast and uncharted. The past called to us, its voice a haunting melody, an irresistible siren song promising salvation or doom. "I remember the stories," I murmured, feeling the weight of unfulfilled dreams press down upon me. "I remember the life that thrived before the darkness, the way the ancients wove their magic with the fabric of existence." The clock ticked ominously, each second a reminder of the fleeting nature of time and life. As we stood on the precipice, hearts racing, the shadows closed in, and the choice lay heavy in the air. Matthias' hand tightened around mine, grounding me in that moment of swirling uncertainty, while Elena's resolve flickered like the dying light of a candle. There, in the suffocating silence, the ghost of ancient healing loomed, a potent reminder of our intertwined fates. And the night stretched on, enveloping us in its dark embrace, whispering promises and threats as we stood ready to confront the shadows of our past, willing to wrestle with the specters that called to us, pulling us deeper into the embrace of the unknown. The hospital room buzzed with a sterile hum, the kind that clings to your skin, suffocating and cold. In the corner, a clock ticked with agonizing precision, marking the moments like a metronome to a symphony of dread. Julia stood at the window, her hands pressed against the glass, feeling the world outside pulse with life while her father lay silent, trapped in a body that had betrayed him. The doctor had whispered words like palliative and care, but all she heard was a dull roar, the furious chaos of her thoughts drowning out the clanging reality. Outside, a bird landed on a branch, chirping as if the sun had promised it a brighter tomorrow. But inside, shadows coiled around her heart, binding her with chains of fear. Why aren't they doing more? The question burst from her lips, raw and jagged. She turned, eyes bright with desperation, and found Sam, her younger brother, slumped in a chair, eyes glazed like a forgotten photograph. His fingers danced over his phone, oblivious to the world crumbling around him. "Because it's all they can do, Jules," he murmured, not looking up, hiding behind a digital shield. "He's gone, okay? Just let it go." But in his voice, she heard the tremors of an earthquake, the shattering of a world he refused to acknowledge. I remember sitting at the foot of his bed," she whispered, her breath hitching, heart tightening around memories that felt like ghosts. "He'd tell us stories about healing plants. He believed in all that nonsense, in the power of roots and leaves." Sam finally looked up, eyes narrowing. "You mean the same nonsense that got him here? The same herbs he thought would save him?" The bitterness laced his words like a poison, sharp and cutting. "You think that stuff works? It didn't help him." But she remembered. The way he would gather them, those wild weeds, like a sorcerer collecting spells. He treated people in the village. Made them better with his hands, his knowledge. She clenched her fists, feeling the weight of it all. It wasn't nonsense, Sam. It was ancient. It was hope. The walls felt like they were closing in, the echoes of the past whispering through the sterile air. She could almost see him, her father, bent over a small cauldron, steam rising like a wraith, the scent of basil and thyme wrapping around them with a warm embrace. The sun would stream through the window, casting flickering shadows that danced like spirits. He said everything was connected, she recalled, voice trembling, that the earth breathed with us, that nature held the answers. "Yeah, well, nature has a funny way of letting people down," Sam snapped, his frustration igniting, a wildfire consuming them both. And now look at him. He gestured toward their father, who lay pale against the sheets, a remnant of the man he used to be. The machines beeped, a symphony of grief, each sound a reminder of what was slipping away. Julia stepped back, her heart pounding in a chaotic rhythm. "But what if he was right," she said, desperation clawing at her throat. What if we've forgotten something vital? Ancient healing, herbs, they aren't just folklore. They are roots of something real. Real? Sam laughed, a bitter sound that echoed off the sterile walls. You think herbs will save him? You think that's what this is about? He stood, the chair scraping the floor, a sound like nails on a chalkboard. This is a hospital, Jules. Not a witch's den. The air crackled with tension, the silence sharp and accusing. Julia felt it pierce her, the weight of duty and despair shifting between them. She remembered the stories her father told about the healers of old, the shamans and wise women who gathered under the moonlight, who knew the language of the earth. They didn't have our technology, she said softly, but they had something else. They had belief. And that belief killed people, Sam shot back, anger boiling over. Emotions flared, igniting like dry grass under a summer sun. You want to believe in magic? Fine, but don't drag Dad's face into it. He's not a hero, he's just a man who thought he could save everyone, including himself. Then let him go, she screamed, the words tearing from her throat like a wounded animal. She staggered back, the truth crashing over her like icy water. Let him go, she repeated, broken. If he's suffering, then don't make him fight. A shudder ran through Sam, his facade crumbling. I can't, he whispered, the weight of helplessness bearing down on him. What if he needs us to save him? Julia felt her heart splinter, the agony of their shared grief wrapping around them like a shroud. Maybe saving him means letting him find peace, she said, her voice trembling but steady. Maybe the roots he believed in, maybe they can guide him home. In the stillness, the clock ticked on, relentless and unyielding. Outside, the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that crept across the floor, like memories. Julia looked out into the dusk, where the world continued to spin, indifferent to their personal apocalypse. She could feel the pulse of the earth beneath her, a heartbeat that resonated with the ancient rhythms of life and death. Julia, Sam's voice was softer now, raw with uncertainty. What if we're wrong? What if we're just clinging to ghosts? I remember when you were scared of the dark, she replied, her voice a fragile thread in the air. You'd hide under your blanket, convinced the shadows were monsters. The monsters are real, he replied, but she could see the glimmer of understanding in his eyes. We can't be afraid of what we don't understand, she said, her heart echoing the wisdom of their father, even if it means embracing the unknown. As their father lay there, caught somewhere between worlds, Julia sensed a shift, a pull toward something greater than fear, something ancient and powerful. The shadows in the room flickered with the weight of unspoken truths, and she felt the roots of their father's legacy entwining with their own, binding them in a way that transcended the ordinary. And in that moment, something cracked open, an understanding, a possibility, a belief that perhaps healing wasn't just about the body but the soul. That the very act of letting go could be the most potent medicine of all. But as the clock continued to tick, the battle raged on, not just within the walls of the hospital but within them. The echoes of ancient healing traditions trembled at the edges of their consciousness, whispering their wisdom, while the modern world loomed like a spectre, demanding answers when none could be found. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows against the walls, Julia and Sam found themselves standing on the precipice of belief, teetering between the known and the unknown, bound by the love they carried and the ghosts that lingered just out of reach. The hospital's buzzing fluorescent lights flickered like a frantic heartbeat, drowning out the muffled cries of patients that echoed through the sterile corridors. Time bent in this place, stretching moments into lifetimes. An eerie silence lingered just before chaos, a pause that felt like someone holding their breath, waiting for the inevitable. It was in that moment, on the edge of despair, that I found myself staring at the symbol of Asclepius, the serpent coiled tightly around a staff, its hollow eyes observing the suffering in a way that made my skin crawl. Not now, I whispered, shaking off the cold dread creeping down my spine. I was supposed to be strong, the rock for my younger brother, Ben, who lay in room 37, his body frail and broken, fighting a battle against a disease that carved him away piece by piece. He was only 22, his bright laughter now silenced, replaced by the rasping breaths of a dying man. I glanced back at him, the monitors beeping in a frantic rhythm, his chest rising and falling like a distant wave crashing, soon to be swallowed by the vastness of darkness. I fought against the raw ache in my throat, the fear clawing at my insides. I remember. I remember when he was whole. I remember the laughter, the late-night video games, the dreams he shared with me, like constellations in the night sky. Now they flicker, fading into the void. In a corner of the room sat Nurse Clara, her face a mask of calm that belied the storm within. She had been my anchor, tirelessly caring for Ben, tending to him with a tenderness that felt both real and surreal. As she adjusted the fall line, her fingers trembled, betraying the weight of her own burdens. I caught her gaze, and for a moment, we were two souls navigating a storm, searching for solace in each other's suffering. "I think he can hear us," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the cacophony of machines. I wanted to believe her, to cling to that glimmer of hope, but my heart was heavy with the cruel truth that sometimes, being alive was merely existing. Ben was slipping away, and I was powerless to stop it. I leaned closer to him, desperate to reach through the haze of pain and illness. "Ben, you're going to be okay. You're my little brother, the one who always fought back. Remember when we played soccer and you told me you wanted to be a pro? You can't give up now." But the stillness in his eyes cut deeper than any blade. I remember. I remember the day he fell for the first time, his innocent grin as he picked himself up, dusted off his knees, and shouted, "I'm fine." But fine was now a distant memory, crushed beneath the weight of this disease. The clock ticked mercilessly, each second a reminder of our mortality. The world outside continued, ignorant of our agony. I could almost feel the pulse of the city, the rhythm of lives being lived while we were stuck, suspended in this hellish limbo. I stole a glance at Clara, her eyes darting to the clock, and I knew she felt it too, the gnawing fear that time was slipping away, too fast to grasp. Then there was a sudden rustle, a break in the monotony. A figure rushed past the door, a doctor in scrubs, his face drawn tight with worry. He was the harbinger of news, of decisions made in the shadows of uncertainty. I could see him gathering his thoughts, trying to piece together a plan amidst the chaos swirling around us. I clenched my fists, the fabric of my resolve tearing at the seams. I remember. I remember the sterile smell of antiseptic, the sight of needles glimmering under harsh lights, the sensation of hope being siphoned away like the blood they drew from my brother's veins. Stay strong, Clara murmured, her voice a soothing balm. She turned back to Ben, her fingers brushing against his forehead, an angel's touch amidst the darkness. "We're all fighting for you." But what did it mean to fight when death held the cards? The serpent of Asclepius snaked around the staff, a reminder of the duality of healing and harm. It whispered truths we were too afraid to confront. I felt the heaviness of irony wash over me. We had spent our lives chasing dreams, believing in the power of medicine, the white coats and the sterile rooms, but here, in this blinding light, the truth felt more like a cruel joke. "Why?" The word escaped my lips like a prayer. I didn't even know who I was directing it toward, the universe, God, the cruel twist of fate that had left my brother broken and gasping for breath. The doctor stepped into the room, a frown etched deep into his brow, and I felt the air grow thick with anticipation. "We need to discuss his treatment options," his voice faded into the background as my mind spiraled. What did options mean when the finality of life felt so close, so suffocating? Ben's eyes flickered, a moment of clarity piercing through the fog of pain. He lifted a hand, trembling, struggling to communicate. My heart raced, hope igniting a spark deep within me. I remember. I remember the day he told me he wanted to be brave, how he wore a brave face even when he was scared. I wanted to be brave for him now, yet here I was, trembling like a leaf in a storm. Ben, we're right here, I said, gripping his hand tighter. Just hold on. But as the doctor's voice droned on, the weight of reality pressed down upon us, suffocating in its intensity. The symbol of Asclepius loomed in my mind, a reminder that healing often came with a price, and sometimes that price was far too high. "Clara," I called out to her, my voice cracking like glass. "What if we lose him?" She turned, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, the fragility of hope hanging between us like a spider's web, delicate yet strong enough to hold our fears. "We won't," she promised, but even she seemed to sense the impending storm. And in that moment, time stretched, the air thick with unspoken words, the tension rising like an unquenchable fire. We were trapped in room 37, ensnared by despair and hope, a haunting dance of life and death, a never-ending loop of urgency. I remember. I remember the doctor stepping back, the way the world outside faded into oblivion, leaving just us against the shadows. I remember the silence that fell, a frigid blanket, suffocating yet somehow freeing. A siren wailed outside, echoing the turmoil within. I was drowning in this sea of uncertainty, lost between the realms of what is and what could have been. I squeezed Ben's hand tighter, the warmth of his skin fading like a memory on the cusp of oblivion. And as the clock ticked on, relentless, I could feel it, the end and the beginning, tangled together like the serpents of Asclepius, a reminder that even in our darkest moments, life pulses on, even when we can't see it. The air crackled with anticipation, a tension that could be sliced with a shard of glass. In the sterile room of the clinic, the fluorescent lights flickered like distant stars caught in a cosmic storm. Here, in this sanctuary of healing, a battle was raging, not of flesh and blood, but of spirit and soul. A heart-wrenching symphony of despair swirled around me, mixing with the scent of antiseptic and the faint whiff of something more organic, something primal. I remember the moment vividly, the way the shadows danced on the walls, stretching and contorting like tortured spirits. I was standing beside Mila, her hand trembling in mine, her breath a shallow whisper of fear. She was searching my eyes for strength, for solace, but all I could offer her was the fracturing echo of my own uncertainty. This was the legacy of Apollo, the god of healing and the light, and yet here we were, cloaked in darkness, grappling with the weight of unhealed wounds. "Please, don't let it be too late," she murmured, her voice barely a thread above the clamor of machines and the distant cries of patients in pain. Mila had always been the light in my life, a guiding star whose brilliance seemed to dim with every passing day. The cancer had taken root in her body like a thief in the night, stripping away her vitality, her laughter, until all that remained was a shell, fragile, haunted. I glanced at the clock on the wall, its relentless ticking a reminder of the time slipping away from us. Each second stretched into infinity, taunting us with the reality we dared not face. I remembered the day I first met Mila, how she had laughed at my clumsy attempts to impress her with my knowledge of ancient remedies. We had made our own rituals, mixing herbs and concocting potions, two dreamers lost in a world that seemed to belong to someone else. But now, as her life hung in the balance, that laughter felt like a ghost, echoing in the hollow chambers of my heart. The doctor entered, his presence a harbinger of both hope and dread. Dr. Reynolds was a man of science, a healer who wielded knowledge like a sword. Yet even he, with his stethoscope and sterile scrubs, could not mask the weight of uncertainty in his eyes. He approached Mila, his brow furrowing as he reviewed her charts, the numbers dancing like ominous shadows in the corners of my mind. I felt the walls closing in, the air thickening with every heartbeat, every breath. "I'm afraid," Mila whispered, her voice trembling as she squeezed my hand tighter, her nails digging into my skin. "What if this is it?" I wanted to tell her that we had fought too hard, that Apollo watched over us, guiding us through the darkness. But the words caught in my throat, clashing with the reality that surrounded us. I remembered my own fear, my own demons that whispered tales of loss and despair. The endless night spent grappling with my own inadequacies, feeling like a shadow in her light. Dr. Reynolds cleared his throat, the sound echoing like an executioner's gavel. "We have options," he said, his voice steady but tinged with an edge of uncertainty. "We can try the new immunotherapy. It's experimental, but it's showing promise." Mila's eyes flickered, a brief glimmer of hope battling against the weight of her fear. "Promise," she repeated, as if the word itself could heal the fractures in her spirit. I could see the flickering flame of resilience within her, an ember fighting against the suffocating darkness. But the specter of doubt loomed large, a shadow that refused to be banished. My heart raced as I recalled our dreams, the plans we had woven together under the starlit skies, a life filled with laughter, love, and perhaps even a family. Would all of that vanish like smoke in the wind? I glanced at her, searching for the girl who had once danced with joy, whose laughter had been a balm to my weary soul. She was still there, I knew it. Somewhere beneath the fear, beneath the pain, there was a warrior. As the doctor began explaining the treatment, his words faded into a distant hum. My mind was a whirlwind of memories, us in the park, her infectious laughter, the warmth of her embrace. I remember the way she held my heart, delicately, as if it were a fragile bird. I wanted to scream, to shake the universe until it offered us some semblance of certainty. But then I saw the other patients, the ones whose eyes were clouded with resignation, whose spirits had been crushed by the relentless tide of suffering. They were shadows of their former selves, mere echoes of life trapped in a cruel masquerade. I felt the cold grip of reality seize me, a tightening coil around my chest. What if this wasn't just a fight for Mila, but a fight for all those who had lost their way? What if the legacy of Apollo was not just about healing, but about the strength to confront our darkest fears? The urgency of the moment clawed at my insides, a visceral need to act, to do something, anything. I turned back to Mila, her eyes searching mine. "We have to fight this together," I declared, the words spilling from my lips with a fierce intensity. "We are not alone in this. We will rise, like the sun breaking through the night." In that moment, I felt a shift, a spark igniting within her, a flicker of determination that transcended the pain. The shadows receded just a bit, and I realized that in the tapestry of healing, the threads of love and hope were just as powerful as any medicine. As the doctor continued, my resolve solidified. This was not just about one life, it was a testament to resilience, a celebration of the human spirit. The legacy of Apollo was alive and breathing through us, echoing in the hearts of those who dared to hope against hope. We were warriors, armed not with swords, but with love, unyielding in our fight against the darkness. In the electric silence of that room, we stood together, two souls entwined in the battle against an unseen foe. The journey ahead was treacherous and uncharted, a path filled with both shadows and light. But together, we would embrace the chaos. We would write our story, not in the sterile confines of a hospital, but in the vast canvas of the universe, where healing was not just a destination but a legacy. The weight of uncertainty pressed down like a shroud, but as I looked into Mila's eyes, I knew that our fight had just begun. And somewhere, deep within the cosmos, Apollo watched over us, his spirit woven into the very fabric of our struggle, guiding us as we forged ahead into the unknown. The clock strikes midnight, and the hospital corridors are drenched in an eerie glow. Shadows dance along the walls, whispering secrets too heavy to bear. I can hear the pulse of the building, a relentless thrum that mimics the heartbeat of the patients who lie in wait, caught between worlds. My chest tightens as I navigate the maze of flickering fluorescent lights, my fingers trembling, not from fear, but from the weight of a decision that clings to me like a shroud. "Help me!" The voice of a young woman slices through the silence. It's raw, desperate. I rush toward the sound, urgency clawing at my insides. There she is, Lila, her face a canvas of anguish, hands trembling as they grasp the edge of her hospital bed. The pale sheets are soaked with sweat, her body writhing, caught in the grip of something unseen, something dark. She is fighting. Always fighting. Her eyes find mine, and I see the flicker of recognition. "Please," she gasps, "I can feel it coming." A shiver dances down my spine. It's not just her fever that lingers in the air, it's the weight of her fear, an ancient tale woven with the threads of myth and reality. I remember the stories my grandmother told me of curses and miracles, of gods and monsters prowling at the fringes of our world. Each tale had a heartbeat, a rhythm that pulsed through generations. And here, in this stark hospital room, I realize that those stories are alive, breathing, seeping into our very veins. "Lila, what do you feel?" I force the words out, each syllable a lifeline tossed into a stormy sea. "The shadow," she whispers. "It's watching me." Her eyes dart around the room, wide and glassy, as if she can see something lurking just out of reach, something that embodies the nightmares of every ghost story I've ever heard. I can't help but think of David, my friend, a doctor drowning in the tide of skepticism. "Myths are just stories, Eli," he says, dismissing the very essence of human experience. Science is the only truth. But in this moment, standing in the breach between life and death, I wonder if he could understand. I grip Lila's hand, my heart pounding in sync with hers. "You're safe," I lie, but the words feel thin, like a paper wall against the tempest. "Just breathe." Her fingers tighten around mine, and I can feel the heat radiating from her skin, an inferno brewing within. In the corner of the room, a clock ticks steadily, each second a reminder of our fleeting grasp on time. I glance at it, and I remember moments lost, times when I should have listened more, moments I let slip through my fingers like grains of sand. There's something about the way the hands move, slowly, deliberately, that anchors me, even as panic threatens to break free. Then, without warning, a chilling gust sweeps through the room, extinguishing the small lamp on the bedside. Darkness envelops us, and for a heartbeat, I am lost in a void. The world shrinks to the sound of Lila's ragged breaths, the echo of my own pulse, a frantic prayer against the unknown. Outside, the city hums softly, unaware of the battle raging within these sterile walls. I think of the stories again, how myths and medicine have always intertwined, how ancient healers invoked the spirits of the earth to ward off sickness. Lila is a bleeding heart, a fragile thread connecting us to a larger narrative, one of hope, despair, and the unyielding human spirit. Eli. Her voice pulls me back, and I see her eyes glinting in the dark, fierce and defiant. "I won't let it take me." I nod, but deep down, I know this fight is hers alone. A part of me quakes under the weight of her will, her refusal to succumb to the shadows that threaten to swallow her whole. But I can't help thinking of David again, his cold, clinical reasoning. What if he's right? What if this is just a fever, a trick of the mind? Yet, as Lila's breath quickens, I feel the pull of something primal, something ancient and deep-rooted in our very essence. The myths breathe through us, in the spaces we ignore, in the stories we tell ourselves to make sense of the chaos. "Stay with me, Lila," I whisper, and I can feel the very fabric of the moment stretch, like a taut string ready to snap. "Do you believe?" she asks, her voice barely a breath. The question hangs in the air, heavy with significance. I think of the countless times I've brushed aside the fantastical, the irrational. But standing on this precipice, with the weight of her life resting between us, I feel a shift, a crack in my armor. "Tell me what to do," I urge her, my voice breaking. "I'll fight with you." In that moment, the darkness recedes slightly, revealing a flicker of light, a possibility, a chance. Her eyes hold mine with an intensity that ignites something fierce within me. I feel the pulse of 1,000 stories, of every myth ever told, reverberating in the space between our breaths. Outside, the city keeps spinning on its axis, oblivious to the battle being fought inside these walls. But here, in this hollowed chamber of medicine and myth, we are suspended in a dream. The clock ticks, shadows flicker, and Lila's hand in mine becomes a tether to the universe, an affirmation of life, of the intertwining of the seen and the unseen. My world is now a tapestry woven with threads of hope and despair, woven with the echoes of every person who has ever stood on the brink of existence, fighting against the shadows. And in the heart of that battle, I find a truth far more profound than any science could ever reveal. I will not let her go. I will not let the darkness win. The hospital room was a sterile box, its walls echoing the soft beeping of machines, an eerie symphony of life and death. I could feel the weight of the world pressing down on my chest, a suffocating blanket of despair. My sister, MIA, lay motionless on the bed, her frail body wrapped in white sheets that looked more like shrouds than coverings. The rhythmic pulse of the monitor was a cruel reminder of time running out, each beep counting down to a future that felt impossibly heavy. I remember the smell of antiseptic, sharp and acrid. It clawed at my throat, mingling with the bitter taste of fear and regret. "Wake up, MIA," I whispered, my voice cracking like fragile glass. Tears slid down my cheeks, uninvited, burning paths through the cold numbness that had settled over my heart. "Please, just wake up." I held her hand, ice cold, and squeezed as if my warmth could somehow bring her back. The light above us flickered, casting shadows that danced along the walls, mocking the stillness that enveloped us. In that moment, I thought of Asclepios, the ancient god of healing, a figure shrouded in myth and reverence. I had read about him, how he wielded the power of life and death with the same ease as a painter wields a brush. But what did that mean in this sterile room, with machines that beat like heartbeats, yet had none of the warmth of a living soul? Then there was Marcus, my childhood friend, who once smiled easily, the kind of smile that could light up a room. Now he was a shadow of himself, haunted by the ghosts of his own failures. He paced the hallway outside, a restless figure caught between the weight of his guilt and the unbearable pain of loss. The corners of his mouth twitched as if trying to remember how to smile, but the memory felt like a distant star, twinkling but forever out of reach. I could hear him muttering to himself, words tumbling out like jagged stones, sharp with desperation. I should have done more. I should have been there. Every heartbeat echoed in the silence, and I remembered the last time MIA had laughed, the sound spilling like sunlight through the cracks of a darkened room. The universe is just a giant pizza, she had said, her eye sparkling with mischief. And everyone is just here for the toppings. How could that light be extinguished? Marcus and I were supposed to protect her, but what good were we when faced with something so cosmic, so cruel? The clock on the wall ticked loudly, each second a reminder of the ticking time bomb we were all bound to. Time is a thief, I thought, stealing moments we can never get back. It felt surreal, like being trapped in a dream where nothing made sense. My heart raced as I glanced at the door, half expecting it to swing open and bring in a miracle, or a final farewell. The air around me was thick with unspoken words and the weight of choices we never had the chance to make. Marcus burst into the room, his face a blend of fear and determination. "We can still fight this," he said, his voice low and fierce, but it rang hollow. The doctor said, "Stop," I interrupted, my voice rising like a wave crashing against the jagged rocks of reality. "What can we do? Throw our hopes into a cauldron and pray to the gods." The hopelessness seeped out, filling the room with a desperate energy. "We're not Asclepios. We can't just heal her with a touch. We're just human." He took a step back, wounded, and in that moment I saw the boy I had once known, so full of life, now ravaged by the weight of our circumstance. "I remember the summer days," he murmured, as if conjuring up the past, the three of us, running through the fields, laughing until our sides hurt. But those days felt like ghosts, memories fading like the last light of day. I watched as he closed his eyes, fighting against the tide of memory. What if we could find some sort of hope? Something to cling to? His voice was a fragile thread, suspended in the air between us. What if we could still believe in something miraculous? I wanted to scream, to rail against the universe that had conspired to take her from us. Belief? I spat, anger threatening to consume me. Belief won't bring her back. Belief won't cure cancer. I felt the bitterness clawing at my throat, and for a fleeting moment, I feared it would choke me. But something flickered inside me, that stubborn ember of hope that refused to die. "Maybe we can't heal her," I said, softer now, the words like a balm on the rawness of my heart. "But we can be with her. We can hold her hand and whisper those memories, keep her alive in the only way we know how." His eyes met mine, and for a heartbeat, we were children again, believing in magic and the endless possibilities of the universe. "You're right. We can be her light." The determination in his voice steadied me, wrapping me in a fragile cocoon of certainty. And then the door opened, the doctor stepping in, a figure draped in authority, yet so human. "There's been a change," he said, and my breath caught, the air thick like molasses. The words hung heavy, a pendulum swinging between hope and despair. "Please," I breathed, a quiet plea that echoed through the void. He looked down, the lines on his face deepening. "We need to be honest," his voice was a whisper now, a portent of what was to come. I felt the world narrow around me, the walls closing in, as the realities of life and death collided violently in the silence. And in that moment, I understood, healing is not always about remedying wounds. Sometimes, it is about learning to live with them, about carrying the weight of love and loss like a sacred burden. I glanced at MIA, my sister, my heart, and the shadows seemed to grow longer, whispering secrets I was not ready to hear. The clock ticked on, relentless, and I knew the battle was just beginning, not against the illness, but against the darkness that threatened to consume us all. So I took a breath, the air thick with unrestrained emotion, ready to step into the unknown, to navigate the chaos where Apollo and Asclepios intertwined in a dance of hope and despair, shadows and light. The struggle for healing had only just begun, and we would face it together, whatever the cost.